Chapter 169, Rise of a Great General. Chapter 169, Rise of a Great General. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Prelude to the War. The Radiant Empire had finished their preparations for war. One cloudy morning, the Duke of the Tulip family led 50,000 fully equipped Lightning God's Whip soldiers together with 20,000 garrison soldiers, who were escorting supplies, to the north. The north had already been classified as a war zone. A northern command center had been established. Two veteran generals from the imps, //shinkstone.webnovel.com/chapter/view/kvid/68318355020000105/sid/21586831057414212 Imperial Command Center were sent to the front while the Duke of the Tulip family was appointed as the supreme commander of the war zone. At the northern war zone, even the Northern Legion was subject to the command of the Duke of the Tulip family. And so, the war began. As everybody was waiting for the news to arrive from the north was surprisingly quiet. Although the coalition forces of the dozen kingdoms on the northern continent had prepared to cross the ocean, they had not moved. While everybody thought that the Duke of the Tulip family would become the first hero of the war, the real first hero of this war emerged elsewhere. That hero was not from the north but the northwest. At what fortress? While everybody was paying attention to the north, in the course of a month, there was a tremendous change in the northwest. A shining star rose. The regiment commander of the Northwest region, General Elliot, was a 42-years-old noble. Coming from a traditional military aristocrat family, he was a graduate of the 169th class of the Imperial Academy. He was a grade 4 swordsman with excellent military school records. He once served as a small commander of a garrison of the Empire. He earned merits for his deeds of exterminating bandits during some chaos and was promoted. For the promotion, because of his family background as well, he was transferred back to the Imperial Army Command Center as Deputy Chief Advisor. After working in the Command Center for several years, he had accumulated enough experience to be transferred to the Central Cavalry as a Deputy Regimental Commander. After the war in the Northwest, he was then transferred to the Northwest as Northwest Army Regimental Commander to manage the military there. After reading this report, the opinion that Andy had was, everything is as expected. There is nothing special about it. In fact, from the information available, there was nothing special about that General Elliot. He was born in an aristocrat family and entered the military at the age of 20. After 22 years' service, he held the top commanding position in one of the regiments. From all points of view, there was nothing outstanding, and he also did not have any dazzling military achievement. The only credit was that he had exterminated bandits when he was young. However, this was often the tactic used by soldiers from large noble families to get promoted. Although a noble could not secure a high post immediately after joining the army, he would usually take a shortcut. He would first work as a low-level officer. He would accumulate some experience, and when it was almost time for promotion, he would randomly add some merits, like exterminating bandits, in his resume. However, how could the Empire have so many bandits to exterminate? He would then gradually climb the ranks in the army unnoticed. After 20-2 years of climbing, he finally became a regiment commander and was in charge of some military affairs. He persevered through time and eventually held the highest post in the Northwest. Most of the high-level officers climbed the ranks that way. However, Andy then saw something unusual with the information he obtained. That General Elliot passed the assessment for title succession at 22 years old and inherited the title of an earl. That was an amazing thing. The fact was, in the Empire, the noble succession assessments were very strict. It was not easy to pass the assessment at the age of 22. In fact, General Elliot was not the eldest son of the family, but his older brother had failed an earlier assessment to inherit the title. After that, Elliot took the assessment and even passed on his first attempt. Andy checked the records for that year and found out that General Elliot sat for the Grade 3 Swordsman examination to qualify for the succession of title. Although to reach a Grade 3 Swordsman qualification at 22 years old was not particularly difficult, it was very rare amongst the spoilt nobles. To be awarded the title, most of these nobles deliberately sat for a grade below their actual capabilities to maximize their chances of passing. For example, during the time when Rhodey participated in the assessment, there was only a single grade assessed, Grade 1 Swordsman. No registration for other grades was received. During General Elliot's time, only a few, out of about 200 nobles, signed up for the Grade 3 Swordsman assessment. Elliot did not conceal his strength and took a Grade 3 succession assessment. Was he not afraid that the assessment for Grade 3 Swordsman would be harder? If he was not afraid, then it could only mean that he was very confident of his strength. There was a reason why Andy earnestly studied information about Elliot. A month ago, Ryu Enthal had launched a surprise attack on Trier Fortress. Trier Fortress was captured by Ryuwenthal previously but had been redeemed with 500,000 gold coins during the post-war negotiations. However, General Elliot ambushed Ryuwenthal's vanguard troops and defeated the enemy in one swoop. About 10,000 of the Great Moon Kingdom's men were killed. After that, Ryuwenthal's main force arrived and fought directly against the Northwest Legion. The Northwest Legion was no match for the armored cavalry of the grasslands and they retreated. However, before Trier Fortress was besieged by the army of the Great Moon Kingdom, Elliot gave up Trier Fortress and charged out of its gates. That was undoubtedly a surprising move as the Northwest only had two remaining defensive military fortresses, the Trier Fortress and the Wat Fortress. These two were strategic military points. As long as he controlled these military strongholds, dividing the troops into two groups to guard the mutual corners and help each other to defend, then he would be able to protect the Northwest region. However, his following actions surprised Andy. Before Ryuwenthal's 200,000 soldiers could gain a proper foothold at Trier Fortress, Elliot had immediately counterattacked. The Northwest Legion had immediately surrounded Trier Fortress. This action was a very clever trap. Before withdrawing from Trier Fortress, Elliot had poisoned the wells in the city. After that, following the terrain of the city gate of the Trier Fortress, he laid numerous cheval de frise outside the gate. The strong and sharp cheval de frise initially gave Ryuwenthal a headache when he attacked Trier Fortress. He was worried about suffering a big loss during the siege. But when Elliot suddenly abandoned Trier Fortress, Ryuwenthal was able to capture it without losing a single soldier. However, before Ryuwenthal had time to remove the cheval de frise, the Northwest Legion launched their counterattack. Trier Fortress was surrounded and Ryuwenthal faced a difficult situation. The cheval de frise that were packed close to each other outside the city gate prevented Ryuwenthal's cavalry from rushing out of the city and breaking out of encirclement. Although the infantries of the Northwest Legion were also similarly affected, for Ryuwenthal's grassland cavalry, which depends on a large-scale charge as a strategy, that was a death trap. Every move he made would be lethal for his troops in this death trap. Elliot was like a madman. He disregarded potential losses and dispatched heavily armored infantry to block the gates. He was simply using those wearing heavy armor as human shields. As there were tens of thousands of human shields and many cheval de frise, Ryuwenthal's cavalry could not rush out and create an advantage. Elliot had already found the grassland army's Achilles' heels. That was, Ryuwenthal had no proper infantry. They did not have any good infantry at all. The grassland had strong cavalrymen, but the moment they dismounted from their horses, they seemed like they did not know how to fight at all. When faced with the Radiant Empire's well-trained infantry and tight infantry array, Ryuwenthal's grassland cavalry, without their horses, were at a dead end. The bloody battles continued for several days. The Northwest Legion lost nearly 20,000 excellent infantry soldiers, while Ryuwenthal's cavalry had also lost a lot of men in the death trap. Fortunately, Elliot did not have enough military strength and therefore only resorted to lay siege to the fortress. He placed all of his men at the gate to block the enemy from escaping. The Northwest Legion had expanded and the number of soldiers had reached 200,000, like that of the previous Northwest War. However, Elliot had to leave behind 50,000 soldiers to guard the Wat Fortress. That meant that he only had 150,000 men with him for the siege. However, that subtle trap allowed the Northwest Legion of 150,000 men to trap Ryuwenthal's 200,000 cavalrymen inside the Trier Fortress. All the water in the city was poisoned and as a result, Ryuwenthal's army did not have any supply of water. Although they had enough food, they did not have water. The first day they unknowingly drank the poisoned water. Thousands of soldiers died and tens of thousands were sick. As the days passed, due to the lack of water, even more of Ryuwenthal's soldiers were incapacitated. Finally, after being besieged for 5 days, Ryuwenthal desperately ordered the soldiers to break out of the encirclement at all costs. Elliot knew that his lack of soldiers would not be able to stop Ryuwenthal. He wisely decided not to face the opponent head-on. He ordered his soldiers to open the blockade and let the enemy break out of encirclement. After that, he led his troops to chase the enemy for over 100 miles and killed as many as he could. Ryuwenthal's soldiers had already been weakened from the water shortage. As a result, they suffered heavy casualties as they retreated to Redwood in defeat. In that battle, the Northwest Legion lost nearly 30,000 soldiers. More than 20,000 of these people perished as human shields during the siege. On the other hand, Ryuwenthal's Great Moon Kingdom had sent out 200,000 troops but only less than 100,000 returned. 30,000 soldiers were lost in the initial days of fighting and another 30,000 soldiers were lost while they were being chased by the Northwest Legion. Over 10,000 soldiers were also captured by the Northwest Legion. Besides that, over 30,000 soldiers who were still in the fortress could no longer fight or were sick from the poison water. These people were abandoned by Ryuwenthal. After evaluating the result of the battle, Elliot made another shocking decision. The 30,000 sick and injured soldiers in the city along with the 10,000 captured soldiers were all ordered to be executed by Elliot. This ruthless decision caused an uproar in the imperial capital. This action was immediately criticized by the scholars of the empire. They claimed that the empire was a strong and civilized country. Massacring prisoners and civilians were shameless and barbaric acts of the grassland. How could the brave warriors of the great empire do such a thing? They claimed that massacring defenseless prisoners of war had tarnished the name of the great empire. Elliot was hard-headed. He ignored all the criticisms and attacks and simply sent the emperor a report. The report was very simple. There was a paragraph which Andy appreciated a lot. The Great Moon Kingdom is vast but sparsely populated, with less than 1 million people. Excluding the old, women, and children, the grasslands had several 100,000 people in their prime. For each death, there would be one less. The more they lose such young and strong men, the weaker their national strength becomes. I did this to help the empire remove the 100 years of threat in the northwest. Andy immediately ordered the newspaper to write about Elliot's victory in the northwest and avoid writing about the slaughter of prisoners. They were asked to praise Elliot and his Northwest Legion for the victory. He relied on the power of the newspaper to control public opinion to think favorably of Elliot while preventing more malicious remarks of him. Andy then sent the Northwest Legion a commendation reward in the name of the emperor. Andy sighed when he looked at the Northwest War Report and said, "Rhodey, this Elliot has something that you currently lack the most. Ruthlessness." At that moment, Rhodey was feeling depressed in the north. Nearly 400,000 soldiers had gathered in the north. The Northern Legion's 200,000 soldiers were already mobilized. In fact, during the incident at the palace, Milo had already made preparations. Unfortunately, Milo's preparations were totally unnecessary thanks to Andy's sudden appearance. However, the sudden war that broke out did not put his efforts to waste. 100,000 of the Flame Knights from the God's religion also arrived in the north. The regiment commander of the Flame Knights was a cool and detached middle-aged man, named Gudu. He had the appearance of a devout monk one. He wore the leather armor of the Flame Knights under his grey robe. That made him look like a bishop elder of the God's religion. The only thing he was missing was a staff. If it were just Gudu, it would have been acceptable, as he was indifferent and did not speak much. However, the other person dispatched there, a bishop elder, made Rhodey sick. Because of that incident in the court, the relationship between the church and the Duke of the Tulip family was strained. As a result, the bishop elder was not too friendly with the young commander. However, the bishop elder was a religious fanatic. The battles had not started. Every day, he would take a bunch of missionaries and tour the barracks to spread their religious belief. To publicize their religious belief, they praised God's greatness and how the religion acted as God's spokesman in the world. He even strongly urged Rhodey to order the army to devote some of their daily training time to pray to God. That made Rhodey very uncomfortable, but the bishop said, "This is a crusade. A crusade to fight the heathens. That was why they must spread the theology of God before the war. That could enhance the soldiers' faith and devotion in God. Through devout faith for God, the soldiers' morale and combat effectiveness will improve." If it were not because of his current identity and the pre-war unity, Rhodey would have already kicked him out of the barracks. We cannot improve morale of the soldiers with empty theological arguments or by praising God. If it were not because of the hatred between the continents, Rhodey would think that this guy was sent by the church to cause disturbance in the military. The monk here refers to Roman/Catholic church styles. They are a type of monks with short hair but still have enough not to be considered totally bald, having hair that is 1 millimeter or shorter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 170, Sorrows of the Empire. Chapter 170, Sorrows of the Empire. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In fact, Rhodey very much hoped that he could just straight away lead his troops to attack the northern Roland continent. It was not good for tens and thousands of the soldiers to guard the north and just wait for the enemy to attack. The northern provinces of the empire were not fertile. The land there was barren and was not suitable for producing food. For centuries, whenever there was a war between the two continents, that location would be the front line. Even if it was not the battlefield front line, it was still the forward position. For centuries, these provinces of the empire were commonly known to the empire as the war zone. The Radiant Empire had control of an entire continent. No matter whichever aspect, it was much stronger than any kingdom on the northern Roland continent. Only a coalition of all the kingdoms on the Roland continent could compete with the empire. For centuries, there were many large and small crusades. Some were conducted during the reign of Abbas the Great. After forming the government for the entire Radiant continent, the greatest emperor in the history of the empire decided to conquer the northern continent, the only land not yet conquered. Unfortunately, Abbas the Great could not unify the two continents. The lightning god's whip could not even stop the valiant armored cavalry of the grasslands. Hence, he could only lament and sigh at the vast ocean. The empire's army was large and strong. The four main armies combined had a full 1,000,000 soldiers. Including all the garrisons from the provinces, the number of soldiers in the empire reached nearly 2,000,000. This number did not include the reserve troops. The empire had well-equipped infantry and powerful warriors. There were also brave war warriors under the banner of the Tulip family and the Radiant continent's most powerful cavalry, the Lightning God's Whip. However, the empire had one major weakness: the navy. Dondong lamented when he was still alive. He said that if the imperial navy had half, no, even only 1/3 of the strength of the Lightning God's Whip, then it would not be a dream to conquer the Roland continent. Besides its commanders and sailors, the most important advantage of a navy derives from its warships. Unfortunately, the imperial navy could only be considered third-rate when compared to its infantry and cavalry. In fact, it was not even third-rate. Historically, the Radiant Empire had failed in their attacks on the Roland continent because of its weak navy. These failures happened 3 times during Abbas the Great's reign. During the first attempt, the empire created a big and powerful navy. Naturally, it was considered powerful in the opinion of Abbas the Great. Unfortunately, the cruel reality made the emperor furious. The imperial navy was almost annihilated in the Strait of Thunder. Very shamefully, the commanding general of the Northern Navy, whom Abbas the Great had placed high hopes on, was captured by the people of Roland. The second time was a little bit better. Abbas the Great knew he could not rely on the navy and decided to use his powerful cavalries. During that crusade, the imperial navy only played the role of a transporter. As the coastline was long, the opponents could not block everywhere. There would be a suitable place for landing. It was history's largest marine transportation. The people from the Roland continent sank a few ships. But finally, 150,000 soldiers set foot on the Roland continent. The Lightning God's Whip and their horses finally gained a foothold on the Roland continent. However, the subsequent situation once again fell into a predicament. The 150,000 soldiers who landed on the Roland continent were almost annihilated and only 10,000 soldiers were taken as prisoners of war. The empire had to pay a huge sum of money to redeem the prisoners. This time, the empire lost 200,000 elite soldiers. Abbas the Great was undoubtedly very furious. The Strait of Thunder seemed like an impassable natural trench. It steadfastly blocked the empire cavalry's progress and protected the Roland continent. Then for the Third Crusade, the people of the Roland continent made the mistake of letting their earlier victories go to their head. After the empire's first 2 failed crusade, the kingdoms in the northern Roland continent believed that the empire in the south was not that powerful and finally decided to attack the south. Their powerful navy sailed unimpeded through the Strait of Thunder and a large number of troops set foot on the Radiant continent. The armies from the coalition of more than a dozen kingdoms sailed south in 2 groups. They intended to conquer the southern continent in one fell swoop. The ocean belonged to the Roland people, but the land was still the forte of the Radiant Empire. During the first 2 wars, the empire had lost many brave soldiers and elite cavalrymen. However, the empire was still strong and powerful. Most importantly, the empire still had the Duke of the Tulip family. It was also during the Third Crusade when the sage Dondong appeared. Nobody knew where this great man appeared from, but he had helped the Duke of the Tulip family to defeat the enemy. He created countless strange weapons during the war, had endless wisdom and also a strange mindset. After landing, the troops from the Roland continent had traveled far inland. In the end, 2 of their large armies were defeated by the Duke of the Tulip family such that they were forced to retreat to the sea. But in that war, although the empire had eventually repelled the enemy, they could not make up for the disgrace of almost being overthrown in their own land. The only bright spot was the appearance of Dondong. The people of the empire were all guessing as to how Abbas the Great would take revenge on the Roland continent. After all, even though he was able to conquer the entire Radiant continent, he was being attacked in his own land. It was the shame that an emperor would tolerate. Everybody was waiting for him to counterattack. However, Abbas the Great's strength lies in his mind. After reflecting on the matter for 3 days in the palace, he gave the order to stop fighting against the troops on the Roland continent. The 3 failed crusades had caused the empire to shed too much blood. The natural barrier had prevented the conquest. Until a solution to resolve that problem was found, continuing the war would undoubtedly only be a waste of the precious lives of the empire's warriors. That was why the navy was forever the humiliation of the empire. The warships of the Empire's navy were naturally much weaker compared to the warships of the Roland continent.
The Roland continent produced a strange ironwood. Ironwood was different from other woods.
It was as hard as iron but as light as ordinary wood. It was undoubtedly the best material for shipbuilding. With that special material, the people of the Roland continent created the world's most advanced warships and the most powerful sea fortresses. Regrettably, that ironwood could not be found on the Radiant continent. Historically, the Empire had secretly tried to import those woods but failed. That was because the people in the Roland continent knew the value of the wood and prevented it from being transported to the south. Of course, through a lot of effort, the Empire still managed to obtain some seeds and seedlings of that tree. Unfortunately, they were disappointed with the results. Due to the differences in the climate and soil, the transplanted ironwood trees in the Radiant continent could not survive. The majority of the trees perished within a month. On the rare occasions that they survived, the quality of the wood was much worse than the ironwood in the north. The amount of wood produced was also greatly reduced. As a result, the Roland continent's proud navy still maintained their undefeated record and remained the king of the Strait of Thunder. Of course, the things Rodi knew were a little different from the historical records. According to Dandong's notes, Rodi, at the very least, knew that the ironwood trees could be successfully transplanted on the Radiant continent. Dandong seemed to have mentioned several methods in his notes. Those methods had strange names like greenhouses, hydroponics, and temperature regulation, etc. Rodi could not understand these words. What surprised Rodi, even more, was that Dandong's notes had an earth-shaking revelation. Wood is still wood, however hard it is. What is so great about wooden ships? Give me some time and I would be able to come up with an armored fleet. Iron? Ships made of iron? Rodi's heart was full of doubts as he thought to himself. Things made of iron, when dropped into water, will immediately sink. Can iron really be used to build ships? However, Dandong had already created a series of miracles. As a result, Rodi had to somewhat believe Dandong's words. If it were invented by Dandong, it might really be possible. The important fact was that those were all only recorded by Dandong in his notes. He had never mentioned those things to anybody, and he also did not suggest anything to Abbas the Great. In his notes, Dandong also mentioned that the Empire's navy was weak and the problem could not be resolved just by having stronger warships. The people on the Roland continent had a strong navy from hundreds of years of accumulated experience. The difference in warships was only one of the reasons. Even if the Empire made such new warships, it might not be useful. In fact, the terrain of the Roland continent was very gentle. The whole Roland continent was like a piece of paper with a large hole in the middle. The large hole in the middle occupied 1/5 of the total area of the Roland continent. That was Baikal Lake. A river, the Baikal River, connected that lake to the Strait of Thunder. As there was a large lake in the middle of the continent, the people on the Roland continent had developed their skills in water warfare. As a matter of fact, the dozen kingdoms in the continent have had naval battles against each other for hundreds of years. They had accumulated a lot of experience from the naval battles. If the two continents were to fight, the navy from the many kingdoms of the Roland continent would join forces. From the Baikal Lake, they could sail uninterrupted through the long river to get to the Strait of Thunder. However, the Empire didn't even have a navy that was worth looking at. A powerful army was also not created by training and drills only. They need to go through a real war, through the baptism of fire, to hone a sharp edge. Dandong had also pointed out, at that time, that the Radiant Empire should not start the Fourth Crusade. The first 3 Holy Crusades had caused the Empire to lose a lot of their national strength. There were still a lot of internal matters that were not yet resolved. The most important thing was not to conquer the northern lands held by heathens, but to quickly increase the strength of the huge Radiant Empire. Dandong understood that with Abbas the Great's temperament, if he knew how to build proper warships, he would certainly start another war. That was why Dandong remained silent. Rodi stood at the top of one of the towers of the city. He looked at the vast ocean. The waves of the Strait of Thunder roared in anger. Rodi then thought about the things written in Dandong's notes. At that time, the timing was not right. But now the opponent had decided to attack us instead. Must we only wait for them to attack us? Rodi then whispered to himself. A ship made of iron, interesting. They guarded for another month at the coastal Thunder City before the Radiant Empire finally received a message from the Roland continent. The messenger came to deliver the declaration of war. The people on the Roland continent uphold what they call the Knight Spirit. It was strange to the extent that even their declaration of war had an elegant feel to it. The declaration of war should have been short and direct. Instead was worded with phrases of grandeur and refinement, in order to defend the dignity of God, in order to spread God's light, to bring more people into his sanctuary. We declare war against you on our honor as knights. On such and such day in month 1, we will land at the Thunder City shores, hoping that your side will submit to God's will and surrender with dignity. Otherwise, we will fight a fair battle according to the knight's spirit.
Rhodey smiled wryly after reading the declaration of war.
He grabbed a sword from a nearby soldier, and as he threw one at the feet of the messenger, he coldly said, "Go back and tell your commander."
This is the reply of the Duke of the Tulip family.
Rhodey then stood on the walls and watched the messenger leave the city, through the wilderness and then to the coast.
After that, the messenger got onto a small boat and left.
Rhodey looked up at the sky and smiled calmly.
Sieg stood behind him and asked, "Your Excellency the Duke, are the people from the Roland continent brainless?
Since they are here to invade us, why bother writing a declaration of war and even tell us the time and place they would disembark?
Isn't this clear that they are giving us a chance to prepare?
The northern coastline is long and our navy is useless.
We would not have been able to stop them. They just needed to find a place to safely disembark and then reorganize before fighting us. Won't that be better? Commander Sieg. Oh, wrong. Should be Deputy Regiment Commander Sieg now.
The regiment commander of the Northern Legion, a nephew of Marquis Garoline of the Lionheart family, Milo, then shook his head and coldly said, "The people from the Roland continent advocate the knight's spirit. They believe that they would gain glory only if they defeat their opponents in a fair and dignified manner. Sneak attacks would only sully their honor as knights.
As a warrior, I admire their spirit.
But, as a general, I can only sneer at their rigid methods."
Rhodey looked at Milo while Milo pretended not to notice that gaze. In fact, these 2 days the relationship between the two of them was not that good.
They had met once before, in a banquet in the imperial capital. At that time, Rhodey was still an ignorant boy who had just started to act as an impostor of the Duke of the Tulip family for just a few days. Then, he was badly humiliated by the arrogant Milo. After that, Milo was played out by Jojo. When Rhodey thought of Jojo, his heart ached. He then glanced at Milo with a complicated expression. People's minds were very complex.
Rhodey did not really hate Milo.
Milo was only on bad terms with him because of their family's conflicts.
Besides that, Rhodey was not really the Duke of the Tulip family. Milo had been very infatuated with Jojo, but now that beauty is gone. Rhodey could not help but feel sad. He recalled Jojo's smile and the time she stood together with Milo and him. Even the memory of the infighting among the three of them had become a fond memory. Is it a fond memory because Jojo was alive then?
When I first arrived in the north, Milo looked at me with a deep pain in his heart.
Is that also because of Jojo?
When this regiment commander of the Northern Legion heard of Jojo's disappearance, he had almost rushed back to the imperial capital.
Rhodey did not love Jojo, but he had always felt guilty towards her.
Right now, standing in front of him was a man who was deeply in love with Jojo.
In any case, Rhodey did not hate Milo. Milo finally could not ignore Rhodey's stare. However, he seemed to have misunderstood Rhodey's thoughts and coldly said, "Your Excellency the Duke, do you have a different opinion from me?"
Rhodey took a deep breath, shook his head as he tried to get rid of the depression in his heart.
He then said, "Your Excellency, Milo, I think that you are correct. However, I do see things a bit differently."
Rhodey smiled and slowly said, "The people of the Roland continent advocates the knight's spirit, but they are not idiots and neither are they inflexible.
They are also cunning too.
Their secret cooperation with Ryu Enthal from the northwest proved that much. I think they gave us a declaration of war and even told us their target because they could not help it."
Milo did not say anything. He just looked at Rhodey coldly.
Rhodey pretended not to notice his cold gaze and continued, "They would cross the ocean. After they disembark, the most important thing they need to do would be to obtain a foothold.
They need to seize a stronghold. After that, they would be able to reorganize their soldiers and coordinate supplies. This would also help them to prevent us from counterattacking. Currently, the military stronghold closest to the coast is here, Thunder City. Because of the Empire's centuries of preparation, there is no place near the coast that would allow them to obtain a foothold. Their army cannot simply come ashore to fight. This is why, no matter what, they must first attack Thunder City. This is their only choice.
1. Throwing the sword is the reply. It means we choose to fight. I am not sure if it exists in real life, but I have seen similar customs in video games. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 171, The First Day. Chapter 171, The First Day. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Rhodey had never seen so many warships. On the day of the decisive battle, when the morning sun had just risen, the ocean was shrouded in a layer of golden ripples. The weather was surprisingly good, and the ocean was calm. Specks of sails appeared faintly on the horizon. More and more specks emerged. The few specks grew to 10. 10 grew to dozens. Dozens grew to a whole ocean of sails on the horizon. The groups of black warships headed for the coast, and finally stopped at a distance about 1 kilometer off it. The people of the Roland continent had excellent shipbuilding skills. Their large warships had several floors. They were also extremely strong. Each ship was like a small fortress on the ocean. After some time, the sailors at the observation ledges on their huge masts started to wave their flags, signaling a maneuver. After that, the warships broke their formation. Sieg stood on the walls and frowned. The Roland continent's warships are really advanced. We cannot create a warship that can carry so many people. I think a warship this big can probably carry a few hundred people. Milo heard this even though he was standing quite some distance from Rhodey and Sieg. He had a better understanding of the Roland continent as he had spent more time in the north. Milo shook his head and said, "This is considered small. It looks like the opponent does not intend to send everyone out all at once. To the people of the Roland continent, these warships are merely second or third class ships. Each of these ships has 4 flame magicians and about a dozen cannons. The hulls of these ships are spacious. It can be used to transport goods or people. If it only transports soldiers, each ship can carry 300 to 500 soldiers. If it were a first-class warship, it would not be strange for it to have more than 1,000 people on board." "More than 1,000 people?" Sieg took in a deep breath. A ship that can carry more than 1,000 people. It must be really big. Rhodey silently looked at his enemy fleets on the surface of the ocean. His eyes glinted. Sieg suddenly said, "I can see several hundred ships approaching. These hundreds of ships can only carry about 20 or 30,000 soldiers. Why so little?" Milo smiled coldly and said, "It is not several hundred. There are altogether more than 200 ships. I can recognize their banner. The ones that raise the white cross banners are the main ships. In the Roland continent, each fleet is about 10 ships. If you count the number of white crosses they have, then you will be able to tell the number of ships they have. Look at the ship with the black cross. This is the Roland continent's real warship. This one must be their vanguard's command ship." Rhodey lightly said, "More than 200 warships cannot all be loaded with people. There must be horses and supplies as well. I think this group should have at most 20,000 soldiers." As they talked, their opponent's warships had started to set down numerous small boats. Those boats were filled with about 20 to 30 soldiers per boat. Those soldiers then paddled the boats with great effort. Within a short while, the ocean was packed with small boats. Those small boats were scattered all over the Golden Ocean as they moved towards the coast. Sieg's eyes flashed and said, "Your Excellency the Duke, let us attack them the moment they disembark. We can take advantage of the fact that they are not organized. Let me lead the Wolf Fong and charge at them. Since the opponent has only 20,000 soldiers, with just 2 to 3 charges by our cavalry, they would be completely defeated." They saw the small boats gradually getting closer to the coast. Some of the faster ones, in front, had already reached the coast. Those soldiers put down their paddles, picked up their swords and jumped off their boats. They waded in waist-deep water, heading for the beach. "Your Excellency the Duke, now is the time," Sieg said excitedly. "They need some time to organize after they embark ashore. If we advance now, we can easily defeat them." Rhodey took a deep breath. Without looking at Sieg, he lightly said, "No." He paused and then added, "Without my orders, you are not allowed to attack." Having said that, Rhodey looked at the Roland army who had embarked on the shore. He was calm. He then turned around, got down from the city wall and left. Sieg frowned, but Milo, who was beside him, sneered and said, "Deputy Regiment Commander Sieg, do you still not understand what is His Excellency the Duke's intention?" Sieg gave Milo a glance and asked, "Do you understand?" Milo smiled as his thin face gave a profound expression and said, "Obviously. These guys are just the Roland army's vanguards. Their task is to get on the shore and test our reaction. It is not difficult to send out the cavalry and kill these 20,000 soldiers. They are sent here just to test the waters. If you were to fight them, they would return to the ocean. Do you think our warships can compete with theirs? If they were to land at a different place, would your cavalry still be able to keep them on the shore? His Excellency the Duke's intention is obvious. He wants more of them to disembark. The more, the better. The ocean is the territory of the Roland people, but the land is our territory.
Thus, thousands of boats reached the coast and 20,000 soldiers finally stepped foot on the Radiant continent.
Those 20,000 soldiers were infantries.
The moment they disembarked, they immediately started to find a place and build fortifications. They had some wood and equipment with them when they disembarked. They began to put up tents and fortifications.
The people on the walls watched them busy working from morning until night.
From a distance, it was visible that tents and fortifications were closely built on the shores, outside Thunder City. The numerous tents, which looked like ants, covered the entire coast and was enough for an army of more than 100,000.
They were extremely busy but not vigilant at all.
They did not even spare a few thousand men to keep guard. The 20,000 soldiers were working intensely and were not at all worried whether their enemies would rush out of the city to kill them.
In the evening, Rhodey once again went up on the city walls. He looked outside the city and frowned. He suddenly whispered, "Milo." Milo was startled. He did not expect that the Duke of the Tulip family, who was never on good terms with him, would take the initiative to speak to him.
Rhodey slowly said, "Have you noticed?
Something seems strange."
Milo's eyes also revealed his anxiety and he replied, "Seth, you realize that as well?"
Milo coldly said, "The enemy commander is smart too.
He already knew our intentions and that we will not attack his vanguards.
He knew that we want to fight on land and will let them disembark.
This is why these vanguards did not spare any men to watch out for us.
They know we will not attack them."
Rhodey nodded and said, "That's right. We wanted them to disembark and use our land advantage to defeat them."
However, it seems like they also understood this point. The enemy commander is really not a simple person.
Milo raised his eyebrows when he heard Rhodey said the word "we." His expression changed as though he wanted to say something. Rhodey looked at him and coldly said, "General Milo, I know you do not like me. You do not like me not just because of family reasons but also because of personal reasons. However, war is about to start. If you are a real man, a general of the Empire and a warrior of the Lionheart family, you will leave behind whatever grudges we have until after the war."
Milo stayed silent for a moment. He then replied coldly, "Seth, I admit that I hate you. Rest assured.
I, Milo, may not be a good person, but I am a man."
After saying that, Milo gave a glimpse below the city and said, "There is nothing left to see here. Tomorrow, their large army would disembark and occupy that camp.
I will go back first to prepare for tomorrow's battle." He no longer looked at Rhodey, turned around and left. When night arrived, there was a bonfire at the shore in the distance.
The construction of the large and simple barracks was completed.
The number of tents was enough for 200,000 people. Some simple fortifications and wooden fences had also been erected. The only ridiculous thing was that the gates to the barracks were wide open.
Not even a single guard was stationed there.
The 20,000 vanguard soldiers had also stopped their construction work. They laid down the construction tools and picked up their weapons. They then lined up and walked towards the numerous boats at the beach.
They then lined up to get on their boats. One by one, the boats returned to the large warships in the ocean, leaving the empty barracks on the beach.
Rhodey had, at some point in time, taken a chair to sit down on the walls. He sneered as he watched the Roland soldiers leave behind a good barracks.
"Are they not afraid that we would destroy their camp?" Rhodey's eyes turned cold as he said, "Commander of the Roland army, are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Are you deliberately trying to humiliate me?
You deliberately left behind the barracks that you had just built, just to tell me that you had seen through my intention.
You predicted and are sure that I will not prevent you from disembarking? And will not attack your vanguards?"
Rhodey was then lost in thought as he said, "You fearlessly got ashore.
Don't you know that we have the advantage on land? You swaggered, with excitement to get ashore. Are you really so confident?"
He looked at the long lines of the barracks near the coast.
Right now it was totally empty. It would be completely filled tomorrow.
The major war is about to begin, but the first day of the war passed peacefully. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 172, Testing the Waters. Chapter 172, Testing the Waters. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Thunder City was located at the edge of the Strait of Thunder. The city wall was only a few kilometers away from the beach. It could be said that Thunder City was a naturally exquisite outpost fortress. If the people from the Roland continent intended to disembark on the Radiant continent, the most appropriate place would be at the northern coastline outside Thunder City. Perhaps God, in the creation of the world, deliberately gave the Radiant continent a fine terrain.
The coastline of the Radiant continent at the Strait of Thunder had a lot of whirlpools, reefs and steep cliffs. There were very few beaches. There were even fewer places for landing a big military force. But there is one exception. Thunder City's beachfront is flat and large, a perfect landing spot. The city wall of Thunder City was constructed according to the standard of a first-grade fortress. It was a full military fortress. There were very few civilian residences in the city. The city walls were completely built using special materials from the north. Large and sturdy boulders about 12 meters tall and 4 meters wide were used to form a circular shape. Thunder City was not large. It could only accommodate a maximum of 200,000 soldiers. At the moment, there were 50,000 Flame Knights from the God's religion, 50,000 Lightning God's Whip cavalrymen, and 50,000 elite heavy armor infantrymen from the Northwest Legion. Tiger coldly looked at the information in front of him. He then walked out of the ship's hold to the deck and gazed into the distance in the morning sun. He could vaguely see Thunder City. We must first capture Thunder City. The Supreme Commander of the Roland Continent's Southern Expedition Coalition forces, Tiger, sighed gently. The first step of the crusade would be to capture Thunder City. First of all, the coalition army of the Roland Continent would need a strong base to reorganize their troops. They would also need a strong transit station. For the expedition to the south with a strong base that was near the coastline, supplies from the Roland Continent could be sent to their front line smoothly. The problem was that the Radiant Empire's ferocity on land was frightening even to Tiger. He was especially afraid of the Duke of the Tulip family. That family has had military commanders throughout every generation. The Radiant Empire has a large and elite army. Once the Roland Continent's army was ashore, they must immediately build a solid military stronghold. In case their opponents mobilized their soldiers to recklessly attack, then they would need a strong military fortress as a staging and breather area. Tiger did not want to encounter the enemy cavalry the moment they reached the shore. The soldiers needed to rest for a while. After all, the soldiers felt very tired after traveling across the bumpy waves for approximately 10 days. Another very important point was that Thunder City had a considerable amount of forage, weapons, and a variety of military supplies. Capturing Thunder City would provide them with a lot of supplies. Of course, there was another reason which Tiger did not mention. Tiger was not optimistic about this crusade. His knight's spirit forced him to swear allegiance to his king and the Temple One. However, he still felt uneasy. Would it be wise to fight recklessly on land, against the Radiant Empire? The coalition armies from the Roland Continent may be large, but they were not strong. Could they really make it? We must occupy Thunder City because this stronghold is closest to the coastline. This is because, in future, if we were defeated, we can use the city to hold off the pursuers from the Radiant Empire. At that time, we can rely on the protection of this rugged military fortress to enable our soldiers to retreat to the ocean. Tiger also knew that, besides him, his opponent also understood this fact. That was why a large number of troops had gathered in the city. Besides that, the troops were the Lightning God's Whip led by the Empire's Duke of the Tulip family. Tiger looked, from a distance, at the banner flying above the Thunder City. He could not see it clearly as he was too far away, but he knew that the banner was the Tulip family's war banner. After taking a deep breath, the Supreme Commander of the Roland Continent gave an order. Disembark! The morning sun shone brilliantly on the vast ocean. Thousands of large black ships were on the move. Half of those warships were, like what Milo had said, first-grade ships that could accommodate more than 1,000 soldiers. They lowered numerous small boats, densely grouped together like ants. And then they started to swarm to the coast like locusts. The Imperial soldiers on the city wall of Thunder City looked in awe. After all, they had not fought a war against the Roland Continent in hundreds of years. Although it was a known fact that the people of the Roland Continent were very powerful in the ocean, when they actually saw the huge army, the soldiers of the Empire could only stare blankly. The beach was noisy as countless soldiers from the Roland Continent disembarked. They then moved a large quantity of materials and equipment into the barracks. When looked from atop the city wall, those soldiers were like busy worker ants. Your Excellency the Duke, do we continue to wait? Sieg could not help but frown. Rhodey looked at the sun in the sky and replied, we wait. This batch which disembarked was only about 100,000 soldiers. I will wait until at least several 100,000 of their soldiers have disembarked before attacking. I want them to leave their familiar ocean, come onto land and spill their blood dry under our city wall. A strange scene appeared on the second day of the war. Large groups of Roland coalition armies disembarked on the beach in full swing. However, the soldiers of the Empire in Thunder City did not bother about them. Both parties occasionally looked at each other, but they did not fight at all. Not even a single arrow was shot. The only thing that surprised Rhodey was the huge fleet in the ocean. The warships had already densely covered almost the whole ocean. A steady stream of soldiers reached the shore and disembarked. Their numbers increased from 200,000 until it was over 600,000. The barracks on the beach, which originally looked huge, now seemed too small to accommodate all the soldiers. The shouts from people and the neighs from horses filled the whole beach. That could even be heard by the soldiers on the city wall of Thunder City, some distance away. After 3 full days, the Roland army had finally completed their disembarkation. The huge barracks then looked like a dense forest. The only thing that Rhodey did, every day, was to stand on the wall to observe the landing of his opponent and then mentally count the number of soldiers his opponent had. He was slightly surprised with the results of his calculation. There were at least 800,000 soldiers. This was a very large number. Are the people on the Roland continent mad? They had sent almost half of their soldiers from the Roland continent here. Did they really think that a mishmash coalition of the armies of the dozen kingdoms on Roland continent could defeat the army of the Radiant Empire? Rhodey's eyes were very sharp. After 3 days of observation, he could accurately tell the strength of the coalition armies of the Roland continent. Out of the 800,000 soldiers, only 200,000 or less had reached the standards of the elite army of the Empire. There were 2 cavalries that looked extremely strong. They were probably the strongest knights on the Roland continent. However, Rhodey was not sure if there were any Temple Holy Knight groups among them. As for the rest of the army, Rhodey was too lazy to properly gauge them. They were mainly inferior soldiers. There were very few cavalries. They were mostly infantries. However, there was a great difference between these infantries and the elite heavy-armored infantries of the Empire. Their soldiers lacked equipment. They did not even have good armor. Some of them didn't even have proper military uniforms. Most of the infantry's armors were simply a few pieces of scrap iron placed at only several vital parts of their bodies. They also had a variety of weapons such as swords, broadswords, spears, and lances. There was also a strange army that surprised Rhodey. It was probably the legendary war chariot army. There were thousands of such 2-wheeled chariots. Each chariot was equipped with a horse and 3 soldiers, a driver and 2 more holding lances. 2 long blades could be found protruding out of the wheels of the chariot. With a glance, Rhodey could see how terrible that type of weapon was. Those chariots were specially made to kill the opponent infantries. However, the shortcomings of the chariots were also very obvious. Rhodey sneered and then ignored it. Other than the unexpectedly large number of troops, Rhodey did not feel uneasy. Every day, he routinely visited the barracks. After that, he would discuss some issues with Sieg. However, he rarely met with the other commanding officers. The only thing that disturbed him was the presence of the Bishop Elder. One day, the Bishop Elder went up the wall. When he saw the huge enemy barracks on the distant shore, he exclaimed and immediately turned pale. He immediately strongly recommended the Duke of the Tulip family to request for reinforcements from His Majesty. That was obvious. The entire war zone in the north only had 400,000 soldiers while their opponents had twice that number. A request to His Majesty the Emperor should be made to gather more reserve soldiers in a major way. Forced conscription may also be necessary. Rhodey just looked at him coldly and faintly said, "I know." Sieg looked at the Bishop Elder, who had lost his wits and left the wall. He then sighed and sneered, "That fool. Can't he tell that our opponent's army force may be large, but they do not really have many elite soldiers?" Although most of them were holding weapons and wearing armors, from the way they walked, one can easily tell that they are simply a group of farmers who had just put down their hoes. Milo lightly said, "There is no need to talk about that garbage." However, the 2 cavalries over there looked pretty capable. We just need to pay attention to them. We cannot attack cavalries. But we can grind them down slowly. Rhodey laughed. Grind them down? This does not seem necessary. I never intended to fight a decisive battle in Thunder City. He then smiled and said, "I have decided. We will guard this place for 10 days. After 10 days, we will give up Thunder City and then retreat internally towards the northern province." Sieg and Milo looked at each other. Milo then showed a strange expression and coldly said, "Seth, you are really cunning. You are afraid of them running away, so you intend to lure them deeper into the continent?" Rhodey nodded and said, "Thunder City is too near to the coastline. They can immediately escape unless they were lured deeper into the continent. I want to eliminate their 800,000 soldiers in the Radiant continent." Rhodey sighed and whispered, "This way, there should be a few decades of peace for the Empire." The calm ended on the 8th day of their disembarkment. The Roland Continent Coalition Army's Supreme Commander, General Tiger, gave the commander of Thunder City, the Duke of the Tulip family, a letter of challenge.
The letter said that the two sides would have their decisive battle below the city walls on the afternoon of the next day. When they saw the letter of challenge, Rhodey and Sieg looked at each other and started to laugh. Milo also had a strange expression. If these Roland heathens want to fight, then go ahead. Come and attack us. Why do they need to write us a declaration of war? Rhodey thought for a while and said, well, let's just fight. We have not fought against the Roland army for 100 years. It is good to test their strength, first. Tomorrow, General Milo and I will lead the soldiers out and fight them below the wall. Sieg wanted to say something, but Rhodey shook his head and said, the lightning god's whip is our trump card. We cannot take them out first. Tomorrow, General Sieg, you just watch the battle from above the wall. The prelude to the war. The afternoon sun was dazzling, and there was a dull sound of intensive drumming. The coalition armies of Roland, a team at a time, slowly left their barracks and formed a huge battle formation in the wilderness, below the city wall. The infantry stood in a phalanx formation in the middle while the cavalry formed two lines at the side. However, the strange war chariots did not appear. The gate of the Thunder City opened. 50,000 infantries, wearing strong armors, marched out neatly. They held swords and shields in their hands as they formed a phalanx formation below the city wall. The sea breeze was humid and salty. The afternoon sun caused the soldiers to sweat. Rhodey and Milo stood in the middle of the formation and coldly looked at their opponents. Looks like our opponent's commander is also very cautious. He sent out so many people, yet he is only just testing us. Milo whispered as he looked at Rhodey with the corners of his eyes. Rhodey did not say anything. He looked at the enemy in the distance. A person, who was more than 2 meters tall, appeared from the middle of the battle formation. He was as big as Rant and had a huge horn in his mouth. He then blew the horn. Oh oh oh. Oh oh. Oh oh. For honor. One knight pulled out his sword. For honor. The others also started to shout into the sky. The front row of the Roland army then began to move. Initially, the soldiers moved slowly forward. After that, they started to run faster and faster. Finally, those soldiers who were running in front raised the weapons in their hand. After a roar, they charged at the soldiers of the Radiant Empire. Sieg, who was on the walls, sighed and shook his head. Downright inferior. He ordered the archers on the wall to shoot. The archers pulled on the bows and shot their arrows 45 degrees into the air. When the first batch of the Roland infantries was still rushing forward, they suddenly heard the sound of arrows coming from the sky. Some of the soldiers had collapsed before they had a chance to raise their shields. Even for those who were holding their shields, in the face of the dense arrows, they were also hit by the arrows. However, most of the Roland soldiers continued to scream and rushed forward. Fortify the shields. Milo raised his voice and shouted. The front row soldiers of the Radiant Empire fiercely slammed their huge shields into the ground. The sharp shields embedded their edges into the ground and became a solid shield wall. Ready. Ready. The back row, push forward. Ready. The officer shouted loudly as he looked at the enemies getting closer. The rapid steps seemed to rumble. Finally, the surging wave of Roland soldiers fiercely rammed into the shield wall. The sound of clashing continued as one army fiercely rammed into the other. Some parts of the shield wall had immediately gapped opened. However, when the gaps were opened, the Roland soldiers who fell into the gaps were desperate to find themselves facing numerous sharp swords. These soldiers were immediately cut into pieces. The first wave of the attack all hit the shield wall and were severely injured. Not only did they fail to break through the shields, but they had also obstructed their allies behind them. Remove the shields. Milo shouted loudly. Kaka. Kaka. The shield wall suddenly split from the middle. The huge shields of the Radiant Empire were linked together as one long piece. As long as some iron chains were pulled apart, the shields would split into two. After a cry, the Empire's heavy armored infantry then rushed forward and fought directly with the enemy soldiers. The Empire's heavy armored infantry had all undergone strict professional training. These soldiers' ability to fight and their ability to fight together as a team of 3 to 5 were much more superior than the soldiers from the Roland army. Often, a Roland army soldier tried to fence off the Empire soldier's slash. However, his head would be sent flying into the air by another soldier instead. The moment they made contact, many people immediately howled tragically. Rhodey swung his dragon fang sword. A golden fighting energy burst out from the sword. Those Roland soldiers who rushed towards him and came into contact with his golden fighting energy immediately broke apart into a mass of broken and bloodied flesh. Milo's swordsmanship was much more elegant. His swordsmanship was like a dance that took a life with every move. The heavy armored infantries had excellent equipment and were skilled. That caused huge losses to the Roland army. A lot of Roland soldiers had successfully struck their opponents but found that they could not cut through their hard armor. They were then cut down while they were still in a daze. "Your Excellency Tiger, please let us go." Seeing the massacre in front of him, one of the knights told Tiger, who was beside him. The Empire's armored infantry was like an insurmountable metal wall. A big knight said to Tiger in a low voice, "Let my knights charge into them. No matter how powerful they are just infantries. I am confident that I can get rid of them." Tiger looked indifferently at the knight beside him and said, "No." He then paused and slowly said, "Have you seen their city gate? Their lightning god's whip must be waiting behind the city gate. I already said, today is not the day for the decisive battle. This is just to test them out. I just want those arrogant people in our army, who think that the Radiant Empire is vulnerable, to know clearly what kind of enemy we are facing." He paused for a while and his tone turned milder. He looked at the tall knight and whispered, "Your Excellency, your knights are an indispensable force for me. I will need you to deal with the lightning god's whip. Please be patient." Tiger immediately commanded for the second and third wave to rush up. They were like a fierce tide that crashed onto the heavy armor infantries of the Empire. They knew that there were only 50,000 opponent soldiers, but they were unable to break through their formation. Wave after wave, they attacked. However, they were running straight into a wall and their infantries were merely courting death. Gordon's 2 Infantry Regiment, Seer's Infantry Regiment, Slavik's Infantry Regiment. The knight muttered. "Can't these 3 regiments break through? The enemy only has 50,000 soldiers." Tiger sneered and said, "Weren't the Gordon Kingdom, Seer Kingdom and the Slavic Kingdom acting crazily in the camp last night? So today, let them personally test the sharpness of the enemy's blades and the hardness of the enemy's armors." He then looked at the restless knight beside him and said, "I do not want any disobedience in my barracks. I know you want to rush forward, but our opponent is supporting their formation below the wall. Do you want to let your knights be live targets for the archers? Can you see those boulders on the walls? Do you want your knights to withstand those boulders when they drop them?" Rhodey's armor was already stained red with blood. Naturally, all the blood belonged to the enemy. After bathing in the blood of the mystic dragon, the ordinary weapons of the soldiers could not harm him. A golden light appeared and another head flew off. At the same time, the light slashed another Roland soldier into 2 halves before it disappeared. Rhodey was somber and looked coldly at the enemy collapsing like the retreating tide. Although the heavy armor infantries were much more powerful than the opponent's army, after numerous waves of attacks they also suffered substantial losses and the soldiers were exhausted. Rhodey looked at Sieg, who was on the walls. He then watched his opponents slowly withdraw. He coldly said, "The first assault. It looks like they were just testing us." At night, the soldiers reported that the Roland army's reinforcements have arrived. Rhodey immediately took Sieg and Milo up the city wall. Under the moonlight, they could vaguely see a white-colored, medium-sized warship approaching. Milo looked at the banner on the warships and frowned. He then whispered, "It's the sorcerers of the Roland army. Their sorcerers are here." Rhodey shrugged his shoulders and looked at the flame knights below the city wall. He then lightly said, "Sorcerers? It looks like those people from God's religion will soon be useful." Translator's notes. One Shindian actually means shrine. It is translated here as temple. Both continents might or might not have the same god. If they do, then they differ only in name. Temple refers to the religious body of the Roland continent. I wrongly referred to their religious body as church much earlier. Church refers to the religious body of the Radiant continent. As for the gods, whether they are the same god or not, it would be Protoss for the Radiant continent and Kara in the Roland continent. 2 Yes. It says Gordon. Probably someone else with the same name. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 173, Achilles' Heel, 1. Chapter 173, Achilles' Heel, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The horn to attack sounded at dawn. When the sky just started to turn bright, the coalition armies of Roland started its first siege. Dozens of stone catapults had been assembled and then, following a whistling sound, big and small stones flew into the sky. These stones ruthlessly smashed into Thunder City. The magicians of Thunder City immediately drifted into the sky. Several hundreds of magicians, at the same time, using the same method, propped up a huge air shield above the city wall. Numerous stones hit the air shield and immediately bounced off.
However, the size of the air shield had a limit. Those boulders that smashed into the city destroyed a few buildings and caused the nearby people to scatter and hide. However, from time to time, there were some unlucky ones who got crushed to death. Rhodey stood on the walls and looked coldly at the flesh and blood fly everywhere. He had a solemn expression and his eyes were devoid of emotion. He was now on the battlefield and, mentally, was a steely commander who had spilled blood in the northwest, the commander who had dealt with the rebellion in Westwood Province and the commander who had suppressed the mutiny in the south. There is no easy way out of siege warfare. We just have to keep defending. Milo stood beside him and also had a cold expression. A catapult was finally then pushed out from within the city. This catapult was different from the Roland Army's catapult. This catapult did not throw stones but flaming earthen jars. The flames on the jars hissed and the strong smell of oil tickled the nose of the soldiers. Rhodey turned to see that the catapults were ready and then he nodded his head. Sieg then waved his hand and the catapults were released. One after another, balls of fire were thrown into the sky. With long and flaming tails, they crashed into the Roland Army's formation. After that, there were brilliant sparks and red flames flashed from time to time, in the middle of the Roland Army's formation. When the sparks splashed on the soldiers, they started to scream. Buckets filled with seawater were then brought and poured onto the flames. However, the Roland Army was surprised as the flames did not extinguish. Instead, it grew bigger. Many soldiers were swallowed up by the flames, while the others scattered and retreated due to fear. Flames that could not be extinguished with water won. That strange scene caused many of the Roland Army to become frightened. Were the heathens of the Radiant Continent really being protected by the devil? The dazzling and blossoming sparks burst within the Roland Army's formation. Even though many of the Roland Army's catapults were not hit directly, but as long as they were splashed with a little bit of the sparks, they would immediately start to burn. The fire grew more and more intense and could not be extinguished. Fools! Tiger stood at the back as he looked at the flames and shouted. If water cannot extinguish those flames, then use sand instead. Just pour sand from the top. Rhodey stood on the walls and sneered as he watched the Roland Army getting themselves burned. Looks like Dondun's words were true. Water cannot extinguish the flames created by this black oil. Instead, the flames become more intense. Sieg laughed and replied, well, the Roland Army had actually learned about the catapults from us 200 years ago. They always imitate us. The Roland Army had a lot of soldiers and the beach had a lot of sand. They kept pouring sand over the fire and the flames were eventually extinguished. The Roland Army sorcerers finally started to act. Hundreds of white-robed and senior sorcerers floated in the sky and started to chant together. The magical elements in the air started to become violent. Large tracts of dark clouds suddenly appeared in the originally calm sky. The scary black clouds grew denser and thicker. Occasionally, there were several huge flashes of lightning in the sky and faint thunders were heard. The clouds started to descend and completely covered the sky above Thunder City. However, the sky above the distant ocean remained clear and even the sun was still bright. Damn, what sorcery is this? Rhodey frowned. Although this kind of lightning sorcery was common, such a large scale made it look strange. At that moment, suddenly a lightning ruthless struck part of the wall and caused an explosion. The sturdy wall seemed to tremble and a dozen soldiers were engulfed in flames and charred to death. Many of the surrounding soldiers fell. Many of them became paralyzed and dropped their weapons. Where are the magicians? Rhodey roared loudly. The magicians in the city immediately prepared large and small air shields to cover up the wall. However, soon even more horrible things started to happen. Lightning crackled among the dark clouds in the sky. There was a loud thunder as lightning struck down. Before the thundering sound disappeared, another lightning struck again. In a blink of an eye, a series of lightning continuously struck the city wall. A huge thunderous roar blasted the ears. A huge lightning lighted up the entire sky. The city wall shook. The air shields created by the Empire's magicians started to get dim. Finally, blood spurted out from the mouths of a few of these magicians and some fell from the sky. As the lightning strikes turned more violent, the remaining magicians could no longer endure anymore. The wind in the sky turned more and more violent, as more and more magicians started to fall from the sky. They could no longer maintain their air shields above. Finally, even the bishop elders started to sweat and slowly descended from the sky. Eventually, a lightning broke the air shield and a magician was struck by lightning. He did not even show any kind of reaction as his body was torn apart by the lightning and burned up. On the city wall, hundreds of soldiers fell. Black smoke emitted from their bodies which were soon charred. What is going on? Rhodey shouted. Even if they were sorcerers, they should not be so powerful. As the thunderous sound grew louder, Rodi suddenly roared and pulled out his Dragon Fang sword. He then rushed towards the sky. As the lightning struck, a golden fighting energy instantly burst out from Rodi's body. The Dragon Fang sword glowed with a golden light and fiercely slashed out some flames to deflect the lightning. The lightning then struck the ground outside the wall and blasted a deep hole in the ground. Spread out. Rodi's golden flame grew more than 2 meters high in the sky. The Dragon Fang sword suddenly emitted a dazzling ball of light. It was so bright that even the distant sun looked pale. There was a whistling sound as a huge blade of light fiercely shot towards the thick dark clouds in the sky. As the flow of air turned violent, the blade of light struck the seemingly solid dark clouds and caused a crack. As the wind blew violently, a hole appeared in the clouds. Rodi's golden fighting energy became more intense and then he cursed, "You are not the only one who knows how to strike in succession." Rodi continued to shout madly as he kept swinging his Dragon Fang sword. Countless large blades of light shot out from his sword. After a series of explosions, the dark clouds in the sky started to disperse. The sky gradually grew brighter, and there was no longer any lightning. From the distant barracks, the Roland army's sorcerers saw what happened and were stunned. One of the old men, with a white beard, could not help but murmur, "Is that guy human? This is the dragon's power." Rodi felt surprised. He did not feel well. He knew that he had used too much power and had aroused the mystic dragon. He took a deep breath and suddenly clenched his fist before hitting himself fiercely in the chest. After that, he spat out a mouthful of blood and the boiling feeling in his chest eased off. Rodi slowly fell above the city wall. Sieg immediately rushed up to support Rodi. Rodi shook his head as he wiped the blood from his mouth and said, "I am all right." He then paused and said, "There is something strange about our opponent's sorcerers. Even their saints do not have such terrifying spells? Such intensive lightning." Tiger had a gloomy expression as he looked at the exhausted sorcerers. He then ordered the barracks to deploy the huge arrow towers. Each tower was 10 meters tall and had heavy wheels at the bottom. Countless soldiers started to push the towers. The towers creaked as it slowly moved towards the city wall. These towers were wrapped with layers of thick leather to protect itself from the enemy arrows and fireballs as it slowly moved towards the walls. A big group of soldiers with heavy shields moved forward. From time to time, there were miserable cries from the fallen soldiers, lying on the ground. However, the Roland army did not stop and trampled on their companions' carcasses as they slowly approached the wall. The Empire's soldiers on the wall aimed the arrows at their enemies. They were waiting for their enemies to get closer to the wall. Big stones were also thrown, raining down like hailstones. However, this time the Roland army had dispatched the regular infantries. These soldiers were much stronger and more skillful than the soldiers from the previous day. They had high morale. They were also brave and decisive. After trampling on the corpses of their companions, they finally arrived at the gate. They then threw away their heavy shields and took out a large log kept beneath the shields too. Numerous soldiers then used this large log to ram the gate. The loud pounding sound ruthlessly hammered the hearts of the Empire's soldiers. After heavy losses, the bulky towers finally reached the edge of the wall. Other than a few towers that were smashed by the Empire's catapults, the archers on the remaining towers started to shoot arrows at the soldiers on the walls. The heights of the towers were about as tall as the city walls. One side of a tower broke open and a large plank fell from it, crashing on the top of the battlement. The iron hooks on the ends of the planks tightly caught onto the wall. Hundreds of heavily armed Roland soldiers then charged out from inside the tower. Sieg had already pulled out his sword and shouted, "Drive them down." The soldiers from both armies roared and clashed against each other. The sounds of the swords clashing were endless and accompanied by tragic screams. The Roland soldiers who came out from the arrow towers were carefully selected elites. They were all strong but they were disadvantaged in numbers. The defenders of the Empire summoned all their courage and stepped forward. The city wall was like a bloody hell, with broken limbs flying and occasionally miserable cries of people falling off the wall. Rodi had lost track of the number of people he had killed. However, the opponent's infantry reached the top of the city wall. Long siege ladders had already been erected. The soldiers joining the assault from the arrow towers had taken the pressure off the soldiers climbing the siege ladders. More and more of the Roland soldiers managed to climb the walls. The magicians of the Empire were exhausted after continuously shooting out fireballs. The large number of Roland soldiers did not give them the luxury of resting. Rodi's Dragon Fang sword was like a weapon specialized in taking lives. Those enemies who met him were not able to resist his sword. Rodi cut down a Roland soldier in front of him, and at that same time that soldier dragged down with him another soldier who had just climbed the ladder. Rodi then stepped forward and slashed the ladder, causing all of the soldiers on the ladder to fall. Rhodey felt a sharp wind behind him. He turned around and blocked an attack that came from behind. In front of him was an armored Roland knight. He held a long cross-shaped sword 3 in his hand. This sword was dripping in blood. His face was also covered in blood. From the appearance of the knight, it was evident that he was a senior knight of the Roland army. That man gritted his teeth and said, "Your Excellency is. Get lost." Rhodey did not spare him a glance and swung down his dragon fang sword. The knight raised his sword to defend, but then his cross-shaped sword split into 2 like tofu 4. That slash by Rhodey cut through the knight's shoulder, including the armor. Rhodey then kicked the body aside and quickly shouted at Sieg, "Now!" After saying that, Rhodey jumped down from the city wall and created a deep hole where he landed. Among the Roland coalition armies outside the city, Tiger looked at the fight on the wall with a dignified expression. He watched the groups of densely packed infantries moving towards the wall and the fierce battle on top of the wall. The Radiant Empire's archers were no longer able to stop the infantries from advancing. Tiger then thought to himself, "Perhaps we would be able to capture Thunder City today." However, at that moment, a shocking scene took place. Suddenly, there was a loud sound of a horn from the city. The huge and heavy gate opened slowly and the soldiers, who were ramming the gate with the giant log, were shocked by the situation. They then showed an expression of fear and despair. Tiger could see clearly something black and metallic rushing out from the city gate. The cavalry that rushed out of the gate immediately ripped the soldiers apart with their spears. "It is the lightning god's whip." Countless horseshoes thundered on the earth, announcing the black armored cavalry. They were divided into 2 teams and charged to the sides of the city gate along the walls, kill. Below the city wall, the coalition infantries with swords in their hands were shocked. Not until the cavalry's spears had pierced their bodies and after they screamed, did the other infantry suddenly realize that their enemies had opened the gate to counterattack them. The most miserable ones were the soldiers holding the ladders in place under the city wall. They had already used up most of their strength to hold up the ladders and were already exhausted. When their enemies charged at them with their spears, they could only close their eyes and wait for their deaths. Many of the coalition infantries, below the wall, were scattered as they were being chased by the cavalry. The infantries used for the siege had no armor. They were light infantries. That was because heavy infantries would become a fatal burden when climbing the wall. However, now that they were attacked by the enemy cavalry, the lack of any defensive abilities had become their fatal weaknesses. The battle under the wall continued. However, the lightning god's whip no longer chased along both sides of the wall. Their target was those Roland infantry formations approaching the gate. The thunderous sounds of the horses' hooves drowned out the cries of killing. Numerous lightning god's whip emerged from the gates, like a steady flow of steel, forming a triangle charge formation and raced ahead. The horses continued to run towards that formation and the trampling shook the sky. As the horses trampled, the dust flew up and the heavy armors of the cavalry issued crisp clashing sounds. The Roland infantries, who were ready to move forward to the city wall, were stunned. They subconsciously stopped when they saw the large cavalry suddenly charge out from the city. A cloud of dust grew nearer as the black cavalry approached the Roland infantry. The horsemen bent forward into their saddles, their weapons pointed forward like a forest of sharp spears. "Kill!" Tens of thousands of voices shouted, at the same time. The front-charging cavalry easily pierced through the shields of the infantries and their fragile bodies. Blood splashed and sprayed all over as they screamed tragically. The charge by the lightning god's whip immediately ripped apart the follow-up charge formation of the Roland coalition infantries. Although the Roland coalition infantry's advancing in front was huge and densely packed, but when faced with the attack by the lightning god's whip, their formation exposed a strange weakness. After the front lines were broken through, scattered deserters obstructed the way. That was because the formations were too dense and the defeated deserters ended up toppling their own soldiers behind them. The lightning god's whip's charge had scattered the Roland infantries. The armors that they wore and the long spears in their hands were fatal to the coalition infantries. The coalition infantries often slashed at the cavalry only to find that their blades could not harm their enemies. On the other hand, the cavalry's long spears could easily impale their bodies from afar. Tiger's face was livid. He drew out his sword and shouted, "Knights, stop them. You just need to stop them and we will capture the city today." Translator's note. 1. Safety tip. A fireman taught me that we should not use water to put out fires, especially if oil catches fire. Most fires would only grow bigger. Make sure to use a fire extinguisher. 2. This is what the Raw says but did not sound right. How did the soldiers carry heavy shields and hide that ramming log beneath the shield? 3. A knight's longsword. The longswords used in the Empire, Jendao, are basically just normal swords that are long.
The swords the Roland Knights used are the classic medieval longswords/Swiss longswords. 4. Soft white blocks made by coagulating soy milk, also known as bean curds. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 174, Achilles' Heel, 2. Chapter 174, Achilles' Heel, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The sound of horses galloping and metal clashing was endless. The silver armor of the Roland Knights gleamed coldly in the sun. They raised their cross swords one and screamed as they charged towards the lightning god's whip. The silver armor of these knights had a white cross on it. They believed that they were fighting for their god and their faith. They believed that their truth, courage, and faith would grant them victory. Naturally, this was only what they believed. As the infantries of the Roland coalition army scattered in all directions, Rhodey could no longer hear and differentiate all the various sounds. He was only focused on what was in front of him. In front of him, the charging lightning god's whip moved like black waves in a diamond formation as they fiercely clashed against the silver-armored Roland Knights. The frontmost warriors from both sides were badly crushed. Some fell off their horses, some broke their arms and legs, some were immediately trampled by the horses, while others managed to get up holding their weapons as they roared and charged at the enemy. Rhodey was at the front end of the diamond formation and was undoubtedly the strongest one there. His dragon fang sword shone with a golden brilliance, a beautiful yet deadly golden brilliance. There was a violent energy in every slash he made. This often tore apart his enemy's armor even before his sword hit them. Blood continued to splatter in front of him as heads flew into the air. The hot red blood soaking on his body began to turn into black and red cold patches. The Sauron Kingdom's royal knights were rapidly losing their fight with the lightning god's whip. Even though they had more men, they were just as brave, and they had a strong faith of conviction. Unfortunately for them, the enemy soldiers were like demons. The frequent sound of the horn came from Thunder City, playing a unique alternating long and short tune. The rhythm seemed to incite the soldiers of the Empire and boost their spirits. The call of the horn brought forth a spirit from the lightning god's whip warriors that exceeded the extremes of bravery, approaching fanaticism. They fearlessly faced the enemy's spears and rushed forwards, their own spears thrusting into their enemy. As long as they were not down, as long as they were still alive, they would draw their scimitar and slash at the nearest Roland Knight. They slashed at the legs of the horses or used up the last of their energy to jump into and bring down the knights from their horses. Some even stood steadfast to block the horses. They did not know fear, pain, or death. They were fanatics. The royal knights thus started to fall within a short while. For each soldier they killed, they had to pay almost 3 times the price or more. The regiment commander of the royal knights died the moment the battle started. He was a proud warrior, but, unfortunately, he was at the front of the cavalry and the first person he encountered was Rhodey. Truthfully speaking, this regiment commander was very powerful. Rhodey had only just lopped off the head of a Roland Knight when the regiment commander thrust his spear and struck Rhodey. However, Rhodey's body only shook from that mighty strike while that commander felt like he had struck a hard stone. The regiment commander of the Royal Knights was still stunned when Rhodey easily slashed his neck. This guy. Why is he not skewered? These were the last thoughts of the regiment commander of the Royal Knights. In front of the rest of the Roland army, the Sauron Kingdom's elite knights had clashed against the lightning god's whip only for a short while but had almost lost. The wave of silver armors was rapidly overcome by the wave of black armors. A ridiculous scene appeared on the battlefield. The situation was like ducks being corralled. The once proud Roland Knights were chased by the lightning god's whip like ducks all over the battlefield, or like sheep in the face of lions. What was even more terrifying was that the defeated soldiers retreated back to the Roland army bringing along the ferocious lightning god's whip. Spear units. Get ready. Tiger immediately ordered. His eyes had already turned red. What the hell? Are the lightning god's whip really so powerful? Originally, Tiger had wanted to use the forward group to hold the enemy and then send out more knights on the sides to pin down the lightning god's whip. No matter the price, as long as they could destroy the lightning god's whip, it would be worth it. However, he did not expect the proud royal knights to actually, they could not even block, they lost the moment they made contact with the enemy. The knights that were supposed to flank the lightning god's whip had only just started to rush out. Your Excellency. That is our own people. A senior holy knight could not help but speak anxiously. It is too late. If we do not stop these idiots, we will be defeated. Tiger looked back at him fiercely. Tiger could no longer try to save them. If the defeated soldiers returned and caused their own formation to break while bringing along the enemy cavalry, there would be a disaster. At that time, another group of Roland knights charged out from the left.
They must intercept and stop the lightning god's whip. If only they could intercept the lightning god's whip. Rhodey noticed the movement on the left and suddenly turned his horse. He allowed the retreating enemy in front of him to escape and then charged towards the Roland Knights on the left. Behind him, 3 lightning god's whip men immediately waved their banners and, like a torch, signaled the new direction for the black armor wave. "Rush at them!" Rhodey shouted. "Kill!" The black wave suddenly changed direction. They ignored the retreating enemy in front and followed their commander. Surging to the left, they never looked back. The knights that came from the left were the Roland Continent's proud holy knights. They were the knights of the temple and were known as the strongest knights on the Roland Continent. These knights had different weapons compared to the ordinary Roland knights. They wore a black cloak over their armors and black plumes over their helmets. They carried spears and huge shields that could form a steel wall. Rhodey's horse rushed to the front and his eyes flashed. He suddenly raised his dragon fong sword and made a strange signal. The cavalry behind him then suddenly transformed. The wide diamond formation started to shrink as the cavalry started to crowd together and the formation became narrow and packed. Rhodey then raised his dragon fong spear and rapidly slashed out 8 to 9 swathes of light. The blades of light swept near the ground as it threw up a wide dust trail. It brought along a powerful force that smashed into the shield walls of the Holy Knights. The sturdy shield formation cracked open with a few big gaps. A dozen knights were dismembered right where the gaps were. Rhodey then charged through that gap with his horse leading his men through. Spears thrust relentlessly from both sides, but Rhodey just swept around with his dragon fong sword without even looking at them. Clang! 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 The spears broke. With Rhodey taking the lead and the rest of the lightning god's whip following, they had already charged into the Roland Knights formation through that gap. One group had the momentum of a lightning charge. The other group was in the process of regrouping its formation. Thus, the front lines of the Holy Knights were immediately broken. Rhodey was undoubtedly a great pathbreaker. He violently smashed through the Roland army to create a passage. The lightning god's whip followed closely and then massacred the disorganized enemy to their heart's content. However, the Holy Knights, being the strongest army in the Roland continent, were different from the Sauron Kingdom's knights. The lightning god's whip immediately felt the difference. This group of knights was much more powerful than the royal knights in terms of strength and skills. They did not scream at all and had indifferent expressions. Their eyes remained the same as they silently battled with the warriors from the lightning god's whip. They were like cold-blooded killing machines. It did not matter if they were killing or they were being killed. They were completely emotionless. No anger, no sadness, no despair, no pain. Even when they were impaled by a spear, they only closed their eyes and fall silently. This was a group of powerful enemies, equally matched with the lightning god's whip. However, the lightning god's whip had already been fighting for some time and their momentum started to weaken. Gradually, their momentum was getting blocked and the wave became stagnant. The two armies have merged into each other. Whichever way the lightning god's whip dashed, their opponents stood steadfastly in their way. The Holy Knights were like quicksand and managed to temporarily stall the lightning god's whip. Momentarily, it was a deadlock. Soon after, Rhodey realized his soldiers had lagged behind. The Holy Knights had blocked and surrounded them. Rhodey growled and tugged the reins hard with his left hand. The horse, Garros, gave a long neigh. It turned and headed towards the back. The blood in Rhodey's chest started to boil as his body shone with a dazzling golden light. He had just slashed a knight in front into two when he felt 2 spears thrust at him, one from the front and one from the back. Rhodey made some quick moves with his sword and managed to block the 2 attacks. This was the first time since the charge that someone managed to stop his fierce attacks and his swift momentum. Both armored knights were middle-aged and had long sideburns. However, these two were different from the other Holy Knights. The black cloak that they wore over their armor had a huge cross and a golden hexagram. Naturally, Rhodey did not understand the meaning of the pattern on the cloak. That pattern symbolized the knight's honor and respect, the mark of a first-class knight in the Roland continent. But no nonsense could be tolerated on the battlefield and Rhodey was not willing to waste any more time. He was the commanding officer of the lightning god's whip and also their assault charge banner. He could not allow them to obstruct him and slow down his momentum. Rhodey then quickly slashed a few times, on the right and on the left. Clang! 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 Swords and spears broke all over. The knight on the left groaned and his body shook. His hands were also red with blood. The horse also retreated a few steps. The knight on the right growled and swept his spear at Rhodey. Rhodey sneered and slashed his opponent on the shoulder without even looking at the spear. Ping! Chie! 2 sounds rang out. One sound came as a spear slammed into Rhodey. Rhodey just shook his body but grabbed the spearhead with one hand. The knight was shocked. This attack could have even smashed a stone wall into pieces. But this guy had firmly blocked the attack with his own body. When he saw his opponent grabbing the spear, the knight was stunned. Before he had a chance to react, Rhodey's sword had already found its mark. In that instant, a golden flash ripped into the knight's throat and bright red blood splashed out. The knight felt his throat turn cold and a salty taste in his mouth. He knew that it was his own blood. His final thoughts were, "It tastes salty." The other knight roared and swung his spear. The black fighting energy on the spear caused his cloak to flutter. Rhodey lowered his spear and jabbed hard into the enemy's spear. The impact made the knight feel like he was struck by lightning and shook violently. Immediately, Rhodey slashed rapidly several times. His opponent then raised his spear to defend himself. Clang! 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 The sword and the spear continued to clash. That spear was a sturdy first-grade weapon. But, it could not withstand the Dragon Fang sword attacks and started to ring with a sound hinting that it was almost breaking up. Finally, Rhodey slashed the spear into two. The blade continued its momentum and cut off the knight's arm. The arm flew off and blood splashed into Rhodey's face. Rhodey reached out and grabbed the knight from the horse. He held the knight's neck in his hand. The knight fainted before he could even groan. With a prisoner lying across in front of him, Rhodey whipped the horse hard. Garros then cried out and rushed back into the killing crowd. Sieg and Milo were stunned as they witnessed the entire battle. Even the Roland Coalition Army commander, Tiger, was stunned. Seeing it with his own eyes, the proud Milo later commented, "I have never met anyone that could fight like that. No. He is not human. On that day, on the battlefield, he is a god." On the other hand, Tiger later said with a little bit of envy, "On that day, if it were not because the useless royal knights had retreated and destroyed our formation, I would not have been too busy reorganizing the troops to dispatch a military unit to tangle with the lightning god's whip. At that time, only death would await the lightning god's whip. Unfortunately, I could only watch the opportunity disappear in front of me." However, Tiger later also revealed some of his real thoughts, especially after he was drunk. "On that day, even if we could defeat the lightning god's whip, we would not be able to kill that man. As long as he is on the battlefield, it is impossible to kill him." Rhodey's golden fighting energy was wrapped around himself and his horse. From afar, Rhodey and the horse looked like a huge ball of light. The light ball moved back and forth within the Holy Knight's formation and extracted the lightning god's whip, one squad at a time. Rhodey broke through all those that obstructed his way. Bit by bit he led his scattered squads out of the Holy Knight's tight encirclement, and gradually his squads again formed a black wave. Rhodey had been slashed countless times and had been shotted by about 8 arrows. However, none of them could injure him. Everyone had tried to stop him, but in the end, none of them could withstand his assault. The lightning god's whip started to move again. Under the leadership of the golden figure, they broke through the encircling Holy Knights and returned to Thunder City. Translation note. One cross-shaped sword, a Chinese word search did not turn up anything that looks right. I would presume it is just a sword with a cross-shaped hilt. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 175, Achilles' Heel, 3. Chapter 175, Achilles' Heel, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the Roland barracks, in a big tent, the atmosphere was depressive. The thick tent canvas kept the sea breeze at bay. The army officers in the tent were gloomy. Tiger's face was ashen, looking coldly at the two royal knights of the Sauron kingdom. They were both deputy commanders. Their regimental commander was killed in the battle. Right now, the two knights' faces were somber, their eyes filled with guilt. Tiger firmly clenched his teeth, not saying a word. What to say? What more was there to say? Give them a good scolding? Tell them they were useless? That none of them could stop the Radiant Empire's lightning god whip? That the royal knights were a bunch of rubbish? Tiger himself was from the Sauron kingdom, while some other people in the tent now were from the various kingdoms of the Roland continent. In fact, Tiger was puzzled. He himself was a Sauron kingdom royal knight. In this holy war, he was the regiment commander of the Sauron kingdom royal knights. He had personally trained these men from the royal knights. He could not understand why the Roland continent's second strongest cavalry, in front of the lightning god's whip, could not even win a single fight, that they had lost so quickly. He intentionally covered up and kept quiet. But the others present here were different. A knight at the side laughed coldly, a knight in armor with a lean face. Tiger took a look at him and thought, him again. Tiger said to himself, this bastard Gerda man. That man who laughed was a general from the Gerda kingdom. This time the coalition army comprised armies from 10 plus Roland kingdoms. The Sauron kingdom army was the strongest and also the biggest, so, naturally, the Sauron kingdom commander, Tiger, would be the supreme commander of the coalition army. But this did not mean that the other people were happy with it. After all, the 10 plus kingdoms might not have the same objective. What's more, there had always been some disagreements, some friendships, some hatred. Even though before this expedition, the temple had mediated, these grievances were accumulated over many years. So how can it be resolved just like that through mediation? This representative from Gerda had clashed previously with Tiger on many occasions, intentionally as well as unintentionally. Even now, while the Gordon kingdom was allied with the Sauron kingdom, there would also be some friction on normal days. The Sauron kingdom was the strongest, so no one would openly oppose them. But now that the Sauron kingdom's royal knights had suffered a crushing defeat and gave rise to such a wonderful opportunity, who would reject it? But the commander had forgotten that just a day ago, their own Gerda infantry were slaughtered by the Empire's armored infantry. Listening to the other party's unrestrained ridicule, Tiger had already turned extremely angry. This is extremely shameful. Our so-called strongest Sauron knights lost right in the first fight. Sauron knights, are you not ashamed? That Gerda knight's voice was sharp and shrill. The two deputy commanders of the royal knights looked somber, their faces red, trembling non-stop. Tiger looked squarely at the Gerda knight and said, General Golan, you are not qualified to judge the honor of the Sauron knights. He immediately continued, asking his knights, you two, why did our knights lose so badly? The two deputy regimental commanders looked at each other and hesitated. One of them then said, General, it is not that we have dishonored the knights, those soldiers are just not human. They are demons. Each time they hear the horn they turn into invincible monsters. They are not mere heretics. They are a bunch of fanatical disciples of the devil. They most certainly carry a curse on themselves. They are a bunch of crazy fanatics. After a pause, the other knight said, General, you saw it too. How crazy they were, this battle. We could not capture any prisoner, any injured soldier. Instead, any injured warrior would pounce on our knights and give up their lives to kill us. This is crazy. Our faith in God had never wavered, but we are human, we are not crazy. The first knight then said in a low voice, but, it's that lightning god's whip commander, that Duke of the Tulip family. He is the embodiment of the devil. Hearing the words Duke of the Tulip family, the men in the tent seemed to tremble a little. That day, hundreds of thousands saw with their own eyes how fearsome the Duke was. The Royal Knight regimental commander died in one stroke of the sword. Two senior holy knights, one died and the other taken prisoner. Then there were countless others killed by that demon sword. As many had witnessed, that devilish warrior rode a black horse, a blazing golden aura about him, running and galloping in and out of the thousands of warring soldiers. Nothing could stop him. Just by himself, he managed to lead his warriors out of the multiple layers of enemies that had trapped them. So many swords and arrows struck him, but he seemed totally unharmed. That was just not human. Humph. The Gerda knight laughed coldly, not wishing to say anything. Tiger said, General Golan, you said that the defeated knights are shameful. Then, are the holy knights in the same category? Then what about the infantry regiment that was defeated? Golan's face changed. He dared not offend the holy knights. Once you offend the holy knights, you have offended the temple. He stole a look at the two senior holy knights, then finally kept his mouth shut. The holy knight suddenly stood up and looked at Tiger. One of them said in a low voice, General, that Duke, there's something odd. If I am not mistaken, that Duke's strength has reached the level of the Radiant Empire's so-called sacred swordsman. Sacred swordsman? Tiger furrowed his eyes. I heard that the Radiant Empire's one and only legendary sacred swordsman is their palace chief warrior, Master Autumn. Yes, General Tiger. One of the holy knights said. That was the rumor. But as is evidenced by the fight yesterday, a second sacred swordsman has emerged in the Radiant Empire. The Duke of the Tulip family. Both Gerda and Stegu were our elite holy knights. They have both already achieved the highest levels of the knights. But they could not stop the Duke at all. General Tiger, this is the reason for the disparity in strength. There is no reason to regret. A disparity in strength leads to death, not shame. As a knight that defends God, we would sacrifice our lives at any moment. Disparity in strength. Tiger furrowed his head and asked, even if the Duke is a sacred swordsman, our two senior holy knights should not be much different from him, strength-wise. A senior holy knight should be about the same level as a grade 5 swordsman. Even if they could not face up to a sacred swordsman, they should not lose so quickly.
One of the holy knights then said in a low voice, "General, like what you have said, two senior holy knights together, even if they are not strong enough to fight a sacred swordsman, they should at least be able to hold him for a while. But, at the time, I happened to be near them, and what I saw was extremely shocking." Thus, this holy knight related what he saw on the battlefield. He told how when the holy knight's spear struck the duke it had totally no effect on him, and instead, as he reacted instantly he could easily kill the holy knight. The other knight then sighed and said, if after that, the duke was attacked many times by warriors with normal swords and arrows with no effect, it was expected. But, receiving a full power attack by a senior holy knight is another matter. It is not possible for a sacred swordsman to block with his body and escape totally unscathed if a senior holy knight unleashed a full attack. You should know. Our two senior holy knights are not weaker than any sacred swordsman. Even if they might be weaker, they could not take a direct body blow from a full power strike of a senior holy knight's spear. The men in the tent seemed to look a little fearful. A glint crossed Tiger's eyes, then he said in a trembling voice, unless this duke has exceeded the sacred swordsman level, he had obtained the domain force? An immediate silence froze the tent at the mention of the words domain force. The expressions on their faces were extremely pitiful. Domain force? What is the concept of domain force? A warrior with domain force is almost at the level of God. It is impossible for a knight or a warrior to kill a domain force guy. Legend says that a warrior with domain force can change the rules of space and time, can annihilate an army with just a finger. Normal people would not be able to understand a domain force guy. That is not to say that a domain force practitioner cannot be killed. He is still a human, not a god. His power is not inexhaustible. In the legend of God and Devil War, a human general sacrificed 100,000 soldiers to kill a domain force practitioner of the Kara clan. At the time of the God and Devil Wars, that was the most powerful human cavalry regiment. 100,000 men. To kill one man, 100,000 men sacrificed. But now, oomph. Tiger could not help but look around at the men in the tent, men from the various kingdoms in the Roland continent. These kingdom warriors basically were a mixed bag of good and bad soldiers. Don't talk about comparing with man's most powerful regiment during the time of the God and Devil Wars. These men would fall far short when compared with just the Sauron kingdom's royal knights. According to some people, today only the temple's holy knights could maintain the standard of man's most powerful regiment that existed 1,000 years ago in that war. What about now? Where do I find 100,000 men to kill the Duke? Even if we send the entire holy knight regiment to kill the Duke, we are sending 100,000 men to die. 100,000 holy knights? That's crazy. The holy knight regiment had a total of 200,000 men. It is the Roland continent's most powerful army. To sacrifice half of that just to kill one man. Then what about the rest of the war? And the Radiant Empire had another 4 elite armies, and the famous lightning god's whip. As the men in the tent came to this realization, their faces turned white. The holy knight who said this coughed a little, then said in a low voice, General Tiger, don't worry. I believe the Duke has not achieved domain force yet. In fact, domain force practitioners have not emerged for hundreds of years. It only existed in the legends, no one has actually seen one with his own eyes. After a pause, he said softly, even then, if the Duke is really a domain force practitioner, then in the war today the lightning god's whip would not have suffered so many losses. They successfully repelled our attacks, but they lost quite a lot of soldiers too. Therefore, the Duke certainly cannot be a domain force practitioner. The other holy knight said, yes, General Tiger. I believe the Duke is not a domain force practitioner. He had only just reached the sacred swordsman level. Although he is powerful, we just need to wait for our paladin to arrive. We would then be able to defeat him. But what? Tiger asked. That holy knight said, but he is a bit odd. His body is exceptionally strong. A senior holy knight's attack would have no effect on him. I think he must have a strange technique to increase his body resilience. This holy knight stopped for a while, as though he was hesitating. But he eventually spoke, General, everyone, are you familiar with the temple's legendary tale? The god of war Achilles' heels? Legend of god of war Achilles' heels? Everyone again became silent. In the legendary God and Devil War, the gods' clan's god of war, Achilles, was the most powerful god. He was strong and valiant. In the war against the Kara clan, he was unrivaled. The Kara Devil clan's most powerful experts were no match for him. Even Kara himself could not vanquish the god of war, Achilles. The reason, Achilles had a weapons-proof body. It was said that when Achilles was born, the mother goddess took him by his legs and dipped him into the holy water of the heavenly river. A body that had been soaked in the holy water would be extremely strong.
His body was invulnerable to any worldly weapon. Therefore, the god of war, Achilles, was the strongest amongst all the gods. But in the legends, Achilles was killed in the god and devil war. It was because even though his body was impervious to harm, he had a weak point, his leg. That's because, when the mother goddess grabbed his legs to dip him into the holy water, his legs were held by his mother and were not soaked in the holy water. Therefore, the legs were that invincible god of war's only weak point. In the final battle, Kara shot Achilles with an arrow that had been steeped in the dragon clan's poison. The men in the tent, of course, are familiar with this story. Tiger's eyes flashed. He said, "You are saying, this duke, his body was soaked in. The holy river's holy water is actually a legend about God. Then it cannot be the holy water that soaked the duke. Can it be a dragon's blood? It was in the legends that dipping in a dragon's blood would make one invincible." That holy knight somberly said, "Yes, a dragon's blood certainly would have this peculiar effect. But, dragon blood is not all-empowering, at least, there must be a way to break a dragon's blood." While these Roland men were discussing in the tent, in Thunder City, Rhodey took off his armor that was drenched with blood. His hair, his face was bloodied, sweat and tears were mixed together soaking his golden hair in sticky ropes that hang down his face. Rhodey was calm and did not speak as he listened to Sieg's report of the army's losses. Even though a great loss was expected, the strong lightning god's whip actually lost thousands of men, and if including the injured, then more than 10,000 men were lost. The armored infantry guarding the city also lost almost 10,000 men. Of course, the enemy's losses were even more disastrous. According to some estimates, in the opponent's attack on the city, their infantry was a total loss. Apart from the loss of 20,000 to 30,000 men, the rest were crushed by the lightning god's whip in the assault. The opponent had thrown in 2 regiments and had lost at least 400,000 men. Also, that Holy Knight regiment, in their clash with the lightning god's whip, lost about 10,000 men. In comparison, the Empire's losses were very small. He handed his armor to the guard and held his dragon fang sword. He said, "The man I caught. Is he dead?" "No." "Good." Rhodey nodded his head. "I have a question for him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 176, Combined Sorcery. Chapter 176, Combined Sorcery. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. They were inside a sturdy room in the city. The Holy Knight that Rhodey captured was stripped of his armor and was chained to a wooden stake. When Rhodey approached the Holy Knight glanced at his captor and then closed his eyes again angrily. His right arm had already been hacked off by Rhodey. At the moment, his shoulder was wrapped and his wounds were treated by a magician. The man was sweating and looked in pain, but he did not even groan once. Rhodey stood in front of the knight and looked coldly at the knight's injuries. The knight's eyes were still closed. After some time, not hearing any movement, he could not help but opened his eyes, and then he saw the young man sizing him up coldly. He knew that this man was the Duke of the Tulip family. His entire presence exuded a powerful and imposing aura on the battlefield. His eyes were also like the eyes of a bloodthirsty beast. "What is your name?" Rhodey finally asked coldly. He raised his chin and looked at the knight, his manner aloof and distant. The knight gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Rhodey. However, he did not speak. "I have seen your sword and armor. I noticed that the hilt of your sword is made of silver. In other words, you must be one of the Silver Sword Knights. In that case, you could be one of the senior knights. Am I right?" Rhodey smiled coldly and then continued softly, "I am asking you again. What is your name?" The knight's eyes revealed his anger, but he remained silent. Rhodey took a step forward and said, "What's wrong? Are you angry? What do you want? Do you plan to continue maintaining your ridiculous dignity? Do you plan to stay silent until your death or perhaps spit on me?" Rhodey's eyes were cold and full of mockery. He also had an evil smile. Sieg, who was standing behind him, was a bit surprised. When did the Duke become so fierce? Rhodey continued, "I have some knowledge about the night spirit of the Roland continent. You have lost to me and became my captive. That means that right now, you are my slave. That is until your family redeemed you with money or something else. Unless you defeat me, you must respect me as a great knight. Am I right? Where is your knight spirit? Could it be that you don't admit defeat? Or do you think I used some kind of insidious methods to defeat you?" The Holy Knight finally said in a hoarse voice. "My name is Gerda. I am the regiment commander of the 3rd Regiment of the Holy Knights. I admit defeat and have no complaints. You are much stronger than me. Very good. Rhodey nodded and gave Sieg a meaningful glance. He wanted Sieg and the others to leave the room first. Although they did not understand the Duke's intentions, everyone immediately followed their orders and left the prison cell. All right. Knight Gerda. Only Rhodey and Gerda was left in the prison cell. He coldly looked at Gerda and said slowly, I have something to ask you. I hope to be able to get an answer. Gerda raised his eyebrows and replied, I will not tell you anything. I am a proud knight. I will not submit to you. Rhodey laughed coldly and said, Relax. I do not care about the Roland army and I am not interested in your military intelligence. However, you are a holy knight and is different from the army. As a high-rank knight of the temple, you should know the answers to my questions. Gerda laughed and then ruthlessly said, You want the secrets of our religion. That is out of the question. Rhodey shook his head and then he laughed. Look. I will not make things difficult for you. In fact, on that battlefield, I could have easily killed you. I know your knight's spirit and beat you under fair conditions. After that, I captured you. You must submit to my command. Of course, this only applies to appropriate things. For example, I will not able to force you to betray your family or faith. If I ask you for information about your army, you can refuse. However, if it is something else, you cannot refuse to give me an answer unless you have given up your knight's spirit. Have you already given up your knight's spirit? Gerda turned pale and shook his head. He then asked, What do you wish to know? Rhodey nodded and slowly asked, Does the temple have a Black Veil saint named Muse? When Rhodey mentioned the Black Veil saint, Gerda looked surprised, together with some admiration. It was the same kind of expression that Rhodey saw the first time he entered the Duke's mansion, on the guards' faces when they see Nickel. Why are you asking about this? Gerda's trance lasted for only a moment before he became vigilant again. Rhodey shook his head and replied, Right now, I am the one asking questions. You have no right to ask me anything. I believe answering this does not betray your faith? Gerda hesitated for a moment and gritted his teeth. Yes. Muse is a person that we, the knights, respect. Rhodey nodded and then asked, Where is Muse right now? Is she in the Sauron kingdom or your temple? Gerda shook his head and replied, I don't know. Rhodey looked at him for a moment and realized from his eyes he was not lying. Rhodey took a deep breath. His voice trembled but he still asked, How is she? I heard that she was punished by the temple for opposing the crusade. When Gerda heard Rhodey said she instead of he looked surprised and said, You know Her Excellency's gender? Rhodey shook his head and replied, You forgot again. I am the one asking the questions here. You are not qualified to ask me anything. Gerda gave a vigilant gaze and said, I cannot answer that question. Why? Gerda was about to ask another question before remembering he was not supposed to and then said, This is our temple affairs. I cannot leak any information. Rhodey smiled, I am acquainted with Muse. I met her in the Northwest region and fought a fair duel against her. I respect her very much. So when I heard she got into trouble, I wanted to know more. Gerda hesitated and finally said, I don't know. However, just before we left I met her together with an elder of the temple. At that time, she did not seem to have any problem. Rhodey sighed. Now that he knew Muse was alright, he felt relieved. For all he knew, religious people were all crazy people that liked to burn people at the stake. Good. Thank you for being honest. Rhodey nodded. After that, he looked at Gerda coldly and asked, Then, the next question. The Roland continent had always been defending passively. Why did you suddenly form a coalition to invade us? Before Gerda could speak, Rhodey added, I heard that your temple received instructions from God. What really happened? What makes you think you could defeat us? Gerda immediately said, I cannot answer this question. This involves my faith. I cannot betray my faith. I refuse to answer. Rhodey laughed coldly and said, You refuse to answer? Do you think I cannot find a way to make you talk? Gerda immediately became angry and said, You cannot force me to betray my faith even if I am your prisoner. That is not the way of the knight's spirit. Rhodey looked at him lightly and replied, You fool. What knight's spirit? This is the Radiant Continent and I am not a knight. Gerda's face was red and the anger in his eyes grew stronger. Rhodey looked coldly at him and said, Do you want to call me shameless and despicable? Right now, it is you who attacked us. Do you think invaders like you have the right to talk badly about me? Rhodey no longer looked at him and walked out of the prison cell. Sieg was standing outside the cell and saw Rhodey walk out. He then immediately said, Duke. Rodi shook his head and looked at the nearby soldiers before saying, think of a way to make him talk. However, do not kill him. Sieg frowned, Your Excellency. He looks like a senior knight. These kinds of people are tough and stubborn. I don't think. Rodi understood and nodded his head. That sounds reasonable. I don't think torturing this person would work. Rodi pondered for a moment and then he suddenly sneered, there is no need to torture him. Let someone accompany him at all times of the day and provide him with food and drinks. Do not torture him at all. However, do not let him sleep, not even for a moment. Even if he wants to sleep, do whatever is needed to keep him awake. Ha! Sieg froze up. He had never heard of this before. He had heard of not giving the prisoner food or water or other types of torture. However, it was the first time he heard about not letting a prisoner sleep. Rodi smiled and said, I learned this method from an old friend before the expedition. I don't even know whether it would be effective or not. Let's just try it first. Seeing Sieg's hesitant look, Rodi frowned and said, is it really that difficult? You just need to splash his face with water or maybe make a lot of noise near his ears. No matter what, do not let him sleep at all. Let's see how long he can last. Their subordinates immediately started to carry out the orders. As Rodi and Sieg left, Sieg seemed to hesitate as he walked beside Rodi. Finally, he could not help but speak. Your Excellency. Yes? Sieg gritted his teeth and replied, Your Excellency, I think that your methods are strange. If I may speak bluntly, you never tortured prisoners in the past. Rodi stopped and looked at Sieg. Sieg believed that the Duke would have been angry, but he still raised his head and looked into the Duke's eyes. Rodi nodded and said, Sieg. I know that you do not think highly of these actions. In your opinion, torturing a prisoner could even be considered despicable. Am I right? Sieg looked at Rodi's sharp eyes and started to have a cold sweat. However, he stubbornly replied, yes. Rodi quietly looked at Sieg for a few seconds and then sighed. He then turned around and looked at the sky. At that moment, it was already night time. After a day of fighting, the soldiers in Thunder City took this opportunity to rest. There were only a few soldiers patrolling the walls nervously. A tense quiet surrounded the city. Sieg. Let me ask you. What is our mission? Rodi looked at the stars in the sky and asked Sieg in a soft voice. Why do we fight? Sieg thought a little then replied loudly, obviously, it is to destroy our enemies and drive them out of our continent. Rodi nodded and sighed, that is what you see and think. However, I am different. Sieg. I am thinking of something more than that. Rodi patted Sieg's shoulder slowly. This felt a little awkward as he was younger than Sieg. However, Sieg did not feel anything but instead felt it was natural. Over time, he had forgotten that the Duke was much younger than himself. He felt like he was following the late Duke. The late Duke had also patted his shoulders and instructed him. Rodi's voice sounded in his ears. I am a supreme commander. My task is not only to drive away our enemies. I am also responsible for the lives of the soldiers. When fighting against the enemy, I have to find ways to reduce the losses of our army. If I gave the wrong order or took a wrong step, it is possible for thousands of people to die. Sieg did not speak and quietly listened to Rodi. Maybe you think that torturing a defenseless prisoner is dishonorable. However, you are wrong. If you torture him, you may be able to obtain important information. If this information can help prevent our armies from experiencing a major loss, I would think that this is the right thing to do. Rodi's voice turned serious and he continued, perhaps your words are sensible. As a warrior, there is no dignity in torturing a defenseless prisoner. However, you are not just a warrior. You are a commander. The lives of many soldiers are in your hands. Your most important duty is not upholding your dignity as a warrior but protecting the lives of these people. Do you think that my actions are dishonorable? In that case, let me tell you this. As long as I can avoid losing my soldiers, as long as more of my soldiers can live, I would do even more dastardly deeds in future. Rodi spoke with an indifferent and ruthless expression. Sieg looked at the Duke and remembered his naive smile when he had just entered the barracks. He also remembered the execution of the villagers in the northwest. This gave birth to a strange emotion in him. Your Excellency, Sieg looked at Rodi respectfully and said, you have really changed. Rodi smiled faintly and replied, after witnessing so many people around me die, how could I not change? After that, Rodi waved his hands as if he wanted to end that depressing conversation. He then looked at Sieg and changed the topic. Today, the sorcery used by the Roland Army's sorcerers is a bit strange. What do you think? Sieg nodded and replied, yes. It is reasonable to say that our magicians are not weaker than their sorcerers. However, the spells used by our hundreds of magicians were not so powerful. I have never even heard of such concentrated lightning. Rhodey nodded and said, that is right. Although sorcerers can use large-scale magic spells for attack or defense, there is something different here. Those sorcerers are merely low-ranked sorcerers. Even if all of them used lightning spells at the same time, it would not have been so powerful. 100+ small lightning bolts could not have broken our magicians' barriers. However, the spell they used today easily did that. Sieg suddenly said, I think this lightning spell was as powerful as the ones used by a high-ranked sorcerer. No, perhaps it is even more powerful. Even the legendary forbidden spells are. Rhodey shook his head and said, I have seen and personally experienced forbidden spells in the Northwest. It was when I fought against their Black Veil Saint. However, it was not as powerful as the spell used today. Sieg's complexion turned somber as he said, are you saying that the people of the Roland continent had found a way for a lot of sorcerers to use the spell simultaneously, and thus made the spell several times more powerful? Rhodey thought for a moment and suddenly asked, Sieg, how hard must an ordinary person punch if he wants to knock down a robust young man? Sieg froze for a moment and answered, this? I am not too sure. However, if I want to knock down a robust man, my punch would need about 100 pounds worth of effort. Rhodey nodded and said, that's right. So, let us say that this robust man is fighting against a group of children. Each of the children was very weak and would not be able to harm the robust man. Even if they took turns to punch the robust man, they would not be able to hurt him. However, if the children combined their strength into one punch, they might be able to knock him down. Translator note. 1. Andy. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 177, Combined Technique. Chapter 177, Combined Technique. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Outside the Imperial Palace of the Empire, a group of golden armored guards was standing and waiting with axes in their hands. That was because the Emperor had given the order not to allow anyone in and disturb him. At that moment, Andy looked serious. He could see the entire situation at Thunder City through Rhodey's mask. Naturally, he knew about the powerful lightning spell cast by hundreds of Roland sorcerers. Is it combination of sorcery? In a serious manner, Andy asked Sky, who was standing beside him. Did you say that they are using a combination of sorcery? Sky nodded and then shook his head and frowned. Old skeleton, I only heard you describe it, but I have never seen it for myself. However, according to your description, it should be the legendary combination of sorcery. It was a legendary spell that allowed the sorcerers to combine their magical powers. For example, it is impossible to break a wall with the punches of 100 soldiers. However, if the powers of those 100 punches were to be concentrated into one punch, it would become possible. I understand what you mean. Andy furrowed his eyebrows. However, doesn't the combination of sorcery only exist in legends? I heard that it was the sorcerer's strongest technique during the God and Devil War. It was also the legendary strongest sorcery. Sky pursed his lips and said, you are wrong, the combination of sorcery emerged during the war with the Mystic Dragon. As men were Gods people, they were natural enemies with the Mystic Dragon. During that era, human sorcerers learned how to use the combination of sorcery from God. However, this technique was lost after thousands of years. Andy stood up and then slowly sat back again and laughed. This sounds like trouble. Hundreds of their ordinary sorcerers are already so powerful. If there were a few high-ranked sorcerers or a few saints from the temple, using forbidden spells together, that scene, I dare not imagine. Sky pursed his lips and replied, I have never heard of such powerful sorcery. If it were used, I am afraid that the sky would also collapse. Even people who practice domain force may not be able to resist. I know that, during the legendary demonic era, a Kara clansman with domain force was killed by this combination of sorcery. Andy became supercilious and said, looks like you people with domain force are not omnipotent. A few sorcerers are enough to kill you? Sky replied, according to what you say of the saints from the temple, their strengths are about the same as sacred swordsmen and holy knights. However, when encountering a person with domain force, under normal situation, even several sacred swordsmen and saints may also not be able to defeat a person with domain force. This is a high-level strength that a difference in numbers cannot overcome. However, if a few saints were to use combination of sorcery, even a person with domain force may also not be able to withstand the attack. Besides that, what do you even think people with domain force are? However powerful we are still humans. We are not Go. DS. If the opponents are willing to suffer losses and send out hundreds of thousands of sacred swordsmen, then they are able to have a fair fight with a person practicing domain force. The strength of people with domain force is not inexhaustible, surely there will be a time when they can be depleted. Andy nodded and said, no wonder the people from the Roland continent suddenly become so brave and dared to invade us. Originally, they should have been very thankful that the Radiant Empire did not intend to fight them. However, now they dared attack us in our land. Is the combination of sorcery really so powerful? Having said that, Andy glanced at Sky. Sky immediately jumped up and shouted, don't try to take advantage of me. I am not a fool. If it were really combination of sorcery, they would just need a few saints to kill me. Don't you even think about it. Andy sighed and said, is your life so valuable? You are already a few hundred years old and yet you are still afraid of death? However, this is really a headache. Their high-ranked sorcerers have not even appeared. What are they waiting for? How did they suddenly learn combination of sorcery, when this technique had been lost for so many years? Don't tell me, some SHITTYGOD taught them? Sky rolled his eye.A.L.S and said, actually, the combination of sorcery may be terrifying but it is not the only terrifying spell. There are other methods that can be used to compete with it. For example, the magician's combined technique. The combined technique and the combination of sorcery have similar principles. If the two methods were used against each other, it is still not clear which would win. This combined technique, like combination of sorcery, had also been lost for thousands of years and only existed in legend. Andy sighed and asked, so what should we do? Should we go to the church and pray, God, please come quickly and teach us this combined technique? Andy suddenly jumped up. He had a strange expression. His eyes looked surprised and vigilant. Fatty, that day in the Imperial Palace, the Pope used the Gods Vanquish. I did not see it myself but you did. The Gods Vanquish should be a kind of combined technique. Am I right? Sky closed his eyes to recall the spell used by the Pope that day. Without doubt, there were several bishop elders that had transferred their magical power to the Pope. Possibly. Sky's expression changed. Now that you mention it, I think you are right. After all, combined technique and combination of sorcery were in the legends. I have never seen any of these spells before but after listening to you, it seemed like... Ha 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 ha. Andy could not help but laugh. Then, this is interesting. Combined technique and combination of sorcery, the two Gods religions fighting each other. Ha 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 ha. Sky frowned and asked, Old Skeleton, don't you think it strange? Why did humans suddenly master the strongest legendary sorcery and the strongest legendary magic? Is it the interference of those guys in heaven? At the end of the day, humans, regardless whether they are from Roland continent or Radiant continent, both worship the same guys in heaven. He gave the northern Roland continent the combination of sorcery and taught the Radiant continent the combined technique, then watched the two fight each other. Is this fun? Andy shrugged and replied, who knows? Maybe those guys in heaven are crazy. Sky frowned. If there were really such combined technique, it would not be difficult to put down the cavalry of Northwest GRA.S.Sland and even the powerful Ryuenthal. Andy humped at Sky and then said, would that Pope consent? Even if he has the combined technique, he will not tell us. He will also not send more people to help us. The problem in the Northwest is necessary for him to keep the Empire's influence in check. That old guy cannot wait for the Church to rule the Empire. Why would he help us to put down the Northwest? He might help the people from the North but I think we should handle the situation at the Northwest ourselves. If that doesn't work, Fatty, you can go and deal with it. Otherwise, it would be a waste for someone with domain force like you to just sit here the entire day? Sky looked at Andy and coldly said, you want me to go to the Northwest? What is going to happen to you when I go to the Northwest? Old Skeleton, others may not know but I can see your weakness. The Emperor's body had already consumed a lot of your spiritual power, right? How long can you continue to support yourself? If someone decides to attack you, will you be able to fight back? You are a skeleton and your magic power will not replenish. Moreover, the Church is still puzzled that the Emperor had suddenly recovered. There is also the vampires, who may come looking for you because you have suppressed Prince Barrand. They just need to send a few masters to attack you. Even if they cannot kill you, they can still exhaust your spiritual power and then you will be finished. I am here, by your side, to accompany you and to protect you. When there is nothing going on, I can help you to replenish your strength. If I were to leave, what is going to happen to you? Andy no longer laughed. He silently and calmly looked at Sky for a while before he said, Fatty, both of us have lived for hundreds of years. However, if I do not experience a few interesting things in my life, then what would be the purpose of living?
I have already spent 200 years sleeping, but the whole of last year was the most exciting.
Sky sighed and replied, "You are really good to that boy. You risked being exterminated just to help him. However, I cannot leave you. I do not have many friends. You and that boy are my only friends.
That boy had already bathed in the blood of the mystic dragon and will not die so easily.
I only need to look after you.
I do not care about other people, or the Empire or the Northwest region." Outside the imperial capital, a carriage rushed towards the direction of the city gate. The person driving the carriage was a robust middle-aged man. The beard on his face made him look unusually valiant. He carried an odd-looking longbow on his back and a flexible whip in his hand. He gently flicked his wrist and the whip stretched out into the air, making a crisp sound. Behind the carriage was a group of the Empire's garrison cavalry. It was led by a robust young man. He had a heroic expression, but his left arm was wrapped with an armband. He went to the side of the carriage and loudly said, "Miss Micah, we have reached the imperial capital." The window of the carriage opened. However, the person that revealed her face was not Micah. Instead, it was Diane. Diane looked at the young officer and laughed. "Mr. Alise, you must be very excited. Once you enter the imperial capital, you can join the lightning Geodius whip." The young officer, Alise, showed excitement in his eyes. However, he remembered something and his eyes turned gloomy. He then said, "It will be an honor to risk my life for His Excellency the Duke. My late father will also be proud." Dark, who was driving the carriage, was about to speak. However, before he could turn his body, Diane glared at him and shouted, "Hunter, you better hurry up. If it were not because of you, we would have reached the imperial capital a long time ago." Dark trembled and forced a smile. However, he still turned to look at Diane. He looked at her tenderly before silently swinging his whip again. Alise laughed bitterly and said, "Miss Diane, Dark has already been driving the carriage for 2 full days. I suggest we let one of my men replace him." These words made the dozen cavalrymen behind them excited. These young soldiers had been following Micah and Diane for days and had admired their beauty. To drive the carriage for these geodesses would be a heavenly task. Diane looked at Dark's back and lightly said, "No need. That guy is nothing special, but he is talented in driving carriages." Alise gave a wry smile as he looked at Dark with a complicated and sympathetic expression. Alise was Alie's son. He was originally the captain of the local garrison. When his father was killed in battle, Rodi had promised to recruit Alise into the lightning Geodius whip. Rodi then entrusted the entire matter to his subordinates. At that time, Sky was curious and was in a hurry to get to the imperial capital to join in the fun. However, Dark's injuries had not healed. As a result, Micah and Diane were left behind to take care of Dark, while Sky left first for the imperial capital. With the Duke's orders, Alise's transfer was quick and simple. He then followed Micah and Diane to the imperial capital. Although he was late by many days, when finally he saw the imperial capital looming in the distance, he was excited. Alise also had different thoughts in his mind. When he first saw Micah and Diane, he was shocked by their beauty. Listening to them talk, he knew that Micah was the woman of His Excellency the Duke. Naturally, he did not dare to have any ulterior motives. However, being young, he ended up falling in love with Diane at first sight. Although his father had just died and he had no mood in pursuing girls, the love in his heart grew stronger every day. Diane was pleasant to everyone except Dark. She was fierce and harsh to Dark. Originally, it was because she was angry that Dark had delayed their trip. In the end, she found fault with Dark every day as it was fun. The journey had been fun. Alise secretly admired Diane while Diane continued to bully Dark for fun. Meanwhile, Micah felt anxious. She heard that Rodi went to the north to fight a war and was worried for her sweetheart. On the other hand, Diane was very confident. She had seen Rodi use the mystic dragon purge in the valley to kill Wuya. Naturally, Diane had great confidence in Rodi's strength and was not worried at all. Along the way, she comforted Micah. "That guy has a lot of luck. Now he even has terrifying strength. I don't think there is anybody else, besides Sky, who could kill him." However, Micah still looked melancholic every day. The only time she laughed was when she looked at how Diane bullied Dark. Diane noticed that the girls around Rodi were very intimate with him. Even though Micah was a prost.I.toot, she had a certain quality that made Diane feel inferior. Besides this, that day Micah had declared, "I will be his concubine." That bold declaration of love made Diane gasp in surprise. She was extremely sure that she would not have that kind of determination.
On top of that, she already knew that Rhodey was madly in love with the daughter of the Tulip family. He was even willing to risk his life for Nicole. This kind of affection would be extremely difficult to replace. Although, in the beginning when she was by Rhodey's side she had an inexplicable feeling, as things gradually developed these feelings disappeared. On reaching the city gate, Alice entered the imperial capital and was transferred straight to the barracks of the Lightning Geodius Whip. At that time, Micah started to worry. Where should I go? And nobody knew where that fatty went the moment he reached the imperial capital. There was no news of him ever since they departed. Rhodey went to the north. So where should I go? Should I go to the mansion of the Duke of the Tulip family? Should I go and see Miss Nicole like this? When I meet her, am I supposed to just say that I am Rhodey's? Micah became dejected again. Diane noticed and asked her, "What's wrong with you?" Micah sighed and said, "This whole time, I have been thinking of quickly reaching the imperial capital. Now that I have reached the imperial capital, I do not know what to do." Diane shook her head and said, "Obviously the first thing we should do is find that fatty. Who knows where that guy went?" Micah lowered her head and thought for a while. She then looked up and suddenly smiled. "I have decided." "What?" Micah lightly said, "At first, I wanted to go straight to the north and find him. However, after some thoughts and since he is now fighting a war, if I were to go there, I would only be a burden to him. Since I want to be his woman, I cannot become his burden and give him more trouble. So..." Micah smiled peacefully. Her voice was firm and left no room for doubt. "So I decided to stay in the imperial capital. I will find a place to stay and wait for him to return." "Wait? How long will you wait?" Diane frowned. Micah smiled faintly. Her tone sounded as if everything was very simple. "Regardless of how long it will be, I will wait." Diane was stunned as she looked at Micah for a long time before she sighed and said, "You are really strange." Micah shook her head and lightly replied, "There is nothing strange about it. When you have finally decided to give yourself to a man, the world becomes that simple. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 178, The Paladin's Challenge. Chapter 178, The Paladin's Challenge. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. On the morning of the third day of the war outside Thunder City, the soldiers on the wall of Thunder City saw a strange scene. A white horse galloped towards the city wall, from afar. A knight in an old and black armor was on the horse. The armor looked like it had been used for many years. The knight did not wear his helmet. His brown hair fluttered in the wind. As the knight gradually approached, his facial features became clearer. He looked like he was about 40 years old. His facial hair was thick, making it hard to see his face. The knight rode the horse and stopped about 100 paces from the city wall. The knight dismounted, holding a sword. The sword also looked like it had been used for many years. Even the leather scabbard had lost its color from aging. The knight stood by his horse and shouted towards the city wall, "I am Knight Fielding from the Roland Temple. I request to speak to the Duke of the Tulip family." His voice transmitted very clearly from 100 paces away from the wall. Although he had not shouted, all the soldiers on the wall could hear him clearly. Besides that, the voice actually transmitted through the wall and into the city. At that moment, Rhodey was patrolling inside the wall. He quickly went up the wall when he suddenly heard that voice coming from outside. Sieg looked at the Roland knight below the wall, and shouted, "Who are you?" The knight raised his sword high and repeated, "I am Knight Fielding of the Roland Temple. I request to speak to the Duke of the Tulip family." Rhodey frowned and shouted, "I am the Duke of the Tulip family. Knight Fielding, what is the matter? If you came here to ask us to surrender, then my soldiers will start shooting arrows." Knight Fielding smiled faintly. "Your Excellency Duke of the Tulip family, I did not come here to persuade you to surrender. I am a knight of the Holy Knight Regiment. I heard that you have captured one of us. As a knight, I respectfully challenge your Excellency to a battle. That person is my subordinate. If I defeat you in battle, I want him released." Before Rhodey could speak, Sieg had already shouted, "The Roland man below, who are you to challenge our Duke?" Fielding lightly said, "In the name of a knight, I am challenging your Excellency Duke of the Tulip family. If he does not dare to accept the challenge, please release my comrade." Sieg sneered, "Nonsense. What do you mean by in the name of a knight? Your Roland army has hundreds of thousands of knights. If each one of you just come here and challenges our Excellency the Duke, then he would not have time to eat or sleep." Those words made all the Empire soldiers on the wall laugh. Some of them even pointed at Knight Fielding and loudly cursed at him.
Knight Fielding's expression remained the same. One could not tell whether he was angry or embarrassed. Instead, he still spoke in his calm tone. Your Excellency Duke of the Tulip family, I am Fielding, a paladin too from the Temple of the Roland Continent. Am I really not qualified to challenge you? Paladin? Those words were very clear even though the people on the wall were still cursing and noisy. When he said he was a paladin, the derisive laughter immediately stopped. A paladin was the best among the masters of the Roland Continent, the best of the knights. When Fielding realized that the noise on the wall had quietened down, he sneered, Your Excellency Duke of the Tulip family, do you dare accept my challenge? The two of us will fight down here below the wall. I wonder whether the bravest and the most renowned person on the Radiant Continent dare accept my challenge? Be quiet. Involuntarily, all the Empire soldiers on the wall turned to look at their hero, the great and handsome Duke of the Tulip family. It was already ingrained in the hearts of the soldiers that their Duke of the Tulip family was a fierce and brave man. That was even more so for those who had witnessed the Duke leading his lightning god's whip to charge and fight their enemy on the battlefield. They admired their commander from the bottom of their hearts. They worshipped him as the god of the battlefield. Sieg, who was after all more experienced, could not help but whisper, Your Excellency the Duke, that person claimed to be a paladin. You are the commander of an army and you do not need to care about them. If they have the ability, they should just start a siege. A personal duel between the two of you holds no meaning. Besides that, your opponent is a paladin. Even if you manage to defeat him, there is a chance that you might be injured. You are our supreme commander and you have a big responsibility. Rhodey understood Sieg's reasoning. After all, Rhodey was then a supreme commander. A paladin was also qualified enough to challenge him, but could he defeat a paladin? A paladin of the Roland Continent was equivalent to the sacred swordsman from the Radiant Continent. Even if he could defeat that paladin, Rhodey knew he would definitely get injured. Moreover, the outcome was not certain. Of course, if he were to win, it would be better. However, it would not be good to get injured, especially since he still needed to fight a war and there were many more things he needed to do. If he were to lose, the morale of the army would also drop. It was not advisable to take such a risk. Rhodey was silent when Knight Fielding spoke again. Your Excellency Duke of the Tulip family, I was not here during the battle the day before yesterday. I heard that you were extremely valiant on the battlefield and it piqued my interest. At the Roland Continent, Miss Muse of the Temple talked about your valor. I am very fascinated by such rumor. Now you have also captured one of my comrades. So, I, as a paladin of the Roland Continent, challenge you. I know you are the commander of the Lightning God's Whip. Even though you might be doubtful of my identity, regardless whether you win or lose, I will order the Holy Knights of the Roland Continent not to interfere in this battle. Is this condition fair? Rhodey gritted his teeth. Seeing the surrounding soldiers looking at him, in anticipation and admiration, he felt excited. Besides that, the other party had just promised to temporarily withdraw the Holy Knights from battle. That could be considered fair. The soldiers beside him could not help but started to clamor. They scolded Fielding, who was below the city wall, for being arrogant, for rating himself too highly and for being suicidal. Sieg, who was still by Rhodey's side, whispered, Your Excellency. You don't need to care about him. Just order the soldiers to shoot some arrows and chase him away. These days, we need you for a lot of things. We will also need you to strategize. Rhodey sighed. He reluctantly suppressed his impulse and was about to refuse. Fielding then sneered from below the city wall. Your Excellency Duke of the Tulip family, are you really afraid to accept the challenge? You dare not accept the challenge from a warrior? Is your bravery just a rumor? It looks like my fiancée, Miss Muse, is wrong. In the Imperial Palace, Andy's eyes were closed as he watched the scene at Thunder City. His expression changed when he heard the knight's last few words. This is bad. Whatever it is, that boy has to fight now. The words fiancé was like a great blow to Rhodey's heart. His intention to kill grew stronger and his eyes turned cold. Rhodey had just suppressed his impulsive intentions, but now his impulse had turned to anger. Fiancé? 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 Rhodey then squeezed out the next few words from his throat. What did you say? Fielding laughed and replied, I just said that, when I was in Roland Continent, my fiancée Miss Muse had mentioned of your bravery many times. However, I did not expect you to be afraid of accepting a challenge from a warrior. Prepare the horse. Before Fielding had finished speaking, Rhodey shouted, turned around and walked towards the wall, behind him. Your Excellency the Duke. Sieg followed closely behind Rhodey and still wanted to discourage him. Rhodey glared at Sieg. I said, prepare the horse. Sieg saw Rhodey's glare and trembled.
he immediately became alerted. Rhodey's eyes were sharp and his look was like a knife stabbing into a person's body. His eyes were so cold that Seed could not help but step back and subconsciously swallowed all that he wanted to say. Rhodey stormed down the wall feeling extremely angry. It felt like his blood was boiling. Fiancé? Rhodey's hands trembled as he tightly held the dragon fawn sword. His aura became more and more violent with every step he took. Finally, he reached the bottom of the wall and mounted his horse, Garros. He looked at the gates slowly opening in front of him. On both sides, the soldiers looked at their great commander with respect. They moved aside to create a path. Although Fielding had a smile on his face, his eyes were cold. He watched the gate open and the Duke of the Tulip family cantered out in a black horse. Fielding smiled and jumped on his horse. Instead of going up to Rhodey, he shouted, "This place is too close to your city wall. Since this is a fair duel, I request we fight in the middle of the battlefield." Having said that, he turned his horse around and started to move back. Rhodey followed him closely, from behind. The two men on their horses trotted to the middle of the battlefield. When the distance from the city wall and the distance from the barracks of the Roland coalition forces were about equal, Rhodey coldly said, "Is this far enough?" Feeling the sharp glare, Fielding could not help but frown and coldly replied, "Fine. Let us fight here." Rhodey slowly picked up a spear from the horse and looked at Fielding. He asked coldly, "Did you say Mouse is your fiancé?" "Mouse." Fielding lightly muttered and then he said, "It seems like she really thinks highly of you to even tell you her real name." "Yes, Mouse is indeed my fiancé. I believe this is what you are currently most concerned about. If it was not because of this, I believe you might not have accepted my challenge." Rhodey gloomily gritted his teeth and replied, "Yes, did you deliberately use this to provoke me, to get me out?" Fielding said bravely, "I am a paladin of the temple. Mouse is my fiancé. However, when she returned from the grasslands, she started to ignore me. Because of you, she also opposed the crusade and angered the elders of the temple. If it was not because of me, she would have been executed long ago. I found out that she got acquainted with you as she occasionally spoke of you. Your Excellency Duke of the Tulip family, as a knight and as a man, I challenge you. I will prove to Mouse who is the real hero." At the moment, Rhodey could not understand his own emotions. After such a long experience, he was also aware of his subtle feelings for the Black Veil Saint. If there was another woman in this world other than Nicole that Rhodey would care about, then that person would definitely be Mouse from the Roland continent. Rhodey's heart ached when he recalled the day Mouse parted with him in the wilderness of the Northwest region. They had waved to each other from their horses and then she said, "If you do not forget me, I will not forget you." Subconsciously, Rhodey asked, "How is she?" Fielding coldly replied, "She is not good. Duke of the Tulip family, Mouse is the holiest girl in the temple. She is the favorite goddess of the Holy Knights. She is my fiancée. However, because of you, she was arrested by the elders for being disloyal to her faith." Rhodey gritted his teeth and slowly said, "So, do you want to kill me, because of Mouse?" Fielding lightly said, "Yes, Your Excellency Duke of the Tulip family, whatever it is, I must kill you. This is not only for my temple, my faith but also for my love. Before she went to the grasslands, she promised to marry me. However, when she returned, everything changed. I have seen her cry several times at the corner of the temple. Your Excellency Duke of the Tulip family, this is all your fault. You used a devilish trick to steal her heart." Having said that, Fielding then took up his spear and shouted, "Your Excellency Duke of the Tulip family, pick up your spear. Let us duel. As long as you can kill me, Mouse is yours." Rhodey coldly looked at the paladin of the Roland continent. He then spoke in a low voice, "You are wrong. It does not matter if I kill you or not. Mouse is still mine." Translator notes. 1. Hushu can mean mustache, beard, or even whiskers. 2. Xinxing Qishir for holy knights and Shang Qishir for paladin. These two Chinese names are similar, causing the confusion. Jianchang Wushir is sacred swordsman. Paladin can also mean holy knight, but it would fit an individual more, compared to holy knights, which sounds better on groups. I apologize for the earlier chapter when Muse described holy knights as the equivalent to sacred swordsmen. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 179, Dragon Break. Chapter 179, Dragon Break. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The sky was awash in green, spotted here and there with clouds. The sky, green, the clouds, white, the sand, yellow, the ocean, blue. But the sky then started to get darker and darker, like it was going to rain, seemingly putting pressure on the two men. On the battlefield, the two men rode on their respective horses. They both slowly moved outwards. After reaching a certain distance away from each other, they both raised their spears. There were no cries, no clamor, nor horns. The two men then started to charge at each other on their horses. They were like two black clouds as they charged at the same time. The black and white figures clashed violently in the wilderness. There was an earth-shattering noise as both spears fiercely clashed against each other. After that clashing sound, both spears broke. The two masses of golden fighting energies fiercely entangled together. Rhodey had already thrown away his broken spear. He took out his dragon fang sword and ruthlessly slashed at Fielding. Fielding had also drawn his sword. Both weapons were wrapped in the brilliance of their golden fighting energies. Clang! 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 A series of clashing sounds followed as the weapons struck each other. Both horses had galloped so fast they had even kicked up a lot of dust. The tremendous charge had forced both men to pull back a little. The horses, stressed by the sudden change, neighed and puffed out hot air through their mouths and noses. The two fighters immediately jumped off their horses. The moment Rhodey's feet touched the ground, he immediately brandished his sword. Fielding changed to holding his sword with his two hands. A golden fighting energy, similar to Rhodey's, burst out from his body. The two golden balls of light continued to collide with each other, once, twice, 3 times. The violent strikes created a violent atmosphere. The collisions between the two caused wave upon wave of energies throwing up and scattering the rocks and the sand. One was a paladin while the other was a sacred swordsman. Both of them had reached the highest level in terms of swordplay. Their golden fighting energies have already reached the peak. From afar, it looked like there were 3 suns. One in the sky and 2 more on the ground. Finally, there was a loud bang as the two swords fiercely clashed together. Both parties looked as if they were supporting each other before they both withdrew again. The ground right where they collided had cracked. Rhodey took a deep breath and sent out another series of slashes. Several huge blades of light made whistling sounds as they shot out towards Fielding. Fielding's eyes flashed. With a grunt, he swung his sword in an arc. A circular curtain of light rose. In the dazzling light, Fielding continued to stand still, but his expression became even more serious. The fighting energy emitting from his body also rose sharply. As the dust gradually settled down, Fielding could be seen standing inside a large crater. He sneered and charged towards Rhodey. The two once again collided fiercely against each other. However, Fielding suddenly stretched out his other hand, his palm opened and facing Rhodey's chest. Rhodey immediately felt his opponent shoot out a beam of golden light from the palm, hitting him in his chest. Without even having the chance to groan, Rhodey flew out about a dozen meters away before crashing into the ground. Rhodey's chest armor had broken, revealing his muscles. Rhodey shook his head, patted the dust off his body and then stood up. Really tough. Fielding lightly said, looks like what Tiger said is true. You are really powerful and ferocious. Did you smear your body with dragon blood? As Fielding talked, he again rushed forward with his sword. It was as if he was crazy, and the crosssword he held shot out beams of light. These beams fell down like the pouring rain. For a time, there were flashes of bright light and echoes of scary vibrations on the battlefield. In a single breath, Rhodey deflected more than 10 slashes from his opponent while also retreating about 10 steps. Although Rhodey had reached the rank of a sacred swordsman and had about the same strength as Fielding, his enemy was much older and more experienced than him. Fielding was at the peak level for warriors. It was the moment when the warrior's strength, experience, and speed were at their peaks. As a result, after the latest bout of intense fighting, even more sword marks appeared on Rhodey's body. Rhodey could no longer bear it anymore when he saw that there were a few more deep cracks on his armor. He angrily shouted, "You are not the only one who can go crazy." With a loud roar, he ruthlessly slashed at Fielding with all his strength. That forced Fielding to move a few steps. After that, Rhodey brandished his sword, sending a series of light at Fielding. Fielding was too close and was unable to use his light screen defense. He could only hurriedly block the attacks with his sword. Fielding managed to block the blades of light, from his left and right, as the balls of light bounced off. Fielding then shouted, "Fool! Is this your only trick? Is your swordsmanship just this?" Fielding then made a strange gesture with his sword. A golden radiance burst out from the tip of the sword. That golden radiance formed a spiral cone before fiercely shooting towards Rhodey. Rhodey immediately stepped back and tightly held the sword with his hand. He also used his other hand to hold the blade horizontally to block the attack. There was a muffled sound as Rhodey felt his body being torn apart by the spiral. His body involuntarily slipped backward as his feet were dragged on the ground, leaving behind a deep gouge mark.
When Rhodey finally stopped, his entire upper armor had broken. Countless cracks revealed the violent power of that spiral. Rhodey grunted coldly. He used his left hand to pull the metal armor away from his body. His hand was covered with golden fighting energy when he pulled the armor. Hence, the armor broke into numerous fragments and was scattered away. Rhodey's strong muscles on his upper body were completely exposed. However, his body did not show a single scar. Fielding sneered and said, "Your body is really tough, but your swordsmanship is terrible. It does not match your strong body. Maybe you only know how to use those blades of light?" Rhodey looked at him coldly and then he took a deep breath. Suddenly, the golden fighting energy in his body rose sharply like a huge flame. From afar, Rhodey's eyes looked as if it was gold in color. Rhodey then coldly said, "You talk too much. Are you fighting or not?" From a distance, on the city wall of Thunder City, Sieg was feeling jumpy as he watched. He saw the two golden figures colliding again and again. He could feel the fierce quake from the top of the wall. Waves of energy caused the sand to fly as if they were covering up the colors of the sky. Both of them were exceptionally tough. Their first swing had created a deep hole in the ground. The ground where the two of them fought was already badly fissured. Sieg was shocked as he watched the series of clashes and could not help but give the order, "Cavalry, get ready." Sieg had made up his mind. If His Excellency the Duke had any mishap, he would give the order to rush out and bring back His Excellency the Duke, no matter how many lives he had to sacrifice. He looked back and saw Milo, but he did not know when he had arrived at the city. His face was somber as Milo looked at the two masses of golden light clashing, from time to time, in the distance. It was not clear whether he was worried or excited or a mixture of a bit of jealousy and shock. Meanwhile, in the Roland army's barracks, Tiger looked coldly at the fierce battle and said, "It is almost time. Tell the sorcerers to get ready." The man behind then replied, "Didn't Knight Fielding said he wanted to deal with this alone? He doesn't want us to participate. If we interfere, the paladin will be angry." Tiger's face sank and suddenly whispered, "Look." Suddenly, a gray-robed person appeared. That person had a slender figure totally covered in his robe, not even a bit of his skin was visible. Besides the color of the robe, that person looked exactly the same as the Black Veil Saint, Muse, during her time in the grasslands. The man then said with a hoarse voice, "Fielding is stubborn and headstrong. Ignore him. God's religion has given the order. Naturally, I will explain to Fielding. General Tiger, do what you have to do." The figure flashed and then disappeared. Tiger's expression changed as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Standing beside that figure earlier was like standing at the edge of a cliff. There was a powerful dominating pressure. "Why are you still stunned? Quickly do as I have commanded." Tiger gritted his teeth. In the Imperial Palace, Andy tightly closed his eyes. From the beginning, the scene of the fierce battle was extremely clear in his eyes. His expression became more serious as he whispered, "A paladin is truly a paladin. The paladin is stronger than Rhodey. If it was not because of the mystic dragon's blood." No. The scene of the battlefield had suddenly changed. The clouds started to roll in and the green sky immediately became darker. A group of sorcerers flew up from the Roland army's barracks and hid behind the clouds. Thunder started to roar and rain suddenly poured from the clouds. However, the strange thing was it only rained on and at the surrounding area where the two men were fighting. There was no rain at Thunder City or the Roland army's barracks. The two fought fiercely for a while. Rhodey took the opportunity of the time when they were both forced to step back and shouted, "What is the meaning of this? This rain is created by your men." Fielding also looked gloomy. He did not reply Rhodey. He looked up into the sky and shouted, "Get lost. This is a duel between the two of us." Rhodey coldly shouted, "Despicable Roland people." He swung his sword and was about to shoot out a blade of light to disperse the clouds. Suddenly, his body shook and he staggered. That rain was really strange and it felt as if the surroundings were enchanted. Rhodey could feel a strange force pressing him down. He also felt like he was bounded by an invisible rope. Rhodey became angry and shouted, the fighting energy, on his body, burned like a raging fire as he tried to straighten his body to free himself. Two sorcerers in the sky felt like they got hit by a sledgehammer and spat out blood. They turned pale and slowly descended. However, two more sorcerers took over their positions. They then stretched out their hands and began to chant. Rhodey felt his body becoming more and more strange. The muscles of his entire body trembled violently. It was as if he was being pressed by a heavy mountain. No, not pressed. Squashed. Squashed by a huge force all over. Rhodey gradually turned pale.
His head was covered in a mix of sweat and rain. Finally, his hands felt weak and he dropped his sword on the muddy ground. He also staggered and almost fell. Fielding did not take the opportunity to attack. Instead, he stood there and angrily shouted towards the sky, "Stop! You guys better stop right now. Otherwise, you better not blame me for what happens next." However, the sorcerers behind the clouds did not listen to him. Instead, more sorcerers joined in and the chanting of the spell became more rapid. The gate of the Thunder City had already been opened. Seek had noticed the abnormal situation and had rushed out with the cavalry. When the cavalry was about 1,000 paces away from Rhodey, they felt as if they had slammed into an invisible wall. A few of the cavalrymen immediately fell off their horses. More than 10 magicians jumped out from behind the cavalrymen and shot numerous balls of light and lightning towards the front. However, the spells were blocked by that invisible wall and exploded in the air. Tiger, who was standing in the barracks, laughed coldly and murmured, "Your Excellency, Duke of the Tulip family, you must be feeling very uncomfortable. This magic formation is cast by more than a dozen sorcerers. Of course, you will not feel comfortable because this spell is known as Dragon Break. Rhodey could barely stand. He felt a strange force severely twisting his body. The twist felt like his soul was being squeezed out of his body. The only thing left in him now was his consciousness as he looked hard at Fielding. Even the anger in his eyes started to diminish. Finally, Fielding roared and charged towards the thick dark clouds in the sky. His sword brandished a huge wave of energy and ruthlessly shot towards the thick clouds. "Your Excellency Paladin, are you trying to protect your dignity? Unfortunately, it is too late." Tiger gently touched his chin and smiled coldly. Fielding had dispersed the dark clouds in the sky. He had slashed mightily, sending out huge waves of energy. There were signs of some effect. Fielding took a deep breath and was going to slash again, but then a figure with a gray robe appeared in midair. The figure's long cloak covered his body completely. He held a small bow, about 1/3 of the size of a normal bow, in his hand. However, the bowstring had a demonic silvery color. "Knight Fielding, please stop, in the name of the elders of the temple." The gray-robed man's voice floated in the air. "Gray-robed saint." Fielding was stunned for a moment and then he said, "You. Are you trying to interfere with my fair duel?" That gray-robed man looked at Fielding and said in a hoarse voice, "His Excellency. The elders of the temple have given the order to kill the Duke of the Tulip family at all costs." "But..." Fielding clenched one of his fists tightly while holding his sword with the other hand, which was gently trembling. He gritted his teeth and said, "But this is my duel. A knight's fair duel should not be defiled by anything. Knight Fielding." The gray-robed saint spoke with a soft voice. "If you are a paladin of the temple, please follow the teachings of the elders." Having said that, the saint no longer looked at Fielding and raised the small bow with both his hands. A beautiful silver light gleamed as an arrow shot forward like a snake. The silver light flashed through the rain and the darkness as it flew towards Rhodey on the ground. Fielding's eyes grew wide as he exclaimed, "God-slaying bow." Rhodey suddenly roared on the ground. His voice was like a wounded beast, full of anger and pain. His proud, upright body finally fell to the ground. He knelt powerlessly in the rain, trembling, his face distorted. He seemed to be fighting the world's most profound agony. His extremely powerful body could no longer support itself. That silver arrow had struck his body. Red blood dripped into the muddy ground, running into the rainwater. The red and black liquid mixed together before seeping into the earth. As if confirming the legend of the tragedy of the god, Achilles, the silver arrow had struck Rhodey's foot. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 180, Dragon Transformation. Chapter 180, Dragon Transformation. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Sieg's eyes were red-rimmed. He drew his sword and slashed several times at the invisible wall in front of him. He then shouted, "Fielding. You are a despicable and shameless Roland person." Unfortunately, he was at least 1,000 paces away from Rhodey and Fielding. Although he was shouting, his voice could not be heard. That grey-robed saint put down his small bow slowly and descended from the sky slowly. He stood beside Fielding and looked at him before saying, "Your Excellency Fielding, you can go ahead and kill him now. The elders have given the order to kill the Duke of the Tulip family." Fielding hesitated as he looked at Rhodey, who was kneeling and trembling on the ground. He then gritted his teeth and replied loudly, "No. I cannot kill him now. This is not the kind of thing I, Fielding, can do." He then glanced at the grey-robed saint beside him and repeated, "A real paladin will not do this kind of thing." "You fool. The grey-robed saint muttered softly. His eyes then grew cold and said, well, if you are not going to do it, then I will. However, he had only taken a step forward when he saw a golden light flash by. A sword then blocked his way. No. Fielding said gloomily. You cannot kill him too. What? The grey-robed saint's expression immediately changed and he shouted, Fielding, what do you mean? Do you want to betray the temple? I can understand if you refuse to follow the elder's orders, but how dare you stop me from killing him? Are you thinking of protecting this heathen? Fielding replied coldly, Of course not. If it was a normal day on the battlefield, I will definitely kill him. However, today, he came out after accepting my challenge. If he is killed here today, how can I still call myself a knight? You fool! The grey-robed saint stepped forward, but Fielding responded by slashing at an empty space. The fierce golden energy from the sword carved a deep hole on the ground right in front of the grey-robed saint. Please do not step forward anymore. Fielding said sternly, I do not want to hurt you. How dare you? The grey-robed saint stepped back and raised his eyebrows as he glared at Fielding. How dare you raise your hands against me? Fielding, you are too unbridled. Do you really dare to betray the temple? Where is your loyalty to the temple? I will report today's incident to the temple. Are you not afraid of their punishment? Fielding had a gloomy expression, but he persisted. Do as you wish. You can say whatever you like when you return. However, at this moment, right here, I will not let you kill him. Ha 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 ha. The grey-robed saint suddenly laughed wildly, Fielding. Your Excellency Paladin. Have you not thought of the consequences? You betray the temple. You refuse to accept the order of the temple. You have violated your own faith. How can you still call yourself the temple's most loyal paladin? Fielding trembled. He was at a loss and his hand holding the sword was also trembling. However, he gritted his teeth and said, Of course, I know. I did not betray my faith. I know that I am a knight. A real knight will not defeat or kill his opponent this way. The grey-robed saint was furious and his eyes flashed. He wanted to attack Fielding, but he knew Fielding was, after all, a temple paladin. He would not able to match the strength of a paladin. Although the saints were high-ranked sorcerers of the religion, there was only one person in the entire Roland Temple who had achieved the consecrated sorcerer status, the Black Veil Saint, Muse. Only such a consecrated practitioner could compete with a paladin. He was no match for the paladin. Humph. The grey-robed saint sneered. He then changed his tone and said slowly, Fielding, no wonder the Black Veil Saint do not love you. You are simply a fool. Hearing that, Fielding immediately gave a murderous aura. What did you say? The grey-robed saint immediately retreated 2 steps, his cultivation was lower than the paladin. Besides that, the close proximity was a disadvantage for a sorcerer, if he were to fight with a paladin. Am I wrong? You are too stubborn. Do you think your knight's spirit is more important than the orders of the temple? The grey-robed saint slowly retreated. Fielding coldly looked at the grey-robed saint and then replied, I only said I cannot kill him now. Today, after everything is over, I will challenge him to a duel again. I will kill him personally in a fair fight. Pedantic. The grey-robed saint said coldly before laughing, Do you think you can stop me from killing the Duke of the Tulip family just by keeping me away from him? Fielding showed a strange expression. Suddenly, he roared and slashed with his sword. A golden light appeared as he fiercely slashed towards the distance. The wave of golden energy struck the invisible wall outside the Dragon Break Sorcerer Array. The whole Sorcerer Array only rumbled faintly. It is useless. The grey-robed saint slowly raised one of his hands. He then floated further and further away from Fielding. Have you forgotten? This Sorcerer Array is created by dozens of sorcerers using the combination of sorcery. Even with your strength of a paladin, it would not be so easy to destroy this Sorcerer Array. However, it looks like the Duke of the Tulip family could no longer hold on for long. The saint's voice grew more distant as he floated up faster and faster. Soon, he had flown far away. Fielding turned around to look at Rhodey, who was kneeling on the ground. Rhodey had a hideous facial expression. His mouth was opened as if he was screaming, but not a single sound could be heard. Rhodey's body shook and struggled as if he was trying to break himself out of some shackles from his body. He stretched his hand towards the arrow stuck in his foot, but he could not stretch all the way towards his foot, no matter how hard he tried. That silver arrow pierced through and was stuck into his heel. Bright red blood flowed quickly and tainted the ground under his foot red. Fielding gritted his teeth and said, Wait. I will help you pull the arrow out. He moved towards Rhodey and stretched his hand to grab the arrow in Rhodey's foot. However, before he could touch the arrow, he saw a silver light burst out of Rhodey's foot. Fielding felt like he was struck by lightning. He was immediately flung out and stumbled on a bit before he stopped. He was surprised and felt a burning pain in his hand. He looked down and saw that his hand was charred black. Fielding. The grey-robed saint's low hoarse voice came from the sky. You are truly foolish. Do you not understand? The arrow shot from the god-slaying bow is not something you can just pull out, even if you are a paladin. Suddenly, they heard Rhodey roared. That sound was incomparably mournful, as if it was going to break through the sky. Ha ha ha. The grey-robed saint laughed loudly. From the sky, it is working. Fielding, I have said, he will still die even if I don't get near him. Don't you know how powerful the god-slaying bow is? Fielding was drenched with sweat and rain. He felt heavy after hearing what the grey-robed saint said. Fielding certainly knew how powerful the god-slaying bow was. As one of the strongest guardians of the temple, a paladin, he naturally knew about the secrets of the god-slaying bow. That was one of the few spiritual artifacts conserved by the temple of the Roland continent. According to legends, the god-slaying bow was a cursed artifact from the era of the devil. It not only injures the body but also the soul of the victim as well. Those shot by the god-slaying bow would have their souls slowly swallowed up by the power of the curse. That was a real death. After the soul was swallowed, it would wither and vanish. At that moment, Rhodey's voice became more and more hoarse. Suddenly, the arrow at his foot glowed with a silvery color, which soon turned into a silver light and then hid inside Rhodey's body. The silver light could be faintly seen entering Rhodey's wound in his foot before it moved quickly up the leg. Rhodey's body trembled even more vigorously and his blue veins could be seen. He wanted to clench his fist, but he could not move a single finger. The tearing pain in his soul caused his mind to go blank. Soon. Very soon. The grey-robed saint spoke as his body emitted a holy light. His voice was still hoarse but had a very gentle tone. His voice came from far away in the sky but gently rang in Rhodey's ears. Do not struggle. No need to struggle against the devouring of your soul. Just relax your body and mind. The pain will end soon. There will no longer be pain or hatred. Everything will be calm. The eternal silence and the eternal end is what you need the most. Rhodey's body gradually bent forward and seemed to have quietened down. Fielding could not help but step back. He felt guilty. He considered himself a real knight and abided by the knight's spirit. Although he hated the man in front of him, he felt extremely disgraced to let his enemy die like that. That was because his enemy did not die in his own hands. Damn! Andy was sweating profusely in the Imperial Palace. His eyes were closed tightly but panic was written all over his face. Sky was beside him and could not help but ask, what is wrong? Old skeleton, tell me. Quick! Andy suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes looked like the eyes of a dead person. There is no other way. This is the power of God-slaying bow. Only someone at the domain force level can help Rhodey overcome. Only you can help Rhodey pull out the arrow shot by that God-slaying bow. Right now, there is no other way to save him. Rhodey felt the strength of his whole body, no, not the strength, it was his life, seemed to gradually disappear. He was swallowed by a kind of void. He could even feel the beating of his heart gradually slow down. He heard the gentle voice of his opponent. The voice was filled with a strange temptation. It's the end, eternal silence, eternal end. Eternal end? His vast mind felt like it was pricked by a needle. A familiar and gentle voice then spoke. Everything goes through a cycle. The stars come after total darkness, the moon rises after every sunset. Flowers wither after they blossomed. Spring arrives after every winter. The cycle will come through. This is the law. The grey-robed saint, who was floating in the sky, and Fielding, who was standing not far from him, were shocked by what they saw next. Rhodey had turned weak and stopped struggling. Suddenly, he started to shake again. As his body shook, he tried to straighten and eventually stood up. Ara! 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 Rhodey raised his head as he roared again and again. Finally, he tightly clenched his fists. His pale golden fighting energy, that had almost died, suddenly started to burst out again. How could? What is this? The grey-robed saint cried out in alarm. Rhodey's golden fighting energy suddenly changed. His blonde hair grew like summer weeds. His golden fighting energy had a tinge of black. Although he was not restrained by any physical chains, others could clearly hear those chains being broken.
The flame that surrounded Rhodey's body rose several meters high. Suddenly, the flame began to shrink and became an extremely dazzling dot. Not good. Fielding was alarmed. He instinctively grabbed his sword and fiercely plunged it into the ground. He grabbed the hilt of the sword tightly with one hand and held the other hand in front of his face. The dazzling light dot flashed violently, twice. The soldiers on the wall of the Thunder City, Sieg together with his thousands of soldiers who were waiting outside the city wall, the grey-robed saint floating in the sky and the soldiers in the distant Roland army's barracks, all saw the scene at the same time. Just like inflating a balloon, the bright dot instantly swelled into a huge ball of light. The wave of energy on the ground spread out in all directions. Boom! Countless sparks flew. Rhodey stood still with both his hands open. Finally, the huge ball of light exploded. After numerous crisp crackling sounds, something seemed to break like glass. The invisible wall in front of Sieg broke apart like a crystal. The sorcerers who were casting their spells in the sky could not dodge in time. One after another, they spat blood and fell. The grey-robed saint placed both his hands on his chest. He wrapped his body with a holy light to protect himself. The huge waves of energy threw Sieg and the others off their feet. The violent wind thrashed the leaves everywhere. Even Rhodey's horse, Garros, ran far away long before that. It was tossed and rolled out by the violent waves of energy. Fielding was nearest to Rhodey. With the wind pulling violently on his cloak, he tried to stand up. His body trembled gently. The rain in the dark sky had long stopped, but the dark clouds were getting lower and lower. Finally, after a whistling sound, a tornado descended from the sky and wrapped around Rhodey and Fielding. The people on the city wall and at the barracks were stunned. Tiger, the commander of the Roland Coalition army, watched with his eyes wide and his mouth agape as he looked at the distant gigantic black tornado. He then murmured in a voice only he could hear, "That guy, he is not human." Disperse. After a loud resounding roar, Rhodey opened up his hands. The tornado surrounding him suddenly turned into a black fog and quickly dissipated. The dark clouds in the sky had dissipated. The sun shone confidently, changing from an incomparable bloom to brilliant sunshine in an instant. Everybody felt like they had just witnessed a miracle. Sieg and his subordinates had been thrown around all over by the wind. Some had fallen and were slightly injured. This moment they were all sprawled on the ground. After the surroundings had gradually quietened down, they raised their heads slowly. Rhodey was already standing there. The picture of the dragon on his chest seemed to have disappeared. Rhodey was standing straight and seemed to be at a loss. He stretched out one of his hands and looked at it carefully. After that, he clenched his fist. This feeling seems a little strange. Rhodey muttered to himself, "It feels different." Fielding also finally stood up. He was startled to see Rhodey nearby, with his back to himself. The wound on his foot, not knowing when, had already been completely healed. Rhodey's golden hair had grown to his waist and was even long enough to drape behind him. Rhodey looked at his fist and then slowly opened it again. He whispered, "It seems to be like this?" Rhodey voluntarily held out one of his hands, only to hear a rustling sound. The Dragon Fong sword, which was dropped on the ground some distance away, quickly flew towards him. Rhodey then caught hold of the hilt of the sword. Rhodey then took a deep breath and finally turned around to look at Fielding. "You are, all right?" Fielding could not help but exclaim. "That is the god-slaying bow." "Aye, right, you cannot undo that spell." Rhodey shook his head. "Indeed, it cannot be undone. I did not undo that arrow. Perhaps it is God's will." Fielding was stunned. God's will? He stared at the Duke of the Tulip family and sensed that something was wrong. However, besides Rhodey's hair growth, there did not seem to be any difference in him or his power. But why? Why do I feel something is wrong? Maybe there are really rules. Rhodey spoke to himself, "I became the Duke of the Tulip family. Master Autumn gave me a seat of power. I absorbed a dragon. Now, I relied on these to escape today's catastrophe. Is it really God's will?" Rhodey could not help but look up at the sky. In the sky, the mass of white light wielded by grey-robed saint had been retrieved. He was also looking down intently at Rhodey, on the ground. "Hey!" Rhodey suddenly shouted, "Were you the one who schemed against me, just now?" Before the grey-robed saint could reply, Rhodey continued, and said coldly, "That phrase, eternal silence and eternal end. You said that. Am I right?" Rhodey then said loudly, "You are wrong. There is no eternal end in this world." "You? What are you talking about? What is it?" Grey-robed saint asked. Rhodey smiled coldly and replied, even if such a thing as eternal end exists, I can personally crush it. Rhodey suddenly raised his hand holding the sword. A sharp golden arrow pierced through the sky and the saint's body shook. Rhodey's dragon fang sword savagely punched into his body. The grey-robed saint was surprised to see the sword stuck in his chest. It was as if he was looking at the world's most incredible thing. Blood slowly foamed from his mouth as he muttered, How can this be possible? A tiny black flame suddenly emerged from the sword. The black flame spread along the blade to the grey-robed saint's body, enveloped it, and burned away. It was a fire from hell. Within a short moment, the saint was burned into ashes. No. There were no ashes left even. The whole body had completely disappeared. Only the dragon fang sword remained in the sky. The sword then fell down and slammed into the ground between Rhodey and Fielding. Fielding was stunned to see the sword stuck in the ground in front of him. He then instinctively looked towards the empty sky. There was nothing left. There was nothing. Not even a little bit of ashes, dust, or slag were left. You have killed him? Fielding seemed to squeeze out those words from his throat. Rhodey looked coldly at Fielding. He raised his chin slightly and squinted as he looked at Fielding with a murderous aura. Fielding instinctively stepped back. I hate people scheming against me. It is really disgusting. Rhodey spoke as he looked at Fielding. In the Imperial Palace, Andy suddenly sat down. His body seemed to be completely relaxed. Perhaps, cannot say relaxed. He simply felt soft and weak. Andy's face was pale and he had cold sweat on his forehead. He looked somber and his breathing was rapid. Next to him was the anxious Sky. He could not help but jump over and shouted, Old skeleton, quickly tell me what you saw. I am very worried. Sky then rudely kicked Andy after saying that. Andy opened his eyes and looked sideways at Sky. He then sighed. His expression was a mixture of surprise, worry, and a few other emotions. What the hell? When did you suddenly become taciturn? Sky was extremely anxious and could not wait to grab Andy's neck and force him to talk. Andy gave a forced smile and said, Well, that boy is fine, for the time being, he is fine. Oh? Andy nodded his head and continued, He is really fine. This time, the dragon in his body saved him. Andy paused for a while and showed a strange expression as he continued, The dragon on his chest has disappeared. In other words, this is the real integration with the dragon. Fatty. Andy then showed a weird smile. Do you know what I just saw? No. I should say experienced. Do you know what I experienced? It was a really rare scene, for thousands of years. Sky wanted to rush up, but when he saw Andy's serious expression, he stopped and frowned. What is it, actually? Dragon God transformation. Andy said briefly, It is the Dragon God transformation. This is not the fake dragon transformation like what that huge snake did. It is the real Dragon God transformation. The Mystic Dragon's Dragon God transformation. Andy sighed and then continued, the boy had actually gone through the first Dragon God transformation. Is this a good or bad thing? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 181, Comprehension. Chapter 181, Comprehension. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I hate people who scheme against me. It is really disgusting. Rhodey spoke as he looked at Fielding. Fielding started to have cold sweat. Dead? Did he die just like that? The grey-robed saint of the temple was so easily killed? Even if that other guy was a sacred swordsman and therefore stronger than the grey-robed saint, the difference in strength between the two should not have been that large. The black flames burnt until nothing was left. Fielding's heart felt heavy watching the sword fall to the ground. Shit! The god-slaying bow! Fielding suddenly exclaimed and jumped up. He went over 10 meters high and looked, but there was nothing in the sky. He could not find the god-slaying bow. Are you looking for this? Rhodey looked at Fielding, who was still searching in the sky. A burst of flame appeared in his hands. He slowly stretched out his hand. The short bow was wrapped in a black flame. However, the beautiful silver color of the bow had dimmed inside the black flames. Fielding felt really frantic. He dashed down again and stood in front of Rhodey. Why is it in your hands? This? Rhodey lightly replied, I do not know. When I killed that guy, I remembered this and then it just appeared in my hands. Fielding. Is this the god-slaying bow?
Give it back to me. Instead of stepping back, Fielding moved forward to grab the bow. Rhodey waved his hand forward, instead of dodging. However, before Fielding's hand could come into contact with the black flames, he immediately pulled his hand away as if he had just experienced an electric shock. He stepped back a few steps and exclaimed, "Hellfire! Aren't you a sacred swordsman? Why is it that you could use hellfire?" Rhodey shook his head and pondered for a bit. After that, his eyes flashed and he smiled. The flames in his hands flickered and then the bow disappeared. Fielding raised his sword and pointed it at Rhodey. "Give it back to me. That is an artifact of our temple." Rhodey ignored him and pulled out the Dragon Fong's sword from the ground. He waved it twice and then he frowned and said, "Something does not feel right." Fielding looked somber as he gritted his teeth. "Duke of the Tulip family. It is not right for them to plot against you. However, you have already killed the Grey-Robed Saint. We are even now. Please return the bow." Rhodey looked up at Fielding. He then lightly said, "Come and take it if you have the skills." Fielding did not hesitate and golden fighting energy burst from his body. He charged down and slashed. Rhodey shook his head, his eye twitched as though he was still thinking. He did not react quickly. Not like the duel earlier where he had used a fierce fighting energy. Instead, he just merely raised his sword. Fielding immediately felt something strange. His opponent's sword had easily broken through his golden energy and struck hard at the tip of his sword. Cling! A crisp sound rang out. Fielding felt as if a strange twisting force came from the sword. He instantly felt a sharp pain in his arms and was startled. His hand trembled and he almost dropped his sword. He turned quickly, jumping away a few steps and looked at Rhodey with a surprised expression. "What kind of move is this?" Rhodey was also frowning as he shook his head. He thought to himself and said, "I think it is like this." He suddenly glanced at Fielding and lifted his sword forward like a poisonous snake. It was a blur in Fielding's eyes. He could not see the attack clearly. He could only see the sword point in front of him and hastily raised his own sword to block it. The clash flung Fielding away. He staggered a few steps after crashing before he could stand firmly again. What is going on? He was terrified. His opponent's sword was not wrapped in fighting energy, but that attack felt like it had the force of a heavy hammer. Rhodey's blank expression had vanished and he smiled lightly. He then sighed gently and said, "I understand. I finally understand." Facing the paladin, he unexpectedly closed his eyes and muttered, "The sword in my hand is my anger and spirit. It strikes like the autumn wind and is cold like winter. Master Autumn. This must be what you mean by real swordsmanship." Rhodey then shook his head and turned to leave. "Duke of the Tulip family." Fielding roared. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed his sword with two hands and slashed out a golden spiral wave at Rhodey. Rhodey frowned and turned around. Instead of using his sword, Rhodey merely raised his left hand with the palm opened. The spiral wave struck his hand and disintegrated. There was no explosion, no splinters, or radiation of energy. It just disintegrated. "Fielding," Rhodey called out. "You can no longer defeat me. You did not kill me just now. So, I will no longer fight with you. Our duel ends here." "Nonsense," Fielding said with a pale expression. He had clearly seen how his opponent had resisted his wave of fighting energy with just one hand. However, the pride of a knight does not allow him to give up so easily. He shouted, "I am a paladin of the temple. Do you think you can defeat me? Who was the one who struggled so badly just now?" "It was me," Rhodey admitted calmly. "Just now, I was not a match for you. Although I had reached the strength of a sacred swordsman, in terms of strength and experience, or knowledge, I was a little bit weaker than you. I could fight with you for so long earlier because I relied on my body's resistance." "Then let us continue." Fielding clasped the sword in his hands. "No need." Rhodey shook his head and said, "You no longer can defeat me, Knight Fielding. Thank you for your help earlier. It made me comprehend some strange things. I think I have broken through something." "What did you break through?" Fielding's eyes grew wide with surprise as he said, "Are you talking about domain force?" Rhodey shook his head and replied, "No. It is not domain force. However, I can feel myself standing in front of a door. If I can push this door open, I would comprehend domain force. What I meant was that I can now understand the rules a little." Fielding's fighting energy was still burning brightly, but Rhodey was standing silently. When he heard Rhodey's words, Fielding could not help but laugh and said, "You talk too much. Let's see how you actually fare." Rhodey frowned and looked at Fielding. He then lightly said, Do you know that we are at the same level? Do you know what is the biggest difference between us and those with domain force? He slowly pointed at Fielding and said, "It is how we utilize the power. There are rules in this world. That rule is that nothing is eternal, including power. Someone once told me that you are not stronger just because you have more power. I understood this today." Rhodey laughed. "Let me tell you this before I leave. Your moves and strikes were very powerful and earth-shattering. However, it disappeared before it could hit your opponent. You have a lot of fighting energy. The golden light was bright and dazzling. You just need to restrain your fighting energy. Fielding. Do you know that it is easy to blow a balloon? But it is difficult to compress that balloon into a point. Like this." Rhodey stretched out both of his hands. There was no fighting energy and the movement was casual. In front of Fielding, Rhodey only pointed his fingers. There was a loud explosion and a large and deep ravine immediately appeared. Rhodey then strode away, leaving behind the surprised Fielding. He was not worried that Fielding would attack him from the back. Based on his character, Fielding would not attack someone from the back. Besides that, Rhodey was not afraid of Fielding even if he attacked. Rhodey gathered his disorganized men like Sieg and the others and went back to the city, leaving behind the puzzled Fielding. Fielding instinctively put down his sword, as if using it as a crutch to support himself. The gates opened. Rhodey brought his subordinates into the city while numerous soldiers, lined up on both sides, cheered, "Long live the Duke! Long live the Tulip family!" The people on the walls also cheered loudly. In their eyes, Rhodey looked like a god. The scene they saw earlier was shocking. The kind of battles with fierce wind and rain, together with the huge light ball, was like the legendary battles of the undefeatable god of war. Rhodey was riding Garros. The horse did not suffer any injuries. The fierce wind made it run away, but then the horse came back after that. After the cheering, only the mouths of two people remained shut. The first one was Milo while the other was the bishop elder of the god's religion. Milo had a complicated expression while the bishop elder had a strange gaze. That scene earlier. Was that the dragon transformation? The most depressed person was undoubtedly Tiger. He had carefully prepared that duel. He originally thought that sending out the paladin and then using the dragon break spell would allow them to get rid of the Duke of the Tulip family. Everybody knew what would happen if the banner of the Duke was lost. Now the dragon break spell was destroyed, dozens of sorcerers were seriously injured and many more have temporarily lost their sorcery ability. Most importantly, the grey-robed saint has perished and the god-slaying bow was lost. Either one of these incidents could finish him off publicly. What kind of image did the temple saints have? On the Roland continent, the saints have more authority than the kings except for the Sauron kingdom. They had one of the highest positions in the temple. Now that they lost the god-slaying bow, Tiger shuddered at the thought. Fielding was silent after he returned to the barracks. He did not even bother to look at Tiger. He felt extreme disdain towards the commander of the coalition army. In Fielding's point of view, these people have tarnished an honest duel. Tiger also did not dare to approach Fielding as he was a paladin. The various kingdoms' army commanders were anxious and noisily talking among themselves. Tiger was no longer patient and he was angry as he shouted, "Fine. You want to fight? You want to fight? Go ahead then. From today onwards, I want a total siege. All the sorcerers will attack too. I don't believe that we cannot kill the Duke of the Tulip family." Everybody became quiet when they saw their supreme commander got angry. Tiger then, in a low voice, ordered murderously. "From tomorrow onwards, I want a full siege. Those who go up there are not allowed to return even if they are the last one alive. Those who try to escape will be executed." The next day, the Empire soldiers in Thunder City immediately felt a different kind of oppressive atmosphere. When the sky had just turned bright, the Roland army has already begun their siege. In the morning, 3 assaults were repelled. By the afternoon, the Roland army started to become desperate. Tiger had killed 4 commanding knights and 600 soldiers and officers that retreated. He threw their heads to the ground and shouted, "I have already spoken very clearly. Nobody is allowed to retreat, even if we are down to the last man." Tiger's personal army formed a solid line at the rear of these soldiers with their swords and shields. Those that retreated would die while those who advanced could fight for their lives. The Roland soldiers finally started to demonstrate unprecedented bravery and ferocity. Since they would die if they retreated, it would be better to go charge in front and fight. At the very least, they would have a ray of hope. Group after group of Roland soldiers charged to the walls and erected their ladders. The soldiers scaled the ladders with red eyes. They see their companions above scream miserably as they fall down the walls when hit with falling rocks. Others did not even bother to look and continued to climb the ladder that had been dyed red with blood. On the walls, the archers continued to shoot their arrows. They no longer needed to aim. The Roland army below had packed tightly together as they held a gigantic wooden log to ram the gates, miserably crying out again and again. But no one retreated. The Roland soldiers were covered in blood. Some wished that they could also use their heads to smash the gate open. More than 10,000 Roland soldiers sieged the city the entire day. In the afternoon, they had managed to scale the wall and occupied a small section of it. However, the Flame Warriors managed to recapture it with their counterattacks. The surprising thing was, even though the Roland soldiers had been pushed back to their ladders, their escape route, not one of them retreated further and they fought to the last man. In the evening, the walls of the city were covered with corpses. Below the walls, there were piles and piles of corpses. The air was filled with the stench of blood. The floors of the city walls were wet and slippery, saturated with blood. Blood puddles had also formed in some places. It was a shocking sight. There were broken limbs everywhere. A step in any direction would meet with a broken body or broken sword. Exhausted soldiers gasped for breath at the sides, and severely injured soldiers mournfully begged to be put out of their misery. That pile of dead bodies below the wall had blocked the gate. Thousands of corpses, with arrows in them, lied where they fall beside the wooden ramming log. These soldiers fought to their last drop of blood. The rugged gates of Thunder City had been damaged. The gates were made from the scarce ironwood in the Radiant Empire. It was the same kind used by the Roland armies to build ships. Although the ironwood was reinforced with iron bars, some of these were broken after a day of fierce fighting. Those that were not broken were twisted. The soldiers of the Empire were busy carrying corpses and wounded soldiers down the wall. Many others also recovered the rocks dropped from the walls. The buildings in Thunder City near the gates had been demolished and the stones carried to the city walls for defense. Some were used by craftsmen for strengthening the walls. Outside the city, hundreds of Roland army soldiers in white were cleaning up the battlefield. They carried back the wounded and the dead Roland army soldiers. The soldiers of the Empire also did not shoot them with their arrows. Both parties had a silent, somber mutual understanding in carrying out their cleaning work. Both continents' sorcerers and the magicians took this opportunity to recover their energy. Both sides had clashed against each other several times in the fierce battle that day. However, the Empire magicians were at a total disadvantage. This was because the Roland sorcerers had used combined sorcery to increase their power. The magicians of the Empire were defeated and some of them perished. Even when Rhodey fought with the sorcerers, he had to rely on his tough body to ward off the blows. After a day of battle, Rhodey was extremely exhausted. That night, the sky was dark as the moonlight was bleak, as though the heavens sighed. The soldiers on the castle wall sat on the floor as they gathered in small groups. They were calm and occasionally they looked at the golden tulip banner on the gates. The soldiers' eyes were steadfast, filled with trust and worship. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 182, Rhodey can scheme too. Chapter 182, Rhodey can scheme too. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It was the 10th day of the war. What the H*LL? Sieg groaned as he stepped back. He had just cut down a knight, but he was also slashed at by the enemy. If he had not dodged fast enough or if he had not worn such a solid armor, he would have died. After fighting for so many days, both armies were exhausted. Earlier, a group of knights had rushed at the city wall. These people were significantly stronger than the other soldiers from the Roland army. They looked like the elite holy knights. Sieg led his wolf-fawn soldiers to fight against them. Hundreds of men from both sides perished before the Roland army was finally repelled. Rhodey had fought a fierce battle against the paladin in the morning. In the end, Rhodey managed to slash Fielding. Several Roland holy knights then appeared to fight against Rhodey before they managed to drag Fielding away to save his life. Rhodey felt a little dizzy. He was powerful and ordinary opponents would not be able to hurt him. However, he was exhausted because was not a god. Besides fighting against Fielding on the city wall, Rhodey had also fought against the enemy sorcerers that morning. Now, he was only taking a breather in the city. Rhodey could not remember the number of people he had killed. His body was covered in blood and his clothes were soaked in blood too under his armor. His armor was full of traces of being slashed by swords. He was just slashed at by Fielding and he was injured a little. Although he was strong, he was still injured by the paladin's attack. Fielding had used all of his strength and destroyed the shoulder part of the armor. Rhodey's was injured but Fielding also spat out blood. Rhodey had confidence in his own strength. He believed that his attack was enough to make sure Fielding could not appear for half a month. Rhodey removed a broken arm which had landed on his shoulder. As he watched the Roland army retreat like the tide, he felt more and more somber. The past few days their opponents had become more aggressive with their attacks. Although Rhodey did not know the exact number, he was certain the enemy lost at least 100,000 soldiers. More than 100,000 of the Roland army soldiers perished below the wall of Thunder City. The whole wall looked like it had been washed with blood. The original blackish-green wall had been stained a dark red color. The number of soldiers around him started to reduce. Some familiar faces disappeared forever after a day. An even more terrifying thing had happened the previous evening. The Roland people had brought in another group of sorcerers. The rank of those sorcerers seemed to be a lot higher. During that day's battle, the combination of large-scale sorcery that they used was even more amazing. They had summoned a fireball. Under the ferocious explosion of that fireball, a corner of the city wall had cracked. If it was not because of the joint defense by the Empire's magicians, the opponent's second fireball would probably have blown up the wall. In the final crucial moment, Rhodey charged to the sky alone with his sword. He fiercely collided against the fireball, created by the opponent's sorcerers. Rhodey killed 2 of the sorcerers before descending from the sky. Before he could rest, he had to rush out again to battle against Fielding, who had arrived at the city. At that moment, Rhodey felt that he was completely drained of energy and he could feel a tearing pain in his lungs. The combination of sorcery they used was too powerful. Rhodey saw for himself the combined forces of the dozen opponents' high-ranking sorcerers. Although the Empire's magicians were also defending desperately, there were 2 magicians who were burnt to death. Those 2 magicians were grade 4 magicians. Even Rhodey almost spat out blood after a serious fight with the opponent. That was the first time Rhodey felt like that ever since he integrated with the Mystic Dragon's power in the Imperial capital. Rhodey dare not imagine. If the enemy were to convene a few more higher-ranked sorcerers and if they were to launch their sorcery together, then the city wall would definitely be destroyed. If they encounter such power, even Rhodey himself would not be able to hold out. After all, he is not an immortal. Only that abnormal fellow, Sky, could take such an attack. However, if the sorcerers were to join forces with several saints, even Sky, who had obtained domain force, may not be able to hold off. Damn! How did the sorcerers of the Roland continent suddenly become so powerful? How did their combination of sorcery inexplicably enhance their power by so many folds? Before that, if someone asked Rhodey whether 1 + 1 = 2, Rhodey would have nodded. But after seeing the combination of sorcery and the multiplied effect, Rhodey was no longer sure that he would answer that earlier question as confidently as before. Rhodey took a deep breath and went to Sieg's side. He looked at Sieg's injury and smiled wryly. "How is it?" Sieg shook his head and looked at the flesh and blood on Rhodey's shoulder. "Your Excellency the Duke, are you also injured?" Rhodey nodded his head and replied, "That Fielding is really worthy to be called a paladin." The 2 men sat down with the support of their subordinates. The subordinates then left to find a healer. The healer was also exhausted and pale after using too much magic to heal the wounded soldiers. However, the magician can still cast a few spells. After treating Rhodey, the magician looked at Sieg and frowned. "Your Honor, Sieg. This is the 3rd time you are injured. It is not suitable to heal this with magic. Please see a military doctor." Although magical treatment can heal your injury in a short time, it has a side effect on your body. To apply magical treatment multiple times in a short period would be like an overdraft of your life. Although the wounds can be healed, the loss of blood cannot be replaced. You need a military doctor. Sieg laughed and loudly said, "Nonsense. Quickly treat me. The after effects are future issues. All together. Right now, just treat this wound. Damn, it is still bleeding. Do you know how painful it is?" The magician glanced at Rhodey. Rhodey shook his head and lightly said, "Well, just ignore him. Go and get a military doctor." Rhodey then looked at Sieg, who was about to speak, and said, "Your Excellency, Sieg. Do you want to throw away your life?" The magical treatment is a short-term method used to accelerate the healing of wounds. It is also an overdraft on your life. If used frequently, your body would not be able to hold on. Sieg sighed and said, "The battle is more important. Any after effects are a thing of the future. If we lose the battle, we would die and there would be no future anyway. Do you think I am a weak and fragile person like Milo?" Rhodey shook his head. Before he could speak, they heard Milo's cold voice from behind. "Your Honor, Sieg. What did you say about me?" Milo walked over as he tried to straighten his waist. With every step he took, the pain at his waist showed on his face. He was slashed at the waist and almost died the day before. The one who slashed Milo was a big knight from the Roland continent. Sieg later assisted Milo and they both killed that knight. However, Milo was seriously injured. Your Excellency, Sieg. Although you saved my life yesterday, I will still fight you if you humiliate me. Milo gritted his teeth, as cold sweat rolled down his forehead, painfully. Rhodey looked at Milo's waist and frowned. Your Excellency, Milo. Did you also get the magician to heal you? Didn't they say that it is better for you to stop using magical treatment, now? Milo coldly replied, Seth, do you think other people are like you, can survive all the slashes without injury? Right now, from commanders to soldiers, who is without any injury? Rhodey gave a wry smile and did not seem to pay any attention to Milo's thorny words. Although the conflicts between Milo's and Rhodey's families had given Rhodey a tough time, Rhodey had to admit that Milo was a real man. Although Milo had used his family's influence to rise to the position of a regiment commander, he was actually quite strong. He was a valiant warrior in battle and did not have any of those bad noble habits. Due to the grudges between them, they would occasionally attack each other with words. However, after fighting in the same camp for so many days, Rhodey had long been accustomed to Milo's cold words. Sieg also pretended not to hear Milo's words. He reluctantly stood up and looked at the Roland barracks in the distance. He then sighed and said, These Roland soldiers are really good at risking their lives. Your Excellency the Duke, we have 400,000 soldiers. Why did we not mobilize all of them from Thunder City? If we charge and fight with them, below the city wall, I believe that our army. He looked at Milo and then continued, and with the strength of the Northern Legion, we would not lose even if they have twice our number of soldiers. Rhodey shook his head. He sighed and pointed at the distance as he said, There are several kilometers from Thunder City to the ocean. Commander Sieg. If we were to really mobilize all our soldiers from the Northern Legion, and fight with them, we will definitely not lose. By virtue of our army's strength, we have a good chance of winning. But... Rhodey continued pointing to the distance and said, Can you see? They have twice our number of people. Even if they were defeated, and only have 100,000 soldiers remaining, with a formation of that size in that position we would not be able to charge at them. This is because we would be within the range of their warship's artillery. What I want is not to kill several 100,000 of their soldiers. I want to get rid of their entire army. He turned to look at Sieg and Milo and lightly said, I believe they will have reinforcements. By that time, I am afraid they will have more than 800,000 soldiers. Poof. Are the Roland people crazy? Sieg sneered. Are they trying to send everyone from their continent over? With so many troops, they would collapse due to the lack of supplies. In your dreams. Milo coldly said, Collapse? They have a huge fleet in the ocean. They can continuously transport supplies from the Roland mainland by the ocean. Drag them down? Your Honor, Sieg, haven't you personally seen their fleets? Sieg sighed. He shook his head when he recalled the huge naval fleet of the Roland army. Rhodey pondered for a moment and lightly said, The time is almost right. We have intercepted them for 10 days. It's almost time for us to withdraw. Let's give them Thunder City. Sieg and Milo frowned. Sieg could not help but ask, Your Excellency the Duke, do you still insist on doing this? Is it really all right to give Thunder City to them? Rhodey sighed and replied, It would be impossible to kill all the 800,000 or even more than 1,000,000 soldiers at the beach below Thunder City. We can only lure them inside. Once they enter our territory, however powerful their huge navy may be, they still cannot come ashore. Once their army has gone inland, their navy cannot transport supplies to them anymore. The land is our advantage. In the past 10 days, the people from the Northern Legion must have already completed the preparations I requested. Milo coldly said, This you can rest assured. My men are personally trained by me. Ah. Rhodey nodded. He was aware of the strength of the Northern Legion, they were very strong. In the past few days' performance on the battlefield, the strength of Milo's Northern Legion far exceeded the strength of the Northwest Legion during the time Rhodey went to the Northwest. If one did not look at Milo's character, he was indeed an outstanding general. Then let us withdraw. Rhodey gritted his teeth. Our losses in the past few days are also quite severe. We have lost half of the 50,000 heavy armor infantries. Although the Lightning God's Whip did not participate in defending the walls, they have also lost a lot of soldiers on the battlefield. Right now, the Lightning God's Whip only has about several tens of thousands of soldiers remaining. They cannot be lost here. Milo raised his eyebrows and did not speak. He was confident of his own soldiers, but he still must admit that the 50,000 lightning god's whip were amongst the most elite soldiers of the empire. As a cavalry, they are definitely the strongest cavalry in the empire. Sieg thought for a moment. Duke. In that case, who would guard the rear when we retreat? The lightning god's whip or the Northern Legion? Rhodey suddenly laughed. Sieg and Milo were surprised to hear him laugh. His laugh sounded somewhat evil. Evil? Rhodey had laughed evilly. The ones guarding the rear? Rhodey lightly said, let the Flame Warrior Regiment do it. To begin with, this is a battle of faith. Let the devout believers put in more effort. Naturally, Rhodey also added something else in his heart but did not say it out. Didn't the gods' religion have some kind of God's vanquish spell? We fought so hard against the sorcerers, but why did they not use that spell? Hiding and evading, that's what they wish. Perhaps Rhodey has really changed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 183, Die After the War. Chapter 183, Die After the War. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Andy was standing in the sleeping quarters of the Imperial Palace. He held a glass of wine in his hands as he gently put down that day's newspaper. The newspaper was full of encouraging war stories and slogans. Under the advice of Andy, Emperor of the Empire, the newspaper publicly announced the defeat of Ryu Wenful in the northwest and after that focused on the war in the north. Numerous stories were reported. That day, the news was about how His Excellency the Duke of the Tulip family led a group of heroes of the Empire to defeat the enemy. About 10,000 of the Roland soldiers were beheaded. The next day, the newspaper wrote that His Excellency the Duke of the Tulip family had once again, leading the soldiers, defeated and beheaded 20,000 enemy soldiers. The following day's newspaper said the same thing except that it was 30,000 soldiers. And that went on and on. All kinds of news of victories were published in the newspaper. The ridiculous thing was that the news claimed that Rhodey had killed 20,000 one day and then 30,000 the next day. If these victories were to be placed together, it would have already exceeded half of the Roland army's forces. If the statements in the newspaper were true, then there would be only a few tens of thousands soldiers remaining in the Roland army. If that war were to continue, in accordance with the same frequency of success, then the enemy would have a negative number of soldiers within the next few days. Andy sighed and whispered, why is the public so easily fooled? Sky Eyes turned supercilious and said, that is because you control the newspaper. Everything you do or say is excessive. You trick them and then you sarcastically call them stupid. Andy laughed and said, I had no choice too. With war looming, how else could I have ensured the stability of the empire? Sigh. That emperor was really useless. The empire ended up in a turmoil because of him. To tell you the truth, the empire is now united against the foreign enemy because of me, acting as the emperor. If it was not me, but a boss 11, in charge, there would be a riot even before the war is over. Andy then laughed proudly and sipped his wine. He sighed pleasantly and said, wine is a really good thing. It is also good for the body. Humph. Sky was still supercilious as he said, you can still drink even though you do not have a body. Isn't it interesting to see a skeleton drink wine? Andy was already accustomed to this bickering with Sky and laughed. He then asked, Fatty, I wish to ask you a question. I am not sure, how powerful is that boy now? Has he already obtained domain force? That. Sky shook his head in disdain. Domain force? If he really has obtained domain force, then he would not be injured by that paladin. If it was me, that fielding would have been cut into several pieces long ago. Andy sighed and said, how much stronger does he need to be? I feel that he has changed a lot after the dragon's transformation. Sky thought to himself for a while and then he replied, I am not sure. He is probably just a little bit short. It is just that little bit like a piece of paper. The moment he crosses that last step, he would break through. Right now, he is at the peak of a sacred swordsman. Regardless from which aspect, preparations for that breakthrough is ready. That boy is really stupid. All he needs now is to take one more step and he would immediately be levitated heavenwards. Right now, he still needs to strive hard to fight against the paladin. However, if he could just cross that last step, then he would only need to wave his hand to wipe out that paladin. Oh? He would be that strong? Andy said, didn't you say that his strength is only just a little bit short of getting domain force? Of course. Sky was now serious. That little bit is like a dividing line. There would be a world of difference after crossing that line. Right now, it is like cutting down a tree. After cutting it a bit, the tree starts to shake. With a little bit more effort, the tree would fall. After saying that, Sky started to curse. Anyway, that boy is too stupid. Stupid? Andy stared at Sky. Fatty, since you are so formidable, how long did it take for you to obtain domain force? If Rhodey is stupid for taking so long to obtain domain force, then what about you? Sky's face immediately turned a little red. However, he was still candid about it. Although he was unhappy, he loudly said, "Say what you wish. I was not a warrior. I was a knight." The moment he said that, Andy laughed until he almost fell off his throne. He then pointed to Sky with his trembling finger and said, "Knight? You said you used to be a knight?" Andy had a funny face as he looked at Sky's plumpish body and continued to laugh. What kind of horse could carry such a heavy knight, like you? Sky became furious and kicked him as he replied, "I was not fat those days." Andy dodged the kick and laughed. "So, Your Excellency, Knight Sky, were you a paladin, then?" Sky had a strange look. He whispered, "Can be considered. But do not ask me anything about it. I do not want to talk about it." Andy gave him a meaningful glance, but he did not pursue that subject anymore. Instead, he asked, "Well then, Your Excellency, Paladin Sky. How long did you take to obtain domain force from a paladin? 1 month or 2 months? Shit." Sky let out a torrent of abusive words and shouted, "What do you think domain force is? Do you think it is something for sale? Let me tell you. Those days, I was a true talent. At the age of 32, I became the youngest paladin in the Roland continent. After that, I spent a full 15 years cultivating and obtained domain force at 47 years old. I was then the youngest person with domain force in hundreds of years." Andy pursed his lips and said, "The youngest person to obtain domain force? 47 years old? I wonder how old Master Autumn was when he died. I seemed like he was not even 47 years old." These words turned Sky's face a shade darker. After thinking for a while, he said, "No matter what, that boy, Rhodey, is such a waste. He has the mystic dragon in his body, yet he still has not obtained domain force. Don't you think that he is useless? If I were the one that had converted the mystic dragon, I would have already killed those guys in the sky." Andy sneered and said, "If you had converted the mystic dragon? If you had done that, you would have been dead. Do you think that just anyone can convert the mystic dragon?" Sky's eyes flashed as he whispered, "What did you say? What do you mean?" Andy laughed playfully and said, "You do not want to tell me about yourself, so why should I tell you about my secret?" Andy paced slowly and then finished all the wine in his glass in one gulp. After that, he threw away the glass and lightly said, "Get up. Rhodey is about to take action, but he has a shocking plan. Didn't expect that our young friend has already learned how to scheme." "Oh?" Andy nodded and said, "Take a guess. When he withdraws, who do you think he is going to assign to cover the rear?" Sky pursed his lips and said, "That boy, he would most probably be a hero and lead his own lightning god's whip at the rear." Andy shook his head and laughed softly. "No, he is sending the Flame Warrior Regiment to their deaths at the rear." Sky jumped the moment he heard that and laughed. "Good. Good. The boy has finally started to learn. Let those two religious groups go at each other." The more he laughed, the louder it became. "Ha ha. This time, I suppose the Pope would lose his calm. Tens of thousands of flame warriors would be sacrificed by Rhodey. Roland continent's hundreds of thousands of soldiers could easily defeat the tens of thousands of the flame warriors. At that time, they would have no choice but to use the God's Vanquish spell." Humph. He obviously knew that the opponent's combination of sorcery is powerful, and yet he continued to pretend. "I wonder what his intentions are." Andy shook his head and said, "It is not just the church. Even the temple of the Roland continent did not use their trump card. The current combination of sorcery is cast by some normal high-ranked sorcerers. If they were to send their real highest-ranked sorcerers, and even without the saints, their combination of sorcery would already allow them to capture Thunder City. Isn't the temple holding back too?" Sky sighed and said, "It does not matter whether it is combination of sorcery or combined technique. Both are powerful, but they are not invincible. If they were invincible, why would there be gods? According to legend, these spells have flaws. Otherwise, the humans who have mastered these two spells during the God and Devil War would not have suffered such heavy losses." "Yes." Andy smiled and said, "This is why both religious groups are being patient and would not dare use their trump card so early." "All right." Andy stretched his waist and said, "An emperor also has the work of an emperor. Although an emperor's life is fun, his job is troublesome. Today, there is also some troublesome work that needs to be done. I have always hated acting, but it is something that must be done.
Marquis Caroline had closed the doors to his house for a very long time. Ever since the incident at the court, the entire Lionheart family had stayed out of sight. Even when the newspapers socially attacked him, Marquis Caroline was determined to stay at home and refused to see anyone. He knew the emperor deliberately shut out his family. Otherwise, nobody would dare to socially attack a big noble family of the empire, unless they no longer wished to live. However, Marquis Caroline, cunning and clear-minded, knew that it was actually a good thing for the emperor to spurn his family. If the emperor was determined to get rid of the Lionheart family, then why bother to shut him out? It would be easier to just send a group of imperial guards to kill them. Besides that, Milo still had military power in the north. He was fighting the war against the Roland people in the north. If his family was eliminated at this moment, a mutiny might break out. The emperor's action showed that the emperor was angry and was punishing them for that court incident. After punishing them and venting his anger, there would no longer be any problems. If the emperor did not bother to deal with them and only left them at the side, it would be even more dangerous. In that case, it would be more likely for the emperor to destroy the Lionheart family right after the war ended. Marquis Caroline had always believed in one thing. In this world, if a person made a huge effort to do something, then that act must have a purpose. In other words, the emperor's act of shutting them out was to vent his anger and also to punish and warn them. He also believed that it meant the emperor had not given up on the Lionheart family. There was also a chance for him to regain his influence. But Marquis Caroline could not understand one thing. How did the emperor's mind suddenly become so sharp after a serious illness? His schemes have also become formidable. This was something he could not understand no matter how much he thought about it. Sure enough, that day things started to change. Under the protection of a large number of imperial guards, the emperor, Abbas XI, visited the Lionheart family's mansion. The excuse was to visit the sick Marquis Caroline. Being sick was just an excuse. Although Marquis Caroline was old, he was still very tough. He could still eat and drink. Occasionally, at night, he still wanted to have fun with his concubine. Although he was no longer as mighty as when he was young, he could still be considered as old and vigorous. He was not sick. It was just an excuse to hide at home. Now that the emperor had visited him, it was a signal that the emperor was giving him another chance. So, when the emperor greeted him, he immediately said, "Although I am sick, I still worry about the country. Despite my illness, I am willing to share your majesty's burden. I will strive to the utmost until my dying day." The emperor was naturally very pleased and praised Marquis Caroline for his loyalty to the kingdom. Before he left, he did not forget to tell Caroline, "Currently, the military is busy because of the war. I hope the military minister would spare no effort in carrying this burden." The next day, Marquis Caroline had recovered and went back to work at the military office. Andy had said, "Both the young and old men of the Lionheart family are not useless. Although they are immoral and not very nice people, their abilities are real. Now there is a war which caused disorder, and since I am the emperor, it would not be appropriate for me to act as the military minister. I cannot cope too. There is too much that needs to be done. It is better to make this old man, who is experienced in military affairs, to some work." As for the Marquis saying strive to the utmost until one's dying day, Andy and Sky said, "It is better if this old man is dead. We cannot really kill this large Lionheart family here. After all, he was in the imperial capital for so many years and is very influential. It would not be good to kill him. However, if he must die, it is better for him to die after the war is over." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 184, New Army. Chapter 184, New Army. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The war had been going on for a long time. The empire had been damaged from the war. However, under the restructuring by Emperor Abbas XI, who suddenly became wise, the empire was revitalized. In addition, news of the victories of the Duke of the Tulip family constantly spread to the imperial capital and inspired the people. The war had been going on for some time. The empire's old and rickety war machine, under the direction of the suddenly wise Abbas XI, was revitalized. In addition, news of the victories of the Duke of the Tulip family constantly spread to the imperial capital and inspired the people. However, one afternoon, everything changed. One afternoon, many people in the imperial capital saw a person on a horse, rushing urgently into the city from the north gate. The knight was in a sorry state. His helmet and armor were in disarray. His face was a mess of sweat and grime. A red flag fluttered on his back, signifying a military urgency. The messenger immediately shouted, "Urgent war report from 800 miles away."
The guards at the city gate did not dare to stop him and immediately gave way. They had also dispatched 2 cavalrymen to pave the way for the messenger. As the 3 horses rushed through the main street, the people saw the serious and anxious expression of the messenger. The people who saw that felt nervous. Was there any bad news from the front lines? The military office had been extremely busy with requests until the people in charge almost became crazy. For example, the Northwest Commander Elliot asked for supplies and reinforcements, the North requested for deployment of supplies for the war, manage all the garrison regiment maneuvers, the Southern Legion requested for mobilization of the army and also the request for weapons and horses. Yet, Marquis Gerolin remained firm. However, even the unshakable Marquis became restless when he saw the urgent report delivered to him. The Marquis did not even have the time to prepare for a carriage. He hurriedly rode to the imperial palace, with his subordinates. After all, Marquis Gerolin was old. It was tiring for him to ride to the imperial palace. When he arrived at the palace, he almost fell off his horse from exhaustion. He was gasping for breath, but still pushed away the guards who were trying to support him. He then ran all the way into the palace. Gossip was amongst the fastest things that could spread in the world. The only thing that could spread faster than gossip would be bad news. At night, the news of defeat in the north came. Thunder City had fallen. The Duke of the Tulip family had withdrawn and had taken the soldiers towards the northern provinces to organize an internal defense. After a bloody battle at Thunder City, nearly 30,000 of the Flame Warriors were annihilated. The imperial capital was in an uproar. The news of defeat created a gloomy cloud over the imperial capital. At that same time, a small force was on the way to the north. In the unbounded wilderness, dense dark clouds covered the horizon. Alise, who was riding his horse, could not help but frown. I hope it will rain tonight. Alise looked behind him and saw that the carriages were loaded with military supplies. At least half of the supplies were food. The north was not a food-producing region. On top of that, the large-scale war caused an even greater food consumption. Alise was leading a cavalry of 800 and was responsible for transporting the supplies to Kaka City in the north. Kaka City was the northern war zone supply station. All supplies from various places in the empire were transported to Kaka City before the supplies were redistributed to the various armies. That place was one of Alise's destinations. At first, Alise hoped he would be sent to fight on the battlefield, but then he was only dispatched as a transport soldier. Naturally, that made him very depressed. However, when he looked at his new armor and uniform, he finally smiled. That was the new Lightning God's Whip standard uniform, armor, horse, spear and most importantly, a scimitar. In the Empire, the only group that used scimitars was the Lightning God's Whip. He was wearing that armor and equipment. For so many days, all along the way here, whenever he encountered soldiers from the other armies and also civilians, they would look at him with respect and envy. After all, the Lightning God's Whip was the army of His Excellency the Duke of the Tulip family. As the Lightning God's Whip had gone through a massive reorganization before the war started, 50,000 active soldiers were brought to the north by the Duke while the expansion of the army continued in the rear. As he was transferred from the local garrison, Alise was pre-selected as the first batch of frontline reinforcement soldiers of the Lightning God's Whip. He took 800 cavalrymen that had just completed training with him. The purpose of the trip was to escort the transport of supplies to Kaka City. From there, they would immediately go to the front line to report to Lightning God's Whip regiment and join in the fight. Although Alise was excited and wished to rush to the front line, the carriages of supplies continued to move slowly on the road. The horses were exhausted. No matter what the drivers did, the carriages continued to move forward slowly. They had traveled for more than 10 days. The more they moved northwards, the more shocking was the news. Just the day before yesterday, they heard that Thunder City had fallen. Alise and the others were very surprised. Thunder City, which was amongst the most solid defensive position of the empire, had fallen. On top of that, that stronghold was guarded by the troop of soldiers led by the Duke of the Tulip family. After receiving the news, that small group of soldiers had a heavy feeling. Since the news had arrived, it would mean that Thunder City had already fallen a few days ago. What should they do now? Where was the main force of His Excellency the Duke, the Lightning God's Whip, hiding? All along the way, besides the 800 new Lightning God's Whip soldiers, there were also more than 100 transport soldiers. As these soldiers moved northwards, they heard more and more news from the north and became more and more frightened. Alise, who seldom clung to hope, started hoping that he could depend on the Lightning God's Whip when something unexpected happened. One morning, they met a few scouts from the Northern Legion. Alise inquired from them and found out that the battle had moved from the northern coastal areas to the inner regions. After capturing Thunder City, the Roland army rested for 2 days before their main army advanced towards Kaka City. It was as if the Roland army intended to capture Kaka City, with its huge storage of supplies, in one strike. Meanwhile, the main army of the Duke of the Tulip family was on the road, arranging several lines of defense to block the progress of the Roland army. After a few days of big and small battles, the armies from both sides were assembled on the Pamir Plains, a few hundred miles from Kaka City. It looked like a major battle was about to occur there. As they approached the front line, Alise gave the order for the soldiers to be on alert. Although he was originally only a commanding officer of a small local cavalry, amongst the new recruits, he was the most outstanding one. Besides that, he was actually the current commanding officer for these 800 soldiers. A cavalryman rushed towards Alise and spoke in a soft voice, "Your Excellency, there are many corpses in front." "Corpses?" Alise narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, a few hours later, many corpses were found on the low-lying ground, in front. The scene before them was like a slaughterhouse and there were bodies everywhere. Broken weapons were also scattered around the place. Based on their clothing, some of them belonged to the soldiers of the Empire. However, most of it belonged to soldiers of the Roland army. The ground was scorched and there were signs of a burning of the ground. There were many charred bodies and some destroyed carriages on the roadside. Although most parts of the carriages were burned, there were still some things left behind. With a glance, Alise saw that those things were food. A partially burned banner was still attached to the carriage. Although the pattern on the banner had been blackened by soot, the vague design of the Roland banner was still visible. "Your Excellency, this looks like a small supplies team of the Roland army. It looks like they were ambushed by our people," a cavalryman beside him whispered. Alise nodded and immediately ordered, "It seems like there are signs of activity from the Roland army in the vicinity. Everybody, be careful. Be on guard. From now onwards, dispatch twice as many scouts. Work hard, brothers. Once we reach Kaka City, I will treat you all to a drink." "Yes." After passing by the tragic scene, the group continued to move slowly forward. However, after walking for a few miles, they found an even bigger battlefield. They have arrived in an open field with thousands of dead bodies. The army of the Empire had clashed with the soldiers of the Roland army there. There were corpses with arrows and also bodies that were split into two. Besides that, there were also dead horses. Based on the amount of blood, the variety of postures of the corpses and the broken weapons, there was a tragic battle at that location. However, it still looked like the Empire had the advantage as about 70% of the corpses were the Roland army. "Looks like an encounter battle one." Alise frowned. There was also a deep pit on the ground exploded by either some kind of sorcery or magic spell and it was still sizzling with smoke. The captain of the transport soldiers was a veteran. He could not help but approach Alise and whispered, "Your Excellency, could it be that our people that ambushed those supplies carriages earlier encountered the Roland army's main force here? It looks like there was a big fight." Alise thought to himself for a moment. He then frowned and said, "We have to hurry up. We seem to be close to the front line and there is a possibility of more activities by the Roland army. If we encounter our enemy, it would be unfavorable to us." A cavalryman proudly said, "Your Excellency, even if we encounter the enemy, they would probably just have a small army. By virtue of the 800 Lightning God's Whip soldiers here, even if they attack with over 1,000 soldiers, we will not be afraid." Alise glared and reprimanded him, "Nonsense. Our mission is to escort these supplies to Kaka City. We are certainly not afraid of encountering a small troop of enemy soldiers. However, if we were entangled by them, our convoy cannot move fast. What will happen if a big enemy troop run into us?" Alise thought for a moment and then asked, "How far are we from Kaka City?" The leader of the transport soldiers said, "If you go in this direction, without any interference, we would still need another 3 days." Alise turned gloomy and muttered, "Let's hope the journey is smooth." He ordered the cavalrymen to form into a few groups of 10. Some walked in the front and some at both sides of the rest of the team. All of the soldiers were on alert. For all these soldiers, whether the transport team or the Lightning God's Whip, it was their first time witnessing such a large-scale war. They had never fought on the battlefield but had already seen 2 such tragic scenes. These were already mentally very disturbing. In the night, they arrived at a short hill slope. Alise looked at the sky and whispered, "Let us take a break here. The carriages have been moving for the entire day and the horses are tired." Everyone knew that they were near the front line and there might be small units of military active around the area. If they meet their own people, then there would be no problem. However, if they meet their enemy, things would turn troublesome. That was why Alise gave the order not to set up a fire and just sleep in the open air. In the middle of the night, when Alise was feeling sleepy, a cavalryman whispered to him, "Your Excellency, something is not right." Alise turned over, sword in hand, and stood up.
With his back bent, he rushed towards the soldier, who was acting as the night watchman. He then asked, "What's wrong?" "Your Excellency, listen." The soldier lied down and put his ear to the ground. Alise also lied down on the ground and immediately heard a faint sound. He then stood up and said, "Sounds like it is coming from the right." The soldier then replied, "Yes, it sounds like a cavalry, but we do not know if they are Roland men or ours. Wake everybody up and prepare a defensive formation." All the soldiers were awakened. The lightning god's whip was elite and truly worthy of the name. Even though they were awakened in the middle of the night, they were immediately alert and vigilant. They readied themselves in a tense but orderly manner. On the other hand, the transport soldiers differ a lot. Some of them fluttered around and some could not even find their weapons. Under the dim moonlight, Alise and a few of his men climbed on the short hill slope to look. They could hear the sound of hooves, and sure enough, a large troop of armed soldiers appeared on the right of the plain. With the moonlight, they could vaguely see flashes from the silver armors of the enemy soldiers. Alise said coldly, "A group of idiots. They are marching at night, but they do not know how to hide their whereabouts. They wore such bright armors. Do they think we are all blind?" A cavalryman beside him said, "Yes, look at them. They do not even know how to dampen the sound of the horses' hooves with cloth. With such a big move, aren't they afraid that they meet us? They are definitely not our people. Our people cannot be so incompetent." Although they said all that, as the enemy got nearer, Alise and his men were startled. It looked like their enemy had about 3,000 to 4,000 soldiers. But Alise was not afraid of them. Even if he were to encounter a few thousand enemy soldiers, with his 800 lightning god's whip, he would be able to break through. However, his current mission was to escort the supply team. As the other side got closer and closer, he finally could clearly see that the armors, equipment, and banners were familiar. He had seen them before that day. They looked similar to those used by the Roland army who died earlier. All of them lied down and held their breath. Although Alise felt agitated and wanted to head out and fight, he didn't. He had confidence in his 800 lightning god's whip. Even if he were confronted by these 3,000 to 4,000 soldiers, he would not be afraid. Even if they could not win, they would be able to retreat. However, the transport team was behind him. When faced with the enemy, the transport team did not have the speed of the cavalry. Alise saw the enemy soldiers getting closer. However, when the enemy soldiers were about 200 meters away from them, the enemy soldiers turned eastwards. The enemy soldiers did not seem to have noticed them. Alise secretly sighed in relief. However, his happiness was short-lived. Sorcerers! One soldier suddenly pulled Alise. Sure enough, there were two sorcerers floating in the sky. As they were too far away and clothed in black robes, it was difficult to see them in the night sky. The moment they got nearer, the two sorcerers could be clearly seen. At the same time that Alise and the others saw the sorcerers saw them too from the sky. Without any hesitation, the sorcerers each quickly formed a ball of red light and immediately threw the fireballs at them. Damn! Alise cursed. At that time, it was already impossible to go back into hiding. He could only jump out and raised his sword to block the fireball. The fireball had exploded at his sword and sparks flew. His body was abruptly thrown several meters away. Fortunately, the enemy sorcerer was not a high-ranked sorcerer and was quite ordinary. That fireball, which was hurriedly thrown, was not very powerful. Alise only felt startled. Although his hair was singed by the sparks, he did not suffer any other injuries. Shoot the arrows! Alise shouted from the ground as he tried to get up. The lightning god's whip was already prepared and immediately shot a few hundred arrows into the air. That sorcerer had gotten too close and did not have enough time to move back. He was immediately struck by a few arrows before falling from the sky. The remaining arrows fell into the enemy's military formation. As the sorcerer had shot a fireball earlier, the Roland army was already aware of them and many of the Roland soldiers had lifted their shields. As a result, the volley of arrows by Alise's men did not yield heavy casualties. There were miserable cries and only less than 100 men were killed by the arrows. Alise finally got up from the ground. Seeing that the enemy soldiers were shot by their arrows, he immediately shouted, "All the soldiers in the front, raise your shields. They are going to shoot their arrows." The lightning god's whip had all gone through rigorous training. Although these soldiers were new recruits, they immediately acted accordingly as soon as they heard the order. After that, they heard a whizzing sound. Sure enough, numerous arrows were shot over from the other side. A battle where opposing sides made no preparation. It is something like two armies enter the woods and ended up accidentally encountering each other.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 185, Rhodey appears. Chapter 185, Rhodey appears. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Thud. 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 Several soldiers hid behind the shields. However, they had assumed the wrong posture and were thus struck by the arrows. Alice angrily shouted, "You fools! Pay attention to your postures. Have you forgotten your training? Damn it! Counter-attack. Shoot them with arrows." The soldiers calmed down when they heard his orders. They responded promptly with their conditioned reflexes, which were achieved through rigorous training. It had almost become their subconscious habit. The Roland soldiers they were fighting were not part of the main army. Instead, they were a low-ranked auxiliary troop of the Gordon Kingdom. This group had been dispatched to look for food, and their archers were not very skillful. They had shot the first volley wildly in the dark and managed to hit a few soldiers. Before they could shoot the second volley, the Empire's soldiers had started to return fire. How was the archery of the Lightning God's Whip? The soldiers selected to be part of the Lightning God's Whip were all excellent soldiers. Whether it was horsemanship, wrestling, or archery, they were incomparable. Under certain situations, the cavalry could instantly transform into mounted archers with fantastic accuracy. Right now, these soldiers were not on horses. Instead, they were on solid ground. Naturally, their accuracy would be even better. Although the Lightning God's Whip was outnumbered several times by the enemy, there were very few archers in the Roland army. They had only 2 teams, totaling 300 archers. On the other hand, each and every one of the Lightning God's Whip was a qualified archer. They were elites that could switch instantly their scimitars for their bows with a single order. Screams pierced the dark as the arrows found their marks on the Roland archers. Half of the several hundred archers collapsed within a moment. The remaining sorcerer tried to secretly approach the Empire's soldiers from the sky. However, Alice saw him and immediately shot an arrow at him. Fortunately for him, the sorcerer had some skills and avoided the arrow by flying higher. He had avoided the same fate as the other sorcerer. After avoiding the arrow, the sorcerer became furious. He shot 2 fireballs from both of his hands. The 2 fireballs whistled through the air towards the slope of the small hill. The Lightning God's Whip was not the least worried. One officer shouted, "The shields!" The soldiers then raised their shields, holding it above their heads at the same time. The 2 fireballs hit the shields, causing sparks to fly everywhere. However, the shields that were wrapped in protective cowhide were not destroyed. The sorcerer was just an ordinary sorcerer of an auxiliary troop. His skill was only just average. He painstakingly stayed just out of range because he was afraid of being struck by the arrows. The 2 magic fireballs were actually quite powerful. However, its power had greatly diminished by the time it reached the hill. Shit! Alice cursed and picked up 2 arrows. He then knocked an arrow, pulled the bowstring and released the arrow at the sorcerer. Alice was already a grade 3 swordsman and he could naturally shoot further compared to ordinary soldiers. That sorcerer in midair was about to start a new spell again when he saw a cold gleam in front and hurriedly dodged. The arrow whizzed past his head, causing him to perspire cold sweat. After that narrow escape, the sorcerer screamed furiously. "Who was that bastard who shot that arrow? Watch me burn you alive." The moment he finished speaking, he heard a whoosh sound in the wind. This time, there was no gleam to warn him. He just heard a strange sound and felt a sharp pain in his chest as the arrow struck him. He could not understand even when he died. He had been more alert than earlier and yet he could not even see the arrow before being hit. Alice spat as he put down the bow and arrow. He then picked up his scimitar and muttered, "Fortunately, I learned this from Dark. Otherwise, I would not be able to get rid of that sorcerer." Alice admired Dark's archery and had asked Dark for advice during that time they spent together. Among others, Dark had then taught him how to shoot a hidden arrow like the second one he had shot earlier. The hidden arrow was most suitable for use at night. It was executed by using an arrow painted in black. When it was shot at night, it would not be easily detected. Besides that, the arrow had a unique shape that reduced the sound made when the arrow flew through the air. It was a hidden and silent arrow. Used in the night, naturally, it would be hard for an ordinary enemy to avoid it. The Roland army down the hill had fallen into confusion. They had lost half of their archers. The remaining archers stumbled frantically to the back as the 2 groups of infantry rushed up the hill slope. Alice took a look at them and sneered, "A group of trash." Leaving behind 200 Lightning God's Whip cavalrymen and 100 supply soldiers on the slope,
he led the rest of his army down the hill and started shooting arrows. Sure enough, the Roland soldiers who were rushing up the hill were struck with arrows. In the dark, they could only hear the screams. However, they could not tell the number of soldiers killed by the arrows. The Roland army soldiers were not elites. When they heard the miserable screams of their companions, they started to panic and called for a retreat. The Roland army's officer became angry and ordered his men to continue, forcing them to advance. He also saw that the hill was very small and immediately thought of taking soldiers around it to attack from behind. He ordered his deputy commander to remain there and supervise the battle while he took a group of soldiers with him around the back of the hill. The deputy commander was quite cautious. He realized that the enemy only shot a few hundred arrows in each volley and realized that the enemy army was just a small unit. No doubt the arrows were deadly, but how many arrows could they have? After a few volleys, the enemy would have exhausted their supply of arrows. He executed a few men who were too frightened to move ahead, then harshly ordered the rest of them to advance. Unfortunately, he was wrong. His opponents this time were the Empire's supply units. They had a dozen carriages filled with military supplies. They certainly had more than enough weapons and arrows. Their commanding officer's harsh orders made the Roland soldiers feel helpless. They could only try and rush up the hill even when they felt afraid. They then screamed miserably when another volley of arrows rained down on them. Those who were hit fell and rolled down the hill. These soldiers were not brave elites. They just feared their officer. They then started to shout, "Charge! Kill!" Their shouts were impressive, but most of them deliberately slowed down. They took one step back for every 2 or 3 steps they took forward, hoping that others would run in front of them. Naturally, not all of the Roland soldiers were cowardly. There were still a few brave soldiers. Unfortunately, these soldiers were not too smart. The moment they heard their companions shout bravely, they rushed forward. They then noticed that there was nobody else around them. Their companions all shouted excitedly but stayed right where they were. The brave ones who rushed foolishly ahead found themselves on their own. Before they could get angry, they were shot down by the soldiers of the Empire. The pitiful Roland soldiers angrily condemned their companions before dying. "Damn it! You played me!" As he had already seen the results of the shocking battles earlier, Alise had been vigilant and had earlier decided to camp on the small hill. The carriages were arranged in a circle to form a defensive barricade with an opening in the middle. The Roland cavalry had gone around the hill. They intended to attack their enemies from the back, but they were surprised to see a dozen carriages arranged in an ingenious defensive formation. The carriages were a few meters tall. As a result, the Roland horses were unable to jump over the carriages. The cavalrymen had no choice but to rush through the gap at the middle of the ring. However, when they were just a few paces away from the gap, a volley of arrows was shot at them. The leading dozen cavalrymen immediately fell off their horses. Their companions behind them who were charging forward ended up stumbling because of them. The Roland officer shouted, "Do not be afraid. They do not have many archers." The cavalrymen would naturally be more elite compared to infantries. They understood that after a volley, the archers would need time to draw another arrow. If they could take advantage of that moment, they would be able to rush past the gap. As they have a lot of people, they would be able to defeat the supply units. The men charged forward, but then their enemies did not shoot any more arrows. Instead, the cavalrymen heard the terrifying words. In the past few days, they have heard these words many times from the fights between the Empire army and the Roland army. Every time they heard these words, a fierce and ruthless army would appear. The voices roared in the dark. "Wolf Fong!" Hundreds of voices had shouted as one, creating an imposing atmosphere as if it was shouted by 10,000 soldiers. "Kill!" The thundering of hooves could be heard as they saw their enemies charged out of the gap in an angry wave. "It's the Wolf Fong! My God! *T! Run!" Before they could understand anything, they had instinctively turned their horses around and scattered into different directions. "Wolf Fong! *T! Our opponents this time are the Wolffangs." These Roland troops were just a ragtag group, none of them had personally fought against the Wolffangs. However, they had seen enough in the past few days. The Wolffangs were the elites even among the Lightning God's whip. Only the Holy Knights were able to fight against this extremely powerful cavalry. Unfortunately, they were not able to understand how the ordinary supply soldiers suddenly became the Empire's most elite cavalry. What they did not know was that although these soldiers were really part of the Wolffang, they were all new to the battlefield and have not even spilled blood before, unlike the truly elitist veteran Wolffangs that had been baptized by fire at the battlefronts. Without waiting for orders from their superior, the Roland cavalry that had been charging forward immediately scattered. Alise took the lead and brandished his scimitar.
A cavalryman nearest him was cut down.
Alise felt his scimitar cutting through the gaps of the victim's armor. He had the strange feeling of his sword cutting into the muscles and bones of his enemy. Warm blood sprayed on his face. Alise felt his chest burn as if a fire had been lit in his heart. He continued to roar as he led the few hundred cavalrymen in attacking thousands of the enemy cavalrymen. The Roland officer had not given up even though his subordinates had retreated. Although he was surprised that the supply units were the lightning god's whip, he immediately realized that his opponents only had a few hundred soldiers. The officer immediately shouted, "They do not have many soldiers. Kill them. Destroy them." The officer was brave like a knight, but unfortunately, not all of his men were knights. Before their opponents reached them, almost his whole group had already run away. The officer was so angry that he could only rush forward with a few of his subordinates that were still beside him. These soldiers near him were elites and some of them were real knights. The officer only had one thought. The enemy did not have many soldiers. On the other hand, we have a lot of soldiers. With our numbers advantage, it might be possible for us to compete with them. If we can defeat them, we can end the myth that the lightning god's whip is undefeatable. Besides that, we also have soldiers on the other side of this hill. Perhaps they have already charged up the hill. As long as we execute a pincer attack. Clang! 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 The clashing sounds of swords filled the air. The cavalrymen in the front had met their enemies. However, the ones that screamed and fell off their horses were mostly the Roland army side. The cavalrymen of the lightning god's whip were much more powerful than the cavalrymen from the Roland army in terms of skills and also personal strength. Even the lightning god's whip charge was more accurate and had more momentum. After that, the Roland army front line started to crumble. Alise took the lead and continued to slash right and left with his scimitar. Nobody could block him and he felt really great. Alise was exhilarated. How would the third-rate guards of his former local garrison have the chance to kill so many enemies? Where would you be able to find such valiant subordinates there? Alise's eyes were sharp. He spotted what looked like an officer amongst the Roland army. He roared loudly as he brandished his scimitar and rushed towards the officer. The Roland officer suddenly heard a roar and saw a blood-covered person from the lightning god's whip rushing towards him. He could faintly see that the man was wearing the armor of a military officer. The frightening thing was that the man was not only covered in blood. Pieces of meat were also stuck on the man's armor as if he was a ferocious butcher. While the Roland army officer felt surprised, Alise had already reached in front of him. Alise slashed in a circular arc. The Roland army's officer instinctively raised his sword to block. The sound of the swords colliding could be heard and Alise's slash was fruitless. The Roland army's officer was also quite strong. After all, a commander of 2,000 to 3,000 soldiers should be quite skillful. If he were to be compared with a grade 3 swordsman that had just been selected for the lightning god's whip, a newbie like Alise, the knight should be stronger. But he was not strong enough. Alise's fierce chops and slashes managed to push him back. Alise shouted again and again as if he was a ghost calling out at night. As if muddled, the Roland army officer only knew how to block. Suddenly he realized that all of his subordinates had already been cut down. He then cried out in alarm and knocked back Alise's sword. After that, he turned his horse around and ran. He immediately left behind his pride as a knight and ran away in the face of the demon. The pitiful ones were his soldiers that were in disarray. The lightning god's whip soldiers were like wolves that have caught a sheep. When Alise saw his opponent retreating after fighting with him, as well as the fact that his opponent was also an officer, he was reluctant to let his opponent escape. He whistled and a few of his subordinates followed to chase him down. The Roland army officer escaped along with less than 10 of his subordinates. He heard the horses of his enemies gradually approach. He felt frightened and did not have the time to look back. He desperately took out his sword and slapped the backside of the horse. In fact, Alise had only taken about 3 to 5 people to pursue. If the Roland officer had boldly turned around and fight, he and his 10 subordinates would have been able to defeat Alise and the few other soldiers. However, the only thing that crossed his mind then was to escape. Alise had defeated his enemy in this fight, his first battlefield experience. Seeing the opportunity to earn merits in front of him, he would not let it go easily. However, in the charge earlier, he had put down his bow. Otherwise, he would have earlier shot the enemy with an arrow. At the moment, he could only kick the horse hard and glare at the escaping Roland army officer. The Roland soldiers ran for a while only to hear the hooves of horses coming from the side. There were only about a dozen horses. The Roland army officer thought that it was one of his subordinates that got separated in the fight. He hoped that he could get a few of them to follow him. He hoped that they would be able to help drive away the pursuers. If that was not possible, at the very least they could fight the enemy a little. When the officer looked up, his heart turned cold. About a dozen strong steeds galloped his way. They were led by a young cavalryman. His long blue hair fluttered and his face had a murderous look. Besides that, the Roland officer almost fell off his horse when he saw that the armor of this cavalry was obviously that of the Lightning God's Whip. What was even more frightening was that these Lightning God's Whip men were different compared to that earlier group. They each wore a black cloak over their armor. This Roland officer was a commander for thousands of soldiers. After fighting so many battles against the Empire, he had already understood how fearsome the Lightning God's Whip was. The dozen cavalrymen that appeared were wearing the armor of the Lightning God's Whip. In fact, they were the elite wolf fangs within the Lightning God's Whip. It was fine if it was just the wolf fang. After all, he had previously fought with them. However, the cloaks that the newcomers wore signified something more. That meant that they were not only part of the Lightning God's Whip or the wolf fang. They were the elite personal guards of the Duke of the Tulip family. Alice saw the dozen or so Empire's cavalrymen coming from the left and immediately shouted out to them, "My comrades from over there. Stop them quickly." None of those cavalrymen that appeared responded to Alice's words. If one looked carefully, these dozen men were different from the ordinary wolf fang soldiers. They looked somber, cold, frightening and indifferent. Their eyes were devoid of human emotions. The young man with blue hair moved like lightning and quickly reached the Roland soldiers. He swung his sword in a huge arc. The Roland army officers' two subordinates desperately blocked with their swords. Two crisp slashing sounds were heard and two heads flew off before their owners could react. The blue-haired cavalryman was quick as lightning. He thrust his sword towards the Roland army officer. The officer could only grit his teeth as he braced himself to ward off the attack. Alice then saw a scene that surprised him. The Roland officer that Alice had fought so hard with for a long time earlier that day could not block the blue-haired cavalryman's attack. Instead, man and sword were cut into two in a shower of blood. The corpse immediately fell off the horse. The blue-haired cavalryman then bent down gracefully to pick up the officer's torso and cut off the head. The other cavalryman also killed off the dozen Roland cavalrymen. This kind of skill was something Alice had never seen before. He took a deep breath and approached the other party. As the battle was over, the other cavalrymen from the Lightning God's Whip had also stopped. Without any orders given, they automatically lined up in a fan shape by the blue-haired cavalryman's side. Alice and the others arrived in front of these men. The moment he stopped his horse, he felt an intense and oppressive feeling. It was a cold, killing intent, an incomparable gloomy atmosphere. Alice and the others burst out in goosebumps. Alice then took a deep breath and asked, "Comrades, are you all also part of the wolf fang?" The blue-haired cavalryman glanced at Alice and looked surprised. However, Alice could not see the surprise on the man's face in the dark. "Yes. We are part of the wolf fang," the young cavalryman replied lightly. His aura was different from his men. He replied with a gentle but slightly proud voice. Alice immediately had a strange feeling. This person's voice sounds familiar. "We are the reserve army of the Lightning God's Whip that came from the imperial capital. We were ordered to go to the front and join up with the wolf fang army," Alice said excitedly as the real wolf fang soldiers were in front of him. He understood that these people were different from rookies like him. They were warriors that had seen real battles on the battlefield. The young cavalryman then smiled and lightly asked, "In that case, what is your rank?" Even though the person who asked the question was dressed like an ordinary cavalryman, Alice felt as if the question was being asked by a high-ranking officer. He immediately sat straight and gave the wolf fang standard military salute before loudly reporting, "Grade 3 swordsman and the captain of the 1st Cavalry, of the wolf fang reserve soldiers, Alice, reporting, sir." Alice paused and then continued. "We were ordered to escort the transport of supplies from the imperial capital to Kaka City. Tonight, we encountered a small Roland army and we have just defeated them. Right now, we are about to regroup and continue our journey." "Good." The long blue-haired cavalryman smiled faintly and then said, "Captain Alice, we are the Duke of the Tulip family's personal guards. Since we have met you, you no longer need to go to Kaka City. The Duke ordered for all the supplies to be sent directly to the Lightning God's Whip's barracks 100 miles in from here." "Ah. Yes." Alice replied instinctively. Even he himself thought it was strange. He had a strange feeling even though the person he was talking to looked just like a normal cavalryman. The man spoke in a very dignified manner. The man's words were neither gentle nor fierce. However, it was as if that his words must not be questioned. It was like a calm order of a superior officer. This man was just the bodyguard of the Duke, but he seemed to be accustomed to being a commander or a general. He must have turned out like this after working close to the Duke for a long time. After that, Alice subconsciously sized up this blue-haired youth. He could not help but compare the Duke of the Tulip family and the young man in front of him. Although he had never met the Duke, the legendary Duke was said to be a blonde and handsome man. God had given him a charming face like the sun god and an extremely powerful body like Achilles. This person had a strange and imposing appearance. It was rare for a person to have blue hair. He must be very powerful. The person I took such a long time to fight must have been a Roland knight. I, as a grade 3 swordsman, was unable to defeat him. However, the blue-haired warrior killed him with one stroke of his sword. It was like he was trampling on ants. His cavalrymen were also strange. They had a cold and murderous look, but yet they looked as if they were lifeless. The blue-haired man nodded his head in acknowledgement. Alice turned his horse around and was about to leave. But he then decided to ask, "May I ask for your name? Tonight, you have helped us to behead the Roland army officer. I will report your contribution." The blue-haired man stopped for a moment. He then turned and laughed. He looked hesitant as he said softly, "I am the deputy captain of the Duke's bodyguards. I am a grade 5 swordsman." A grade 5 swordsman was so powerful? Alice was surprised. A grade 3 swordsman like me is having trouble to defeat the enemy, but a grade 5 swordsman can defeat them so easily? Although Alice was from a local garrison and had never met a grade 5 swordsman in his life, he could not believe a grade 5 swordsman was so powerful. The only other explanation must be because these people were the guards of the Duke. Are all of the guards this powerful? The other enemies were also finished off by the other guards with one strike. The other soldiers that had followed that Roland officer as they ran away were also excellent fighters. But they were also just like a piece of paper to these guards. Wait. Alice looked at the other group who were leaving and could not help but call out again. That man frowned and asked Alice, "Is there something else?" Although that man had only frowned and only glanced at him, Alice felt a strange oppressive aura. It was definitely not the aura of an ordinary cavalryman. It was the aura of a successful person. Although it was just a frown, and his face was lowered. Alice lowered his gaze and his voice became nervous as he said, "No. It is just, you still have not told me your name. Also, I would like to thank you for your help. Otherwise, we would have had trouble handling these people." "You do not need to thank me." The young man finally smiled. He hesitated for a while and then replied, "My name is Rhodey. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 186, Field Operations, 1. Chapter 186, Field Operations, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Is this where we will fight the decisive battle? Tiger looked at the line of strong defense that was 10 miles long. Beyond the line of defense was what looked like endless lines of the barracks of the Empire's army. His face was somber, with a tinge of suspicion. Right then, the doubt in Tiger's heart had persisted. He was baffled when he captured Thunder City. The Duke gave up Thunder City just like that? Why did he give up that strategic point that blocked the passage of the southern expedition? After defending it for so many days, he just took his fierce army and withdrew from the military fortress that he had defended so steadfastly. On the day the city was captured, Tiger had watched the Empire's flame warriors fight to the last man. Although these people were heathens, he had to admit that they were brave and faithful to their own religion. In the eyes of the Roland people, these people believed in the devil. The 30,000 flame warriors were sacrificed without hesitation by the Duke. This was to facilitate the Duke's main army's safe retreat. 30,000 flame warriors resisted for 1.5 days. They had fought against wave after wave of Roland attacks until the Holy Knights finally successfully broke into Thunder City. At that time, Tiger was so moved he almost cried. He had already lost more than 100,000 soldiers trying to capture Thunder City. However, when he entered the city he knew that something was wrong. The Duke's main army had already retreated. Only the flame warriors were left in the city. Even though they fought bravely to the end, they only had 30,000 soldiers while they were fighting 100,000 soldiers. This was equivalent to a massacre. The Duke of the Tulip family had been very thorough. Thunder City was in ruins. Most of the buildings in the city had been demolished. The stones were then used as weapons for resisting the earlier Roland attacks, mostly for smashing into the Roland soldiers' heads. Besides that, all supplies had already been removed by the Duke's army. Food and weapons.
Whatever that could not be moved or could not be moved away in time were all destroyed. Tiger did not know whether to laugh or to cry when he looked around the city and saw the broken wooden catapults. Besides that, many places in the city were burning fiercely. There are even a few surviving flame warriors desperately resisting at some corners of the city. Even though Tiger had doubts, he heaved a sigh of relief. Regardless of whether the Duke deliberately retreated or he retreated after being exhausted from defending, Thunder City was finally captured. The gateway to subjugate the south has been secured. No matter what, the people of Roland will not stop this conquest. After spending 2 days to repair Thunder City, Tiger gave the order to head south. Tiger was cautious and dispatched 20,000 soldiers as the vanguard of the main army behind them. The 20,000-strong vanguard searched the areas around them, but they could not find any sign of the enemy. All along the way to the south, they searched the towns and the villages, and yet they could not find anybody. What was going on? Tiger's pre-war intelligence said that the northern provinces of the empire had infertile land and a sparse population. They were just utilized as a war zone. But, however sparse the population, there should still be some people around. The Roland army soldiers were at a loss when they entered the empty towns and villages. There was no one to vent their anger, to release their pent-up murderous rage. They were all ready to teach the heathens a lesson. They understood the decree of the temple. The temple and the dozen kingdoms from the Roland continent had made a joint announcement. Brave men that joined the crusade against the heathens of the Radiant Empire will have a share of land, property, and slaves. Although this was not consistent with the knight's spirit and was more like banditry, the crusade needed a lot of manpower and military power. Besides that, the enemies were sinful heathens that had rebelled against God. As a result, they conveniently ignored this issue. However, as the soldiers continued south, they could not find a single person from the Radiant Empire. Naturally, it was not as if totally nothing was left. The heathens of the Radiant Empire had left behind their homes and their belongings such as gold and jewelry. The officers and soldiers were thus very excited as they had still earned a lot. Who was the one who said that the northern provinces of the Radiant Empire were poor? These heathens were quite rich. Many officers and soldiers have already earned a fortune and started daydreaming of becoming millionaires. At the end of this war, I can use this money to buy a good piece of land and build a small house. It would be even better if I can get a few beautiful heathen maids. However, the people of the Radiant Empire did not leave behind any food. None at all. In the infertile lands of the northern provinces, the scant crops had already been harvested. The remaining unharvested crops had been burned and only scorched earth was left behind. Faced with this situation, a thought crossed Tiger's mind: strengthening the defenses and scorch the earth. Tiger now understood the situation he was in. He took tens of thousands of soldiers to the south. The food consumption of the soldiers and the horses were not just huge but alarming and scary. As Thunder City was near the ocean, supply replenishment was not a problem as they could rely on the ocean. All of their supplies could be continually sent from their ships in the ocean. The Radiant Empire soldiers would not be able to rob them of their ocean fleets. However, the situation now was different. They were deep in the enemy territory. They were also unable to bring their strong warships to land and support their soldiers. All their supplies can only be transported to Thunder City before it can be transported to the south by their army. Their journey towards the south was unusually smooth. Their two groups of 10,000 soldiers did not encounter any significant resistance. Occasionally, they encountered some garrison soldiers. These were easily repelled, but some others voluntarily retreated the moment they saw the Roland army. It seemed that the rumors of the Empire army becoming complacent were true. They were no longer a huge and elite army. The army may still be large, but no longer elite. Naturally, the Lightning God's Whip and the Northern Legion may be exceptions. At the very least, our army here holds the advantage. The Northwest Legion is currently being held back by our ally Ryuenthal. The Southern Legion also needs to guard the Imperial capital from the south. The Northern Legion and the Lightning God's Whip, combined, have fewer soldiers than us. Now, all we need is an opportunity. We just need a chance for a decisive battle. If we can just defeat the Duke's main army in one fell swoop. After they arrived on the Pamir Plateau, the Roland army stopped. They were surprised to see the scene in front of them. On the flat terrain of the Pamir Plateau, a large barracks that was 10 miles long could be seen. How did these heathens do it? The huge barracks was large enough to accommodate 300,000 soldiers. The entire barracks was fenced with wooden railings, with a deep trench in front. The trench was 10 miles long and on the outside, there were densely packed cheval de frise. This was for blocking the advance of the Roland Knights' armored cavalry. It was no longer a barracks but a sturdy line of defense. He looked at the walls of the barracks, the deep trench, the daggers fixed downwards on the cheval de frise and also the archers in the barracks. Tiger could not help but sigh and wondered how many corpses it would take to fill up the trenches. It must be a lot, a lot. However, Tiger still sighed with relief as he had found the enemy's main army. Previously, their pace when traveling towards the south was so smooth that it was disturbing. Right now, there may be a solid line of defense in front of him, one that is really vexing, but finally, a real battle could begin. Oof. Can the defenses of their barracks be as strong as their defenses of Thunder City? To abandon the city walls in favor of a military barracks on a plain here. I really do not understand the Duke. The two sides probed each other on the first day and the real battle started on the second day. The Duke did not keep his troops in reserves. Both armies sent tens of thousands of soldiers into the first battle on the Pamir Plateau. The Empire's army then taught a valuable lesson to the Roland army. That was, even though they had a strong navy, the battles on land still belonged to the Radiant Empire. More than 30,000 of the Radiant Empire's heavy infantries formed a phalanx formation to fight against the waves of soldiers from the Roland army. They fought in tandem with the archers and caused heavy losses to the Roland army. The Royal Knights of the Sauron Kingdom had been given the order to charge. The Royal Knight Regiment commander hoped that they would be able to sweep away the humiliation of defeat at the Thunder City. The brave Roland Knights shouted their slogan, "Fight for honor," before rushing towards the heavy armor infantries of the Empire. They were greeted with spears that were 3 meters long held up like a dense forest. The first wave of cavalries charged into the spear formation and a lot of people were skewered to death. Besides that, there were others that fell off their horses before they were beheaded by the second line of the Empire's soldiers. The Royal Knights immediately realized that even if the enemy was not the Lightning God's whip, they were not as weak as expected. The Empire's soldiers had been going through strict training to fight against the cavalry charges of the knights. The infantries fought properly without retreating or panicking. The soldiers at the front still bravely raised their spears. Their entire formation had stood tightly packed together. Against their wall of spears, those who look at it could feel their head go numb. Tiger immediately ordered 2 infantry regiments to attack when he saw that the Royal Knights could not break the enemy's phalanx formation. Although the cavalry was unable to break through the formation, it had at least caused a certain amount of disorder. Seen in another way, Tiger did not want the treasured Royal Knights to be exhausted by this kind of battle. When the sun started to set, both sides ended the close fight. The Radiant Empire had lost 10,000 brave soldiers while the Roland army had lost 20 to 30,000 soldiers. The battlefield was filled with corpses and broken limbs. The sunset looked stained in blood red. Tiger sighed as the bright red sun gradually disappeared from the horizon. Each soldier of the Empire was worth 2 or 3 of the Roland army soldiers. This fact depressed him. If they had encountered the Lightning God's whip, the difference might be even greater. Each soldier from the Lightning God's whip could probably fight more than 4 of the Roland army soldiers. Tiger was at a loss. If their army was so strong, why did we start a crusade? From where did those people at the temple get the nerve to start a crusade that they would have no certainty of winning? Are they just relying on the hundreds and thousands of soldiers gathered from the 10 different kingdoms to fight against the powerful empire? If I had the Lightning God's whip. Tiger immediately dispelled these thoughts in his mind because it was impossible. He knew that it would be very costly to support and maintain such a powerful army. The Roland continent had more than a dozen kingdoms. The national strength of each kingdom was limited. None of these countries could afford such a costly army. It would be impossible to pick out so many brave warriors. Perhaps if the Roland continent could be unified, they could rely on the strength of the entire continent to build such an army, Tiger muttered as he shook his head to try and stop thinking about that idea. He then thought again. It is impossible to get such an army as the Lightning God's whip. The temple's holy knights could barely compete against the Lightning God's whip. However, the holy knights belonged to the temple. The temple's power on the Roland continent was huge and every knight that entered the Holy Knights regiment would receive the highest glory. This was how the Holy Knight gathered the most outstanding strength in the Roland continent. The temple in the Roland continent had imposed various taxes. Its huge financial resources allowed them to build such a powerful cavalry. The knights were ensured basic necessities, materials and human resources of the highest quality. These benefits were things that none of the kingdoms could match. Tiger smiled bitterly and stepped back. If the hundreds and thousands of these soldiers were on the same level as the Royal Knights, Tiger would be confident of defeating the Duke of the Tulip family only if the hundreds and thousands of his soldiers could at least reach the level of the Royal Knights. After all, they had the advantage of numbers. However, Tiger again smiled bitterly as he thought of this. The Royal Knights belonged to the Sauron Kingdom. The Sauron kingdom controlled almost half of the Roland continent, both in terms of territory and population. Thus they had the resources to create a cavalry that was second only to the Holy Knights. However, this was their limit, as the Sauron kingdom controlled the southern provinces of the Roland continent. The Sauron kingdom had to spend most of its resources to maintain a strong navy. Everybody knew the importance of a strong navy. After all, without a strong navy, the heathens of the Radiant Empire would have already crossed the ocean hundreds of years ago. Just like that, the two sides continued to battle on the Pamir Plateau. There were many fierce fights on the battlefield. Although the Empire's army was of higher quality, the Roland army made up for the difference with its numbers. That night, both sides had dispatched hundreds of people to clean up the battlefield. It was a moment where both sides had a tacit understanding of a ceasefire. The soldiers would search for wounded soldiers to carry back. They then gathered the corpses together. A blaze started at the edge of the battlefield. The corpses gathered there were burnt into ashes. At that moment, the Roland army was recalling the shocking scene at the battlefield that day. The Radiant Empire had dispatched their trump card, the Lightning God's Whip, while the Roland army dispatched the Holy Knights. Tens of thousands of horses had charged towards each other, causing the earth to tremble and even the clouds seemed to disperse. Hundreds and thousands of people had watched the strongest cavalries from both continents clash directly against each other. The Roland army had high expectations of the Holy Knights. They knew how frightening and powerful the Lightning God's Whip was. They believed that only the Holy Knights would be able to stand against the Lightning God's Whip. However, the truth once again surprised them. Perhaps under normal conditions, the Holy Knights may have been able to withstand the assault of the Lightning God's Whip. However, if the army being led by the frightening Duke of the Tulip family's banner, the Lightning God's Whip would be able to crush any enemies. The only person that could compete against the Duke, the Paladin Fielding, was still wounded. As a result, the Holy Knights were led by 3 other senior knights. Hundreds and thousands of soldiers also witnessed the Duke kill these 3 senior knights on the battlefield. One of these knights died in a particularly tragic manner. The Duke had fiercely killed his horse. The knight then fell off into the stampede of horses. When they cleaned up the battlefield later, they could not find his body as it had been trampled into bits of flesh by the tens and thousands of horses. What are we doing here? Did the temple send us here to die? Tiger was lost in thought. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 187, Field Operations 2. Chapter 187, Field Operations 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The 2 large armies were like 2 beasts that had fought each other for a long time. Both were already exhausted. They breathed heavily as they watched each other with vicious, bloodshot eyes. They gently licked their wounds, while they watched their opponent with vigilant eyes. They looked for an opportunity, ready to rise and deal a fatal blow. Tiger finally could no longer wait. He dispatched the special troops of the Roland army, the War Chariots. The War Chariots was a well-known and special type of troop of the Roland continent. That troop had special characteristics, sturdy and a powerful momentum. The impact from a direct hit would be terrifying, especially on the open plains. Each chariot was made with the special ironwood from the Roland continent. They were very sturdy and ordinary fireballs could not destroy them. Sharp blades were also fixed on the wheels on both sides of the chariots. When the chariots moved, the wheels would roll and the revolving blades would become as terrible as the whirlwind. Every chariot was equipped with 3 specially selected strong warriors. These warriors were selected in accordance with some standard of physique and strength. They wore heavy armors with strong protective capabilities, similar to the armors worn by heavy infantries. One of them would drive the chariot while the other 2 would fight, one holding an axe and the other a spear. Besides that, they were also equipped with leather shields to protect themselves from arrows during a charge. When they were near their enemies, these warriors would swap the shields for their spear or axe to attack. Every chariot would be pulled by 2 excellent warhorses. These warhorses had gone through many layers of selection and were also rigorously trained. These warhorses were much stronger than ordinary horses, but their speed and stamina were slightly lower. The warhorses were also draped with light armors to give them some protection. This type of troop would be extremely lethal in an open field. The solid carriages were similar to charging fortresses for attacking enemies. They could easily charge through the formation of heavy infantries, while the archers behind those infantries would not be able to do much damage to them. Just imagine, when the heavy and solid chariot charged at a human body, it was definitely a nightmare. Although the advantages of the chariot were obvious, its weaknesses were also prominent. That was one of the reasons why Tiger did not dispatch these troops earlier. The other reason was that the chariots were extremely expensive. A chariot unit would be several times more expensive than a knight unit. The ironwood used to make chariots cost quite a sum of money. The costs of maintenance and repair were also quite alarming. Besides that, the soldiers on the chariots must also be carefully selected. Although it was easy to train an ordinary soldier, it was difficult to train the chariot soldier. They had to undergo several layers of careful selection from the army. The war horses were also the cream of the crop. Coupled with the cost of weapons and armors, the total cost became extremely huge. The war chariots was a special army of Sauron Kingdom. They were unique to the Sauron Kingdom. The other smaller kingdoms of Roland continent did not have the ability to support such an expensive army. They were also unable to select many good soldiers. Even though the Sauron Kingdom controlled almost half of the national strength of the Roland continent, they could only form 3,000 chariot teams with about 10,000 soldiers. However, when compared to their 50,000 royal knights, the expenses needed for these 10,000 soldiers were much higher. It is time. As the war drum continued to beat, the two armies assembled at the wilderness. Tiger then said in his heart, "Let us see if this team of war chariots could fight, face to face, with that scary lightning god's whip." Naturally, Tiger did not dare use the war chariots earlier because that was the Sauron Kingdom's real trump card. King Sauron had spent a lot of money to build up that horrible war machine with the purpose of fighting the Holy Knights on the Roland continent. King Sauron had a great ambition. He was naturally dissatisfied that his royal authority was supplanted by the religious authority. The war chariots was originally meant to be used as the trump card against the Holy Knights of the Temple in the future. After the loud and clear sound of the military horn, the army of the Radiant Empire began to move slowly. Before them were the formations of several tens of thousands of the Northern Legion's heavy infantries, followed by two cavalries on both sides. Cavalry? Tiger wrinkled his brow. How come the lightning god's whip did not appear? After an imperial officer in the camp shouted his command, the phalanx formations of the Radiant Empire's heavy infantry slowly moved forward. The soldiers also shouted loudly in unison as the morning sun shined on their swords and bright armors. The neat phalanx formations slowly advanced. The sound of the heavy pounding steps, together with the tinkling sounds of their weapons and armors colliding, fiercely hammered into the hearts of the Roland soldiers. Tiger looked at his enemy and sighed again. If only I had 100,000 of such elite infantry. He then shook his head and thought. Now is a time of war. This inexplicable idea is really meaningless. He then whispered something. His conveying officer immediately passed down his military orders. The front row of the battle formation of the Roland army slowly stepped aside, revealing a huge opening. After that there was the loud sound of a horn and, immediately, the sky shook and the earth quaked. Those who did not personally witness that would never be able to appreciate that kind of shock. The earth had immediately started to shake the moment the horn was sounded. Thousands of chariots charged forward as if a savage beast had awoken. The sound of horses' painful neighs and the soldiers' high-pitched cries were all mixed together. Although the cries were not grating and ear-piercing, it was sharp enough to make their ears go deaf and their hearts trembled. The rolling wheels threw earth all over. Leading the billowing earth and dust were thousands of speeding chariots. Although the chariots were still a distance away, the roar of the opponent's soldiers was clear and their blood-red eyes were evident. The commanding officers of Radiant Empire immediately realized the danger. They gave the orders and the archers behind the infantries immediately shot a volley of arrows. A huge concentrated volley of arrows ferociously shot towards the charging chariots. However, those on the chariots raised their heavy shields, effectively keeping them safe. Even when the arrows occasionally got past the shields, they did not cause much damage because of the heavy armors. After a volley of arrows, the chariots had already gotten much closer. "Get ready!" An officer of the Empire shouted loudly. The soldiers nervously moved forward and gradually closed up. They tried to make their square formation more packed and deeper. "Get ready!" The officer cried out again and he sounded a little nervous. The soldiers in front plunged their shields into the ground and then they leaned forwards into them. "Ready!" Others raised their spears and extended them through the gaps between the shields. Countless sharp spears were lifted to greet the difficult and dangerous enemy. Finally, they collided. When the first chariot smashed into the phalanx of infantry, the spears immediately broke from the heavy impact. The shield wall was breached and some of the soldiers were torn apart and scattered on the ground, screaming miserably as they died. Some of the horses from the first row of chariots were pierced by the spears. However, those mighty horses neighed and dragged the chariots a little bit more before they fell. Just those few steps were already damaging enough. After getting past the shields and spears, the following chariots cut through the phalanx of the infantry, like a blade cutting through meat. The axes and spears of the Roland warriors on the chariots, the sharp blades on both wheels of the chariots,
the impact of the sturdy chariots as well as the trampling of the horses, were all nightmares to the infantry of the Empire. The front infantries could not withstand the impact of the charging chariots, while the infantries from both sides were churned apart by the blades on the rolling wheels, even before they could get near the chariots. Faced with that amazing weapon, the quality of the infantry of the Empire was immediately apparent. If it were the infantry of the Roland army facing such a stunning charge, they would collapse immediately. However, the Northern Legion bravely rushed forward. One after another fell under the rolling wheels of the chariots. They did not retreat. These soldiers would fight to the death and even used their bodies to stop the advancing chariots. Some of the soldiers picked up the broken spears from the ground and, while holding the broken spears, rushed at the wheels of the chariots. The moment they did that, their bodies were diced apart by the blades on the wheels. Several soldiers even rushed towards the front of the chariots at the same time. The cavalry of the Empire, on both sides, had already started moving. They tried to attack the chariots from two flanks, but Tiger had already prepared the Holy Knights. After a whistle signal, the Holy Knights, who had been waiting for a long time, appeared and split into two groups to intercept the cavalry. Facts had proven that on the battlefield, those with better weapons could easily procure an advantageous position, within a short time. That truth was played out on the soldiers of the Empire. The Northern Legion trained by Milo showed extreme courage and quality. They deserved to be called elites of the Empire's army. For the sake of blocking the chariots, they were willing to pay a heavy price. That was because they knew if the chariots had rushed past them, the archers that were standing behind the infantries would be massacred. The lightly equipped archers, when faced with those horrible weapons of war, would definitely not be able to hold. The cavalries, on both sides, confronted the Holy Knights. Although the cavalry of the Northern Legion was powerful, they were slightly weaker compared to the Holy Knights of the Roland army. The entire army of the Empire was overwhelmed. When Tiger saw that, he immediately ordered several of his infantry regiments to rush forward. He wanted to take this opportunity to completely rout those tens of thousands of enemy soldiers and break through the Empire's defensive line. Milo was depressed as he watched his army massacred. He gritted his teeth and ordered a retreat. The archers behind were the first to withdraw. One of the walls was pushed over and formed a bridge above the deep trenches. The infantry, in front, used their bodies to block the advances of the enemy, while the infantry, behind, attempted to withdraw. Fortunately, the chariots had slowed down after getting blocked by the dense formation of infantry. The momentum of the assault had stalled. Although the knights on the chariots were still swinging their weapons at the surrounding soldiers of the Empire, with the piles of bodies on the ground and the sluggish wheels, the chariots were already incapable of bulldozing through. That gave the soldiers of the Empire valuable time to withdraw. After seeing the breakthrough of the first line of defense, Milo gritted his teeth and gave another order. Raise the drawbridge. Although there were still tens of thousands of infantries left behind and two cavalries desperately fighting against the enemy's knights, the only escape route had already been closed. The drawbridge was pulled up and the only retreat bridge over the trenches had disappeared. The soldiers of the Empire saw that the escape route had disappeared, but they had no fear or sadness. The remaining soldiers shouted loudly, turned around and viciously glared at their enemy. They roared like a desperate beast as they rushed forward. The two cavalries of the Empire fought to the end. They did not win their battle against the Holy Knights. However, they did not tarnish the banner of the Tulip family that was flying in the barracks. When the last soldier of the Empire on the battlefield finally fell, the faces of the Roland people were not joyous from the victory. Instead, they showed admiration and fear. The ground was covered with blood and corpses as if attesting to the existence of a tragic battle here. Some fallen horses which were not dead yet were issuing some soft plaintive whine. Each and every Holy Knight was also covered in blood and could no longer tell if the blood was his own or his enemy's. They had already laid down the swords in their hands. However, when they looked at their fallen enemies, their cold expressions turned into a peculiar look. That battle was the most tragic battle since the Second Crusade started. That was the first and last time the war chariots of the Roland army had demonstrated such terrifying strength. Their special chariots would later be known as the meat grinder. Tiger looked at the opponent's defensive wall re-erected again. The archer's arrows and the magician's fireballs were all thrown downwards, attacking from the walls. Finally, he sighed and ordered his troops to withdraw. Although Tiger had won, he felt somewhat worried. Where is the lightning god's whip? Why did they not appear today? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 188, Disguise. Chapter 188, Disguise. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The capital of a northern province.
The Roland army fought with the Empire's army for several days on the Pamir Plains 1 in the northern province. Tiger's plans were simple. Currently, the Pamir Plain was located on the way south. North of the Pamir Plains was the Thunder City. From there were two ways to go south. The first method was to defeat the Northern Legion main army. Then go south to capture the northern province capital, Kaka City. The second method was to make a detour around that strong defense line. Station some 10,000 men to pin their army down here. Then lead his main army south through another passage on the west. Tiger shook his head. The second method was simply crazy. Detour around them? It would be crazy to lead hundreds of thousands of soldiers into the enemy's territory but avoid a decisive battle. Tiger sighed as he rubbed his aching temple. In the past 2 days, things had not progressed smoothly. After the Roland army won the battle with the chariots, the soldiers of the Empire seemed to behave like turtles and hid behind their solid defenses. They refused to come out. They relied on the deep trenches and solid walls. There were also dozens of miles of defense line. The archers, catapults, and spears hands were hiding inside their barracks. The coalition army of the Roland continent attacked for 2 days, yet they were unable to create an opening. What Tiger could not understand was that his soldiers were extremely brave and could fight ferociously even when they were faced with the sturdy Thunder City. However, the situation had suddenly changed. Apart from the soldiers of Sauron Kingdom who were very disciplined, the soldiers from the other kingdoms were acting strangely. In the past 2 days, during the aggressive attacks, those soldiers refused to be vanguards. Even when Tiger, in the name of commander, finally gave them a strict order, the commanding officers of those troops pretended to be dead. The soldiers were even worse. They often stopped after running a few steps forward. They were reluctant to move forward, even if their lives were threatened. Even when faced with the sharp swords of their superiors who were pushing from behind them, they tried to evade or go as slowly as possible. Occasionally they would charge forward but no longer had faith or the courage to face death. They would casually fight for a while before retreating. The first thing those soldiers would do after retreating would be to rush to the barracks and divide all the spoils of war of the dead soldiers. Sometimes, in order to snatch a packet of gold, those soldiers who were usually not aggressive in the battlefield would even attack their own comrades. Tiger was extremely angry and immediately ordered the execution of a few people. He hanged their heads for others to see. That caused dissatisfaction of the people from a few other kingdoms. They accused Tiger of being selfish and deliberately sent their armies out to die but not the army of the Sauron Kingdom. Tiger then gritted his teeth and dispatched the infantry of Sauron Kingdom as the main force, to fight the battle for 1 day. However, he found that the armies from the other kingdoms continued to waste time. Finally, Tiger angrily said, "Just stay in the barracks and count your money. But just think for yourself, if we were to lose the war, would you still be able to spend that money?" Besides that, Tiger had a concern, which he kept to himself. The lightning god's whip has not appeared for a few days. Don't any of you all have any thoughts? Although Tiger was suspicious, at least up till then, he still had not heard any bad news. In order to prevent any possible schemes by the Radiant Empire, every day Tiger would dispatch thousands of small groups to scout in all directions, especially at his flanks and rear. At the very least, the report he received 2 nights ago was reassuring. That night, 3,000 soldiers from the Gerda Kingdom were dispatched to scout around. They encountered the opponent's transport team. Both sides fought fiercely. Tiger felt relaxed when the bloodstained deputy officer returned and reported the news to him. That was because according to the deputy officer, they had encountered the lightning god's whip. The officer and 3,000 of the army were killed. The remaining who managed to escape were less than 800. Even their 2 sorcerers were killed. Although they lost a few thousand soldiers and 2 sorcerers, Tiger was not concerned. At the very least, the lightning god's whip was still there and had not disappeared to somewhere else. Tiger repeatedly and carefully asked the deputy officer about the clothing, armors, and equipment of the enemy and their combat effectiveness. Those questions were unnecessary but the answers made Tiger feel reassured. When Tiger looked at the frightened bloodstained deputy officer in front of him, he felt convinced. The only group that could cause the Roland army to end up in such a pitiful state was the lightning god's whip. The actual number of lightning god's whip headed by Alise was definitely less than 2,000. However, the deputy officer exaggerated that there were 2,000 of the lightning god's whip to evade responsibility. In addition to that, the news Tiger received the night before further reduced his doubts. The night before, one of the thousands of small troops that he had dispatched also encountered an attack. According to the report by those who returned, they were attacked by the lightning god's whip. 3,000 or 4,000 of the lightning god's whip ambushed them in the southwest region. In 2 consecutive nights, the southeast and the southwest had traces of the lightning god's whip. Could it be that the lightning god's whip is still in the vicinity? Tiger sighed. What is the Duke of Tulip family doing?
His powerful army is not fighting directly on the battlefield but instead divided into small groups to scout around.
Were they specifically sent to fight his search groups? Or? Tiger's eyes lit up. Or, could it be that the Empire is short of supplies?
The Duke of Tulip family was worried that the small troops that he dispatched might attack the transport team of the Empire.
So, he sent the lightning god's whip to escort the supply team? Tiger laughed as he thought about that. It was ridiculous.
He then remembered that 2 nights ago, the deputy officer had mentioned that he personally witnessed the lightning god's whip escorting the supply team.
Perhaps, what his opponent transported was not ordinary supplies but some powerful weapons. With so many doubts, Tiger sighed and walked out of the tent.
The evening breeze made his already confused mind clearer.
He looked at the defensive line of the Radiant Empire and muttered, "What is the Duke of the Tulip family doing? What is His Excellency the Duke doing?" Nobody knew. That was something even Sieg was not sure. In fact, Sieg was currently stationed at the Pamir Plain, far behind the Roland army. Sieg and one half of the Wolf Fang had already set off 2 days ago. Their destination was Thunder City. The 20,000 Wolffangs were not wearing the standard armor of the Lightning God's whip.
They were wearing the armors of the Roland Knights and holding the crossswords of the Roland soldiers. More importantly, they were not wearing the ordinary armors of the Roland Knights. The special colors of the armors and the black cloaks on their backs indicated their identity, as the Supreme Holy Knights of the Temple of the Roland Continent. As for Sieg, he was wearing the actual standard armor of a senior knight of the Holy Knight Regiment of the Roland Continent. The truth was, Sieg was also a little bit puzzled. He was puzzled by His Excellency the Duke, who had been acting strangely recently. In fact, ever since fighting the Holy Knights at the Pamir Plain, His Excellency the Duke had rarely appeared after returning to the camp. Sieg and Milo had been speculating whether His Excellency the Duke had been injured. After fighting for so many days against the Paladin and on so many occasions against the senior knights, it would be unusual if His Excellency the Duke had no injuries. Even if he did not have any external injuries, then what about internal injuries? Others might not know how powerful a Paladin really was. However, Sieg knew. At Thunder City, Sieg had fought Paladin Fielding when that Paladin climbed the city wall. Frankly speaking, Sieg had never doubted his own strength until then. In fact, Sieg was about to reach the level of a grade 5 swordsman.
However, when he was confronted by the Paladin, he only managed to defend 3 strikes.
The 3 strikes almost killed him. Besides that, Sieg could also tell that the Paladin had not used his full strength. If His Excellency the Duke had not appeared in time to assist him, he would have died in Thunder City.
Is His Excellency the Duke really injured? Even if he is, shouldn't he at least tell me? Even if he was afraid that the news might affect the soldiers' morale, shouldn't he at least tell a few senior commanders? His Excellency the Duke had been acting strangely in the barracks a few days ago. His dozen bodyguards stood watch all the time, outside his tent. Besides that, His Excellency the Duke had also given orders that without his permission nobody, including Sieg, was allowed to enter the tent. Sieg had some doubts.
He felt unfamiliar with the dozen bodyguards of His Excellency the Duke, even though some of them were originally members of the Wolf Fang.
Sieg certainly could recognize them.
However, when he looked at their familiar faces, he had a strange feeling. Those people had changed too much. Although he did not test them out personally, he knew that they were much stronger than before.
A warrior's intuition was very accurate.
There were also a few other recruits that Sieg did not recognize.
That was not surprising because he was the Duke of the Tulip family. It was normal for the Duke of the Tulip family to have a few special guards around him. At each generation, the Duke of the Tulip family would bring along a few personal guards from their family.
One of those examples was Rant. Rant was originally a guard for the Duke's mansion, but now he was also a soldier in the Lightning God's whip. A silhouette emerged in Sieg's mind.
Yes, that blue-haired boy. What is the name of that blue-haired boy? Ah, it is Rhodey. I do not know that boy.
He seems to have been dispatched from the mansion of the Duke of Tulip family.
It is normal if I do not know him.
After all, there are tens of thousands of soldiers, it is impossible for me to have seen all of them before. It is also not a big deal if the Duke of the Tulip family has a few special guards around.
But why does that boy give me a strange feeling?
More importantly, His Excellency the Duke only occasionally appeared once a day and spent the rest of his time in the tent. Even if there were anything, he would pass messages through his bodyguards. Most of the time, they would pass through this boy, Rhodey. There was also his sword. It was obvious that this was His Excellency the Duke's weapon.
However, this boy was holding it. Did His Excellency the Duke give it to him? Who was this boy? He did not look like he had even reached 20 years old. Was he a relative of the Tulip family?
Meanwhile, Rodi was at a place that was about 4 hours away from where Sieg was. He had more than 20,000 cavalrymen behind him. They were also wearing the armors of the Holy Knights.
Their destination was also Thunder City.
Kraft looked at the blue-haired boy and thought to himself.
Kraft was 35 years old that year.
He was an old soldier of the Lightning God's Whip. However, because of his bad temper, he had always only held the post of a deputy commander. The entire army of the Empire knew that the post of a deputy commander was just for show. The real power was no better than that of a captain. It was after His Excellency the Duke of the Tulip family had reorganized the Lightning God's Whip that Kraft had a better opportunity of promotion. By virtue of his own strength, he was promoted to commander. Kraft was a very proud man. When he was with the original Lightning God's Whip, he already did not think highly of those noble officers. He had never followed their bad ways. Besides his arrogance, the other reason was Kraft was not a noble. Because of that, Kraft had always looked at the nobles with disdain. Naturally, the great Duke of the Tulip family was an exception. However, Kraft did not like the blue-haired boy beside him. This kid must have joined the Lightning God's Whip using his influence. How else could such a young man become the deputy captain of the guards of His Excellency the Duke? It was a known fact that it was extremely glorious to become the bodyguard of His Excellency the Duke. Many captains of cavalries were willing to be demoted from their positions as captains if they could become the bodyguard of His Excellency the Duke. Kraft was certain that the young boy must have somehow used his influence to become the bodyguard of His Excellency the Duke. Otherwise, why would he be the bodyguard of His Excellency the Duke but dare not transfer himself to a vanguard group such as the Wolfang or other cavalry teams? He is so young. He doesn't seem to be very capable. However, whether it was Sieg, who was tens of miles away, or Kraft, they were both mindful of their current orders of launching sneak attacks. They could still clearly remember the time before their departure when His Excellency the Duke had summoned them at the camp. The Duke's face looked a bit pale, causing others to believe the rumors that His Excellency the Duke might be injured. Fortunately, His Excellency the Duke still seemed to be spirited. That night, the large tent was heavily guarded by the bodyguards of His Excellency the Duke. Nobody was allowed to get close. Only Sieg, Milo, and Kraft were allowed to enter. Originally, Kraft's rank was too low and he was not eligible to participate in that confidential military meeting. Milo was the regiment commander of the Northern Legion while Sieg was the deputy commander of the Lightning God's Whip. Along with the great Duke himself, the three of them could be considered the three big figures of the war. That was why Kraft felt very nervous when he attended the secret meeting. He was a large man standing there unsure of what to do. In the middle of the big tent was a sand table which vaguely showed the current war situation. It showed both armies were facing each other on the Pamir Plateau. There was a red flag inserted into the sand of the war table symbolizing the Radiant Empire. Next to it was a black flag which naturally represented the Roland army. His Excellency the Duke then inserted two small red flags into the sand plate, at two spots on the other side of the black flag, as he spoke calmly. There are two roads that lead to Thunder City. The first road is the main road. When we retreated and when the Roland army moved south, we used this road. The other road is a small road. Although this road is not an easy road to use, it is good enough for a small army to pass through. Your target is Thunder City. Sieg and Milo looked calm as they already knew the plan. On the other hand, Kraft was extremely surprised. Although he hesitated for a moment, he still said, "Your Excellency the Duke, both Sieg and me only have 20,000 soldiers each. Can we really win back Thunder City? I heard that the Roland army have hundreds of thousands of soldiers garrisoned at Thunder City. Also, we are sneaking past from both sides of Pamir Plain, time-wise." At that time, His Excellency the Duke had a very firm expression. He lightly looked at Kraft and said, "Commander Kraft, I know that it is a long journey. You all will bypass their barracks from two sides and ride quickly to Thunder City. You must travel day and night. Even the Lightning God's Whip would need about 3 days of fast riding to reach there. But I must ask you. No, I order you to reach Thunder City in 3 days." His Excellency the Duke looked at Kraft and said in a low voice, "When we were in Thunder City, I had the Wolfang secretly dig a tunnel for 10 days in the south of the city. The tunnel is not too deep nor too wide as there was not enough time, but it is enough to allow 1 to 2,000 soldiers to secretly enter the city. I will give you my bodyguards. My bodyguards will know the way through the tunnel into the city. After that, you will strive to open the gates from inside. And then... Don't tell me that my 40,000 strong Lightning God's Whip is unable to defeat 100,000 disorderly mob. Kraft immediately stood up straight and shouted, "Your Excellency the Duke, if we cannot recapture Thunder City, I, Kraft, will die there and not come back." Kraft wiped the sweat off his face as he felt the wind blow. He looked at Rhodey, the blue-haired boy beside him, and sighed as he thought to himself. His Excellency the Duke said his bodyguards will lead the way. Is this Rhodey really so powerful? Poof. Judging by his age, he would be considered good if he were only half as strong as Rant. Sigh, why did His Excellency the Duke not send Rant, but this boy, instead? Kraft did not know that at that time Rant was in the Radiant Empire's main camp in the Premier Plain. The camp was surrounded by a team of more than 10 bodyguards. Among them was an excited Alise. He had just been transferred to the Lightning God's Whip and he had already been selected to join the Duke's bodyguards. Perhaps the bodyguards he met that night had inadvertently told His Excellency the Duke about his heroic acts. He looked around at his few new comrades and his excitement turned into a strange feeling. He had met these two men that night. They looked lifeless and had a cold, icy expression. They would not speak a word unless they were talked to. Even when they spoke, their tone sounded as if their parents had just died. Their occasional gaze made people turn cold. They were like monsters. However, Rant was having more difficulties than Alise. Rant was ordered to stay in the tent, wearing the Duke's armor, clothes, and helmet. He was ordered to impersonate His Excellency the Duke. Although this order was strange, Rant was loyal to the Duke and did not question him. Since His Excellency the Duke had given the orders, he would just do it. As per His Excellency the Duke's orders, he did not need to think and plan. He only needed to act as instructed. Even if His Excellency the Duke had ordered him to charge into hundreds of thousands of the Roland army alone, he would do it without batting an eye. The only thing that Rant felt uncomfortable with was that the orders given by His Excellency the Duke were not so simple. Before leaving, he had instructed Rant on 3 things. If someone wanted to see the Duke, say no. If someone reported an enemy attack, say defend. If there were any more questions, tell them to go and ask His Excellency Milo. Another reason Rant felt depressed was that His Excellency the Duke did not mention exactly how long he needed to stay in that tent with nothing to do. His Excellency the Duke merely told him that he was not allowed to leave the tent, regardless how long. He was also not allowed to speak. He just had to sit and wait until he returned. Rant did not know Rhodey's simple reason for choosing him. The reason was Rant had been with him the longest and understood his mannerisms best. More importantly, Rant's rough voice had the dignity of a military general. In addition to that, Rhodey's voice and Rant's voice sounded similar when spoken across the tent. The 2 divisions of Wolffang quickly advanced towards Thunder City. Sieg's journey was particularly dangerous. That was because Tiger had cautiously stationed a lot of soldiers on the road behind him as they traveled south to prevent the Empire's troops from cutting off their escape route. Sieg actually came across some soldiers who tried to stop his advance, but he handled the situation efficiently. From a distance, when they saw the Roland army blocking them on the main road, the Wolffangs, without saying a word, just rushed forward. No matter how the opponent asked or shouted, they continued to advance forward. When the Roland army saw that the oncoming troops in front were wearing the Roland army's uniforms, the important point was that from a distance those looked like the armors of the Holy Knights. Even the banner was the Holy Knights banner. The pattern, the color, and designs clearly proved that this was the genuine 3rd Cavalry Regiment of the Holy Knights. There could not be any mistake here. The Roland officer in charge could not have made a mistake about the famous Holy Knights banner. Moreover, they were also marching according to the standard formation of the Holy Knights, 2 knights holding their banners up high paving the way, the one following from behind in the middle must be the regiment's senior knight, forming an inverted triangle. All those were correct. What the Roland army did not know was that the Empire had already acquired the information about the Holy Knights, such as the different armors for different ranks, the meaning of the pattern inscribed on the banner, and even their formations. That information was obtained from the captured knight, Gerda. Rhodey's method of interrogation was very effective. After a week of not being allowed to sleep, Gerda's Holy Knight spirit finally collapsed. When he confessed, he had almost become a madman and could not even form complete sentences. His eyes were red and he was pale like a vampire. If his hands were not tied, he would have pulled out his hair in a crazed state. He spoke incoherently with a face full of tears and snot. No one had expected for a brave and determined man like him to end up like that after that strange interrogation method. Finally, the tortured and almost crazy man cried as he begged them to let him sleep. That was because every time he closed his eyes and was about to doze off, all sorts of strange methods would be used to keep him awake. Although the soldiers of the Empire did not physically harm him, the lack of sleep made his head feel like bursting. Perhaps it was an illusion, but he felt like his head was a large balloon. Finally, that man had a nervous breakdown.
He then answered all the questions the interrogating officer of the Empire asked, before falling asleep, and he no longer woke up. With the information provided by the knight, Rhodey gave the order in fake Holy Knight armors that looked almost like the real thing were made. The reason why they were only almost like the real armors was because there was not enough time. All the armors were simply modified from the armors of the lightning god's whip. If the color was wrong, it was painted over. If the shape was not right, the armor was given to the craftsman to be modified. Even the banners were made according to the banners of the Holy Knights. These had become a nightmare for the Roland troops guarding the northbound road. If a group of soldiers was called from afar and no response was given, the commanding officers of the Roland troops would have already ordered the archers to shoot arrows. However, the army they were facing then were the troops of the Holy Knights of the Temple. It would not be an issue to offend soldiers from any of the kingdoms, but they could not afford to do so against the Holy Knights. It would be a serious crime even the king could not afford. Besides that, the Holy Knights were well known for their arrogance on the Roland continent. Not answering the inquiries of others had perhaps become their arrogant habit. When the opponent finally arrived in front of the Roland troops, and when they were near enough, then only did they notice that something was wrong. The armors were nondescript and the color also looked a bit weird. However, by that time, it was already too late. There was no army that could withstand the direct assault of the lightning god's whip. Besides that, the opponent was already so close and had already crossed the most effective shooting range of the archers. Sieg's approach was simple. Rush forward without stopping. Charge through the soldiers who blocked the way and after that advance forward, without giving a chance to fight back. 3 days later, they had arrived at the southern part of Thunder City. Like lightning, Sieg led his soldiers to break through the enemy's last line of defense. The officer of the Roland army had waited until they were less than 100 paces away before he reacted and ordered to shoot the arrows. Sieg looked at the surrounding corpses and the defeated soldiers. He then coldly ordered to leave behind 5,000 soldiers. Sieg did not immediately hurry off. Instead, he got down from his horse and stood in front of the 5,000 soldiers. He stayed silent for a moment before speaking. His voice sounded hoarse and soft as a result of a few days of traveling. "Comrades, I want to tell you that I leave you here because I want you to tightly hold this position. I am also not afraid to tell that those left behind here would most likely die. This is why I must tell you that this is not an ordinary task. If you are to remain here, you must be prepared to die." Nobody spoke or averted their eyes. Sieg gritted his teeth and continued, "Very soon, a huge Roland army will arrive. Your task is to guard this place. His Excellency the Duke had given the order to guard this place for at least 1 day. 1 full day and not even a minute less than a day. If the time is not up, nobody is allowed to retreat even if you were the last man alive." Sieg's gloomy eyes slowly swept across the soldiers and shouted, "If you are afraid of death, please stand out. I can forgive those who fear death, but if you cannot fulfill the Duke's orders, I suggest you get lost." Nobody hesitated and none of them trembled in fear. The 5,000 men stayed in place, neatly drew their scimitars and raised them pointing towards the sky. After that, they shouted in unison, "Wolf Feng." 1. The Pamir Plains here was described as the Pamir Plateau in the previous chapter. In any case, the translated text, whether plains or plateau, followed the author's actual words. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 189, Black Veil. Chapter 189, Black Veil. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The remnants of the defeated Roland army, hundreds of them, dashed wildly towards Thunder City. Many were covered in blood. Some of them ran until they could not run anymore and just sat on the ground. Those that were not injured had thrown away their weapons and armor. Right then, even close comrades no longer cared about each other. They could only think of getting to Thunder City as fast as possible. The soldiers were extremely frightened, their legs would have turned soft from fear even if a crow flew over their heads. When frightened, the more timid ones would shout, "They have caught up." The scene then became even more interesting. The ones that still had the strength would run faster while the tired ones desperately hanged on to their nearby companions, begging them to help pull them along. They thus ran helter-skelter for over an hour. Many of them were not heavily injured but were out of breath. Strangely though, the enemy that had been chasing them earlier and who were disguised as Holy Knights, did not attack them immediately. Sieg did not feel like closing in to kill them. There were many checkpoints along the way and Sieg was too lazy to chase down all these soldiers. His primary objective was to get to Thunder City fast. As for those Roland soldiers, just let them run. If they had run towards the Pamir Plain, Sieg would not bother with them at all as his task was to capture Thunder City.
It was fine as long as Thunder City was not forewarned. The Roland soldiers running towards the Pamir Plain would be stopped by the Empire's main army. On the other hand, it would also be a joke for these soldiers to run towards Thunder City. It was impossible for them to run faster than the Lightning God's whip. The Lightning God's whip passed them along the way. When they felt like it, they would slash and kill a few. When they were tired, they just ignored them. The lucky ones were left dumbstruck because the Empire soldiers, after having caught up with them, not only ignored them but continued their rush to the north. One of the Roland soldiers could not help but ask, "Are these guys here to kill us or race with us?" Sieg had not attacked this last group of soldiers. He was not lazy, he just did not need to. Besides that, these hundreds of soldiers had been running for an hour. The troops that were in formation earlier had spread out in disorder for 100 meters. Those who still had the strength were in front while those who were tired were struggling at the back. Naturally, some of the Roland soldiers were not stupid. These looked for a tree or low-lying ground to hide in first before figuring out their next step. Running at the very front was a Roland officer that had stood guard at this last station. He was, of course, the deputy commander. The immediate superior had sacrificed himself heroically in the earlier fight and had now returned to God's embrace. The deputy officer still had a few strong and trusted subordinates with him. In the night, he and his subordinates saw a cavalry blocking the roads. However, the night was dark and it was hard to see clearly. These soldiers felt relieved as they were not far from Thunder City. This cavalry must be soldiers from Thunder City. They ran towards the cavalry and called out excitedly. The more they ran, the nearer they got. In the faint light of the night, they could finally make out the appearance of the cavalry, the knight's special armor, the black cloak and the special banner with a cross. These were clearly the Holy Knight Regiment. The deputy officer's happiness immediately turned to fear when he suddenly realized something strange. The Holy Knights had gone to the front lines with the main army. Why would there be any Holy Knight here? Although he was still puzzled, he continued to run forward. Those were his last few steps. Whoosh! An arrow flew and penetrated the officer's neck. He finally saw the real appearance of the cavalry in front of him. *T. They were just like the enemies earlier. They were all imposters. The last soldier that fell thought to himself, blindness one can kill. Rhodey shot that arrow without waiting for Kraft's orders. Kraft just frowned and coldly looked at him. He then shouted, "Fire away." After that volley of arrows, most of the Roland soldiers that ran over were killed. Kraft then waved his hand and the cavalry rushed forward. They rode to and fro twice to kill the rest of the Roland soldiers. Rhodey did nothing as he regretted his earlier action. Without any orders from the deputy commander, he had shot the first arrow. He had been a duke for so long that his hands had moved out of habit. In the army, those that acted without orders have violated the military law and would be punished. Kraft did not say anything but glanced at him coldly. He lightly said, "These Roland soldiers were running in defeat. Looks like Sieg would be here soon." Rhodey nodded his head and felt a strange feeling. He had never cared when he was the duke, but now that he was just a small captain, he had started to be overly cautious. Perhaps it was human nature. When a person of high status suddenly dropped to the bottom, there would be an indescribable sense of loss. One of Kraft's knights led a small group and went forward to assist. Not much later, Sieg's cavalry had also arrived. Although Sieg was the deputy regimental commander of the army, it was still during an urgent war period. Hence, Kraft merely straightened his body to salute instead of getting off his horse. Sieg took a deep breath and looked at the sky before he asked, "Commander Kraft, was your journey here smooth?" Kraft replied, "It went fairly well. There were no Roland guards on the road. They have not discovered that road. They probably also did not realize that we have already reached here." Sieg nodded and sighed. "Let us proceed a little bit more and then find a well-hidden spot to rest. Recover some energy. We will then attack Thunder City at dawn." Sieg then thought for a moment and then he shouted, "Captain Rhodey." Rhodey was suddenly aware, and immediately shouted, "Yes." Sieg rode his horse slowly towards Rhodey's side. He then carefully looked at Rhodey. The more he looked at Rhodey, the weirder he felt. However, he was unable to tell what was wrong. Sieg then shook his head and thought. War was ongoing. What was the point of thinking so much? He dispelled his thoughts then said, "Captain Rhodey, take the Duke's team of bodyguards into the tunnel. You and your men are the keys to our success in this battle." Rhodey felt uncomfortable the moment he heard this sentence. Usually, Sieg was the one saluting him. He felt uncomfortable now that the role had changed. Far away, in the imperial capital, an old man was laughing while holding his stomach.
This boy finally understood the benefits of being the Duke. There are thousands of positions that he could have chosen, but he took that of a small soldier. I really do not know if his brain has a defect. The night was silent. Even though the Roland soldiers on the Thunder City wall had just rotated shifts, they were still sleepy. The soldiers that were on patrol looked at the lazy soldiers sleeping on the wall with envy in their eyes. Who was the one that decided we would go on night patrol tonight? They jealously walked up to the lazy soldiers and kicked them awake. They then ignored the angry glares as they continued their patrol. They thought to themselves, "Who asked you to kick me when I was sleeping last night?" The terrain of Thunder City was special. An ordinary fortress would be squarish, surrounded by 4 walls. However, Thunder City was not the same as the others. Thunder City only had walls and gates at the north and the south. It only had 2 walls, as the other 2 sides were hills that were not very high, only about 20 meters tall. Both hills faced the seaside and the seawater had eroded the rocks to form a cliff. In fact, Thunder City was not located in an open space. Across the coastal area of the Thunder Strait was a long hilly range to it was a few kilometers from the sea. Thousands of years ago this was part of the sea. But later, through time it transformed into part of the land of the continent. On both sides of this mountain range was uneven rocky land. Lots of big and small rocks were scattered all over. It was passable to men and small troops. Not so for large troops, horses, or carriages. The Radiant Empire had specifically chosen this special terrain thousands of years ago. They spent a lot of money and efforts to dig a gap through the mountain. They then built the north and south walls in that gap. That was how Thunder City was built. At the moment, the buildings in Thunder City had been destroyed beyond recognition in the previous battle. The Roland army also did not spend a lot of time rebuilding the city. Instead, they demolished the broken buildings and used the material to reinforce the walls. That was why most of the land in Thunder City was flat and mostly filled with the barracks. It was dawn, the darkest hour before the sky turned bright. It was also the time the soldiers felt the most tired. A dark figure slowly climbed out from the well somewhere in the south of the city. The figure immediately jumped out before crouching and looking cautiously left and right. After that, more people started to climb out of the well. Hundreds of people had climbed out and they then separated into groups and went into different directions. In the dark, Rhodey's men followed the dilapidated buildings and approached the southern wall of the city. The dozen or so men that followed him were the Duke's bodyguards that had become vampires. Relying on their familiarity with the city's terrain, they hid in a ruined building, trying to stay hidden. The Roland soldiers that were on patrol occasionally passed by them. None of them would have guessed that the enemy had already entered the city. After all, there were another 3 or more checkpoints on the road south of Thunder City. The surroundings were extremely quiet as Rhodey quietly waited as he squatted on the ground. After some time, he heard some noises coming from the city. Ping! A rocket firework shot into the sky in a shower of sparkles. This was the pre-arranged signal for him. The other soldiers in the city had deliberately made trouble to attract the attention of the Roland army. It was also a signal for Rhodey in the city and Sieg outside the city to get to work. The fireworks shone in the night sky for a long time. In the darkness of the night, even those that were more than 10 miles away could see the fireworks clearly. The Roland army was alerted as the nearby soldiers rushed out to investigate where the fireworks came from. The soldiers who were patrolling near Rhodey also ran towards it. Rhodey sighed and said, "The Roland army is really not good. This situation is obviously a surprise attack by the enemy. How many enemies are there in the city?" There was also no need to be nervous. If I was the one giving orders, I would first order the soldiers to reinforce the city gate defenses. Rhodey then took a deep breath, stood up, and said, "Let's go." Rhodey took the lead and immediately rushed out. More than a dozen ghost-like figures ran quickly towards the gates. The Roland soldiers at the gates immediately realized what happened and some of them started to yell and scream. Rhodey and his men quickly rushed towards them and swung their swords. 2 Roland men immediately fell. The soldiers on the walls were also alerted. A group of soldiers ran down the walls. As the officers shouted loudly, the soldiers in the dark were more lost than anything. Some soldiers had just woken up and did not understand what was the noise all about. There were about 100 Roland soldiers near the gates. However, Rhodey and the others were very powerful. They charged fiercely into the Roland crowd and very quickly cut down a large number of Roland soldiers. Many of the Roland soldiers have not reacted. They saw several people rushing over in the Holy Knight's armor. They had trouble understanding the situation. They were surprised and hesitated. Just this slight hesitation was sufficient for Rhodey and the dozen other people to act. It was enough for them to cut off the heads of these soldiers.
At that point in time, the other squads of the Empire began to make trouble everywhere in the city. Fires started in more than a dozen different spots. Although they only had 100 people, they had caused a really huge commotion in Thunder City, with fire and screams all over the place. Rhodey and his vampire subordinates swung their swords in the crowd as many tragic screams could be heard in the dark. Their objective was clearly the city gates nearby. The muffled sound of horses thronged together could be heard outside the gates. The soldiers on the wall finally realized the situation and shouted, "There is a cavalry! The enemy is attacking the city! The enemy is attacking the city?" The soldiers at the city gates that were struggling against Rhodey and his soldiers were in disorder. The enemy is attacking the city? Where did they come from? Did they fall from the sky? However, when they heard the hoarse frantic shouting from the top of the city walls, they knew that it must be true. Rhodey's sword slashed out again and 2 more Roland soldiers were sliced into 2. He heard the horses outside the city and felt anxious. It would be problematic if the cavalry had reached the gates of the city before it opened. After all, there were archers on the walls. The cavalrymen that approached would just become targets for the archers. Rhodey gritted his teeth as he looked at his trusted vampire bodyguards. He growled and fought against a Roland soldier beside him. After fighting for a while, he had already broken that soldier's limbs and ribs. Rhodey then pushed away the badly mangled person and grabbed a sword from the ground. His eyes flashed suddenly and a golden fighting energy burst forth from his body. He looked at the huge solid gates not far from him and roared. His sword glowed with a dazzling light, whistled and shot forward. Just before this, 2 Roland soldiers were standing at the city gates at the northern wall. The regiment commander of the 2nd Infantry Regiment of the Sauron Kingdom, in charge of guarding Thunder City, said in a respectful tone, "Your Excellency, Saint. Are you leaving tonight?" In front of him was a slender figure dressed in a black robe. Her head was hidden underneath the hood. Her clear and delicate voice replied, "I have already conveyed the temple's orders and have transported the supplies from the ship. You do not have to persuade me to stay." After that, she gazed to the south. A slight doubt crossed her clear eyes. She then turned and walked towards the north gate. Following behind her were 4 senior holy knights. The 4 young holy knights looked at her with respect and love. The regiment commander took a deep breath and said, "Your Excellency, Saint. Have a pleasant journey." He originally wanted to curry favor with this Roland Temple saint. After all, a saint's position was as high as a king's. Although the saint seemed cold and in a bad mood, a few words of praise would be appropriate. Unfortunately, before he could say those last few words, he saw soldiers rushing towards him. The 4 holy knights immediately turned around and stood in a circle around the saint to protect her as they drew their swords. The regiment commander's expression changed and was about to scold his men when he noticed his men were covered in blood. In a panic, he asked them, "What happened?" "You?" Before the soldiers could answer, there was an explosion and a fireworks flare appeared in the sky above Thunder City. It then shot across the sky like a shooting star. The quiet night was broken and shouts of killing arose from everywhere in the city. The sky lighted up with flames after that. The regiment commander turned pale and loudly shouted, "Pass down my orders. 5th Battalion. Go! See what is going on. See if the heathens have attacked the city." The regiment commander was still calm as the messenger ran off to transmit his orders. The Black Veil Saint hesitated for a moment and asked, "Regiment commander, has the situation changed?" The regiment commander started to sweat as he replied, "The current situation is unknown. Most likely the Roland people are causing a commotion in the city." "Saint, what do you?" The saint frowned and coldly replied, "You are the regiment commander of Thunder City. Why are you asking me instead?" The regiment commander nodded his head and said, "Yes. Yes. Then." He then hesitated as he looked at the saint. News sighed. Although she opposed the war, she could not do much on her own against the temple. Now, she was ordered to come to the front to convey an order from the temple. She looked at the 4 holy knights beside her and said, "There is a change in the situation of the army. Check it out." The 4 knights immediately saluted and stepped forward. News pondered for a moment and said, "Regiment commander, the enemy is creating disorder at night. However, we have tens of thousands of soldiers in the city. Small infiltrating units causing disorder is nothing significant. Their main objective must be to capture the city gates in the middle of the disorder. Dispatch soldiers to the south gate. There should be." At that moment, News suddenly stopped. She had a strange and familiar feeling. That is a gold fighting energy. Is it his holy light? He had progressed so much in just a few months?
If it is not him, why does the fighting energy feel so familiar? For a while, Muse was speechless. The wind blew on her face as she looked towards the south dreamily. 1. The soldier thought. Direct translation would be glaucoma frightened people to death. In other words, the soldier was lamenting the fact that he was too blind to see. Glaucoma is a disease that damages the optic nerve and eventually causes blindness. An acute glaucoma attack can cause blurry visions, headaches, among other things. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 190, The Tulip Bloomed. Chapter 190, The Tulip Bloomed. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. There was a huge explosion and it created a large hole in the thick ironwood city gate. Broken pieces were thrown all over. The Empire's cavalry cheered from outside the city gate. A hurried drumming sound was heard as the horses charged in quickly through the gate in a long line. Even though the soldiers on the wall heard the loud explosion, they could not see and therefore did not know the gate had already been blasted open. But when they saw a big cavalry rush towards the city gate, the brave ones grabbed their bows and arrows and shot out a few arrows. As for the ones who were scared, they just ran down the wall tower. Rhodey had been in an arduous war. Although the warriors he brought were valiant and all had been transformed into vampires, not everyone was abnormally fierce and powerful like him. At the moment, except for Rhodey, everybody had put in their best effort. The Roland army was confused, but they understood the consequences of allowing the enemy cavalry to enter the city. Rhodey approached the city gate as he slashed left and right, forcing the Roland soldiers to move out of their positions. He then pulled open one half of the city gate. He was startled when his back was slashed. That opened a big gap at the back of his armor. Rhodey raised his eyebrows and turned around, killing the assailant with a backhand slash. After that, he moved quickly to the edge of the city gate, as he did not want to be trampled on by the horses of the Lightning God's whip. With dust flying, tens of thousands of Lightning God's whip had already rushed into the city. The hundreds of Roland infantrymen, who originally blocked the city gate, had no time to even moan before they were drowned in the surge of iron pouring in. Things began moving within the Roland barracks. Countless soldiers climbed out of their tents. Some were wearing their clothes while some were wearing their armors. Some were looking for their weapons while some were looking for their commanding officers. There were also some who could not find their own swords and ended up scrambling for them with their companions. Even some officers of the Roland army who heard the emergency assembly bugle call did not know what was going on. The tens of thousands of cavalry who rushed into Thunder City immediately split into two groups. One group went left while the other went right. They charged towards the two large barracks of the Roland army in Thunder City. The first unlucky ones were the Roland army infantry, whose barracks were located on the right side. The night vigil soldiers had panicked the entire time as there were fire and screams everywhere. Everything happened so quickly that they could not understand what was going on. Surrounded by chaos at the barracks, they saw horses coming towards them. From afar, they could see the banner of the Holy Knights Regiment. The Holy Knights? While these Roland soldiers were still confused, they heard the Holy Knights shout, "Retreat! Quickly run!" There was a huge commotion. The Holy Knights are retreating? There was an explosion and countless soldiers ran helter-skelter. When the Holy Knights got nearer, the people of Roland Continent finally noticed the difference and exclaimed, "Shit! Imposters, we are dead!" Everyone in the Lightning God's whip had to learn two words from the dialect of the Roland Continent. Those words were retreat and run. During the commotion at night, a group of Holy Knights had dashed in, shouting loudly at the same time. Any soldier who saw this would, of course, run first. Even the Holy Knights have lost and are deserting. Only an idiot would not run. If you don't run, your head would soon roll down on the ground. The situation at the barracks on the left was a little bit better. The deputy commander was more composed. Although he could not totally suppress the chaotic situation in the barracks, he was able to maintain control of 2,000 of the more elite soldiers and organized them into a battle formation. He then saw Rhodey brought a large troop of cavalry and forced their way in. Those cavalrymen shouted, "Retreat, quickly run," in the Roland dialect. As the Roland soldiers started to fall into disorder, that deputy commander cut down a dozen of those soldiers who were thinking of running away. He then shouted, "Nonsense! Since when are the Holy Knights in Thunder City? These are imposters. Let's fight." Rhodey saw the enemy approaching instead of running away. Even in a state of commotion, the enemy's infantry formation did not collapse. Rhodey realized that they had already seen through his ruse. He immediately raised his sword, shouting, "Wolf Fong." Tens of thousands of cavalrymen roared simultaneously, "Kill! Rhodey had used all his strength to shout Wolfong in a booming loud voice. His voice reverberated throughout the city, right up to the north. When Muse heard his voice, she was so startled she could barely stand. She pushed about a dozen of the holy knights out of her way and ran a few steps towards the south. Suddenly, she stopped. Muse's body was trembling. It's him! It's him! Without a doubt, it is him. It is his voice. Involuntarily, her tears started to flow. Muse bit her lip to stop herself from crying out loud. Ho! Ho! Holy Saint! Your Excellency! The regiment commander of the Roland army turned pale. At the moment, shouting voices reverberated in the city. Although he did not know how many soldiers from the Radiant Empire had entered the city, he believed that there must be a lot of them. Muse tightly clenched her fists and whispered in a hoarse voice, "It is already too late. Regiment Commander, it looks like a large troop of enemy soldiers has already entered the city. Didn't you hear that sound earlier?" The regiment commander's face was full of sweat as he replied, It is the Wolfong. Wolfong. I will immediately send some soldiers to regroup and fight back." Even an idiot could tell that the regiment commander was almost losing his voice. It was at this moment that the messenger who ran out earlier had returned, struggling as he did. He shouted before he even reached the regiment commander. "Your Excellency! Your Excellency! The left barracks are gone." The moment that regiment commander heard those words, he felt his legs go soft and immediately sat on the ground. Muse sighed as she looked towards the south. She could hear the screams of the frightened people fighting. She gazed tenderly and thought to herself, "That guy must be very close to me, now." "Saint!" One of the holy knights asked, "Your Excellency, what should we do? Should we help them confront the enemy?" These young holy knights were amongst the more excellent people from the temple. All of them were currently eager to go out. Muse looked at the regiment commander who was on the floor and said, "Confront the enemy? Confront what enemy? Let's leave." After that, Muse turned towards the city gate as her robes fluttered. The 4 holy knights followed behind her. One of them was puzzled and he asked, "Your Excellency, Muse, are we going to just ignore this?" Muse felt agitated but tried to make her voice sound as cold as possible. "What else can we do? Their main army has already entered the city and we have lost our barracks. Do you think the 5 of us can repel them? Let's go." That holy knight was about to reply when Muse glared at him and coldly said, "Shut up." After saying that, Muse no longer looked back and walked towards the city gate. Her footsteps were heavy and she felt like every step required a lot of effort. In fact, Muse would rather those people get out of her way, so that she could, regardless of everything, go towards the south. But is that possible? After all, I am a saint of the temple. Although I am against the war, I will not betray my faith. Further, and further. With every step she took, Muse was further and further away from that person. The black veil that covered her face was already soaked with tears. The horses had already been prepared outside the city. Muse took a deep breath and looked back. She slowly closed her eyes and whispered in the common language of the Radiant Empire, "If you do not forget me, I will never forget you. You better stay alive. I will wait for you." She then bit her lips, turned around and mounted her horse. Muse and the 4 holy knights galloped towards a ship waiting near the shore. The Roland army in the city had completely collapsed and was not able to organize any effective resistance. The situation had become completely one-sided. Tens of thousands of the lightning gods whip used their mighty momentum to destroy the barracks of the Roland army. After that, they chased the Roland army out of the city to the north. The lightning god's whip did not expect to completely annihilate the entire Roland army, as the Roland army still had a lot of soldiers. It would be impossible to kill every single one of them at once. In fact, the Roland army was only defeated in the sense that they were extremely frightened and disorganized. Tens of thousands of the defeated Roland soldiers were like an ocean wave moving away from the northern gate. They no longer thought about anything else. There was only one thought: run. There were no enemies in front. When the lightning god's whip finally reached the northern gate, Sieg immediately ordered them to stop. Those frightened Roland soldiers who were still running away suddenly realized that their enemy was no longer chasing them. When the braver ones turned around to look, they noticed that the city gate had already been closed. Tens of thousands of the defeated Roland army were scattered outside the north gate of Thunder City. They were in between the ocean and a solid wall. The officers of the Roland army began to gather their army. That regiment commander had also retreated from Thunder City. He only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the lightning god's whip stopped chasing them.
After counting the number of soldiers remaining, he found that the Roland army did not lose that many soldiers. They still had about 80% of their original troop of about 100,000 soldiers. Some of the smarter soldiers from the Roland army also thought to themselves, perhaps their enemy did not have that many soldiers. We were tricked. The regiment commander roared. He then drew his sword and shouted, "Let us strike back." Strike back? The man's subordinates looked at each other. Strike back? They looked at the soldiers around themselves. Some had no armors while some had no weapons. Some of them did not even have the time to put on their pants. Those who had dropped their shoes while escaping were already considered fortunate. Strike back? They turned around to look at the solid wall and the thick and heavy ironwood city gate as they asked themselves the same question. Strike back? They may have 70 to 80,000 soldiers. However, every 2 soldiers would need to share a sword. Besides that, about 30 people would need to gather what they wore to barely make a complete set of armor. Besides that, they had no tools for a siege, no catapults, no chariots, and not even ladders. How do we attack them? Do you want our soldiers to bang their heads against the city gate? Kraft led the lightning god's whip around to inspect the city, and they strangled any remaining Roland soldiers found scattered in the city. Sieg led his soldiers to the southern wall. Although they had won the battle at Thunder City, there was an urgent matter that they must immediately attend to. They must immediately strengthen the southern wall and the southern gate of the city. That was because the main force of the Roland army may launch a counterattack. Besides that, there may have been some Roland soldiers that had escaped from the first checkpoint that Sieg and the Wolffang had attacked on the way here. Those escaped soldiers may have retreated towards the main army in the Pamir Plain. In order to expedite the surprise attack, Sieg did not chase them down. It would not have mattered. Everything was according to their plans. By the time the Roland soldiers reached the Pamir Plain, the lightning god's whip would already be very far away from them. By the time the main Roland army arrived at Thunder City, it would have already been captured. The key to this war was the timing. Sieg brought his men to the southern wall to make preparations. He ordered Rodi to remain at the north wall. After all, Rodi was currently the captain of the bodyguards of His Excellency the Duke. Although he was just a captain, everybody knew the implications of being the captain of the Duke's bodyguard. Besides that, he had performed well in the earlier battle. Just before Sieg left, he said, "I leave the north to you. Just be careful of the Roland army outside of the city." Seeing Sieg leaving for the southern wall with his men, Rodi sighed with relief. Every time he stood near Sieg, he felt very nervous. Sieg was already too familiar with the Duke of the Tulip family, and Rodi was afraid that he might carelessly reveal his identity. In fact, Rodi had only used his golden fighting energy once to break open the city gate. However, ever since Sieg led his soldiers into the city, Rodi no longer dared use the golden fighting energy again. He must show that he only had the ability of a grade 5 swordsman. With a sigh, Rodi took his men up the wall. Previously, he had fought a bloody battle against the Roland army on that part of the wall. Rodi leaned on the wall as he looked out at the tens of thousands of defeated Roland army in the wilderness outside the city. One of the officers from the lightning god's whip could not help but ask, "Officer, what should we do with those Roland soldiers? Should we go out and kill them?" Rodi shook his head and whispered, "There is no need for that. Right now, some of them aren't even wearing pants. Just let them die slowly on their own. If we go out and kill them, we will waste our strength and resources. Either way, they would not be able to attack us, so we can just let them wait. The Roland army's supplies would probably take several days to arrive. In those few days, even if they do not starve to death, they would freeze to death." Rodi paused for a moment before he gave an order. "Let some of our squads watch from the top of the wall. The Roland soldiers won't be able to do anything. As long as they do not approach the gate, they can do whatever they like. If anyone approaches the gate, shoot him with your arrows." Rodi sighed as he looked at the sky turn brighter in the east. Rodi then looked at the distance. North of the city was an open space, and beyond that was the coastline. Rodi was not sure if it was a psychological or a natural response, but when he looked at the coastline, he felt his heart stir. "Your Excellency." The officer of the lightning god's whip, behind Rodi, saw him was in a daze and could not help but call out to him. Rodi immediately snapped out of his daze and asked, "What's wrong? Are you all right?" Rodi shook his head and frowned. "Nothing, it is just that for some reason, I have a strange and familiar feeling," he softly murmured. Suddenly, Rodi's eyes grew wide and he trembled. He then grabbed the wall and stuck his body out of the wall as he looked at the distance. "News. Is that you?" At that moment, News was standing on the aft of a ship with her hands behind her back. The ship was already several hundred meters from the shore. The waves rushed as the salty sea breeze blew. However, Muse looked as if she was oblivious to it as she looked towards the south. As they moved further away from Thunder City, the tall sturdy towers became smaller until it eventually looked like a black spot. Right now, he must have already captured Thunder City. What does he look like now? Will he still rudely and angrily call me a fool, like he used to? Muse gently closed her eyes. She slowly lifted her slender hands to remove her black hood from her head. The sea breeze blew and raised her long and black hair. Muse could not help but lifted one of her palms and emitted a ball of silver light. The silver light shot up towards the gray sky and lit up the darkness like a magnificent firework. Muse looked up at the huge apparition she had created in the sky. It looked like a blooming tulip flower. Rhodey, if you see this tulip, come and look for me in the Roland continent. At the same time, the lightning god's whips who were standing on the wall also saw the apparition of the tulip in the distant sky. The soldiers immediately became vigilant. Are the Roland soldiers coming again? Are they the Roland sorcerers? Only when Rhodey saw the apparition of the blooming tulip in the sky did he gradually calm down. It must be her. It is definitely her. Rhodey smiled. He suddenly stretched out his hand and patted the shoulder of the officer of the lightning god's whip beside him. He then said in a calm and firm voice, after passing through the strait, would we be in the Roland mainland? That officer gave Rhodey a strange look and said, Your Excellency. Didn't you see that in the sky? I saw it. Rhodey nodded and laughed. Isn't it beautiful? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 191, Valiant Warrior. Chapter 191, Valiant Warrior. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The lightning god's whip was tense as they repaired the southwestern wall of Thunder City. The few hundred captive Roland soldiers were whipped and forced to gather large rocks to strengthen the city wall. At the same time, they had to repair the city gate and to pile up numerous huge rocks at the back of the gate. Sieg was undoubtedly a very harsh person. He showed no compassion to the captive Roland soldiers. That was why his subordinates, the lightning god's whip, also did not hesitate to fiercely whip any of the prisoners who were slow. Sieg could not be considered cruel. It was just ridiculous to show sympathy for those who invaded his homeland. While the southwestern wall was being repaired, on the main road about 100 miles south of Thunder City, a large troop of Roland cavalry was making every effort to rush in. Earlier on, after Sieg's soldiers had broken through the second northern line of Roland defense, the supreme commander of the coalition armies of the Roland continent in Pamir Plain had received the bad news from the returning defeated soldiers. At that time, Tiger felt as if he had just stepped off a high overhanging cliff. In his rage, he cut down the defeated officer into two and angrily ordered the Holy Knights, at all costs, to immediately return to the Thunder City. No matter what, Thunder City must be recaptured. If Thunder City was captured by the enemy, not only would Tiger and his main army lose their only escape route, their supply line would also be cut off. Now we can only hope that our last stronghold on the road to the north can stop the lightning god's whip. Tiger sighed, perhaps, we will be able to catch up. After all, we have nearly 100,000 soldiers in Thunder City. It would not be so easy for the lightning god's whip to win. Even if the Empire has tens of thousands of cavalry attacking us from behind, they are unlikely to capture our main defense army station at Thunder City. Siege warfare is not the cavalry's strong point. Tiger had forgotten that the Holy Knights he sent out were also cavalries. If Thunder City was lost, then could those powerful Holy Knights recapture it? 3 senior knights led tens of thousands of Holy Knights forward. They were only a few dozen miles away from Thunder City. In the distance, right in front of them on the road north, was the last military stronghold. Along the way, they found that the 2 earlier strongholds had already been broken through by the Radiant Empire army. Only some corpses and remains of the brutal killings were found. Speed up! We will reach the Thunder City by nightfall. One of the senior knights shouted. The last stronghold was about 10 miles south of Thunder City. Situated across the road was the last line of defense, originally arranged by Tiger as a guarded gateway. However, the ones that were currently stationed here were the 5,000 lightning gods whip left behind by Sieg. Their mission was to guard that place for a day. More than half a day had passed since His Excellency Sieg gave the order. They only needed to guard that place for a few more hours and their mission would have been completed. The commanding officer, for the 5,000 lightning gods whip, was a grade 4 swordsman named Chavi. When he heard the faint trampling of the horses in the distance, he realized that the Roland army had arrived. The large trees on both sides of the roads had already been cut down and the soldiers had placed those trees on the main road.
Xavi was certain that the Roland army who would be arriving would be a large cavalry. The people of Roland continent would be eager to recapture Thunder City. In order to move quickly, they would dispatch their most powerful soldiers, the Holy Knights. Xavi knew that it would be impossible for his 5,000 Lightning God's Whip to fight head-on against tens of thousands of Holy Knights on the wide main road. They used the Roland army's fortification and the trees they had just cut down to form a crude line of defense. That defensive structure might not be able to prevent a large group of infantry from attacking them, but it was enough to stop a cavalry charge. In fact, Xavi's actions were desperate. He knew that his troop of 5,000 soldiers would not win this battle. He only wanted to delay the enemy. The longer the Roland army remained there, the better. That was because new defenses would need to be deployed at Thunder City, which they had just captured. The longer he held out, the stronger the defenses of Thunder City. Xavi saw the vanguard of the Holy Knights approaching. He and his 5,000 warriors had also long abandoned their horses. They hid behind the defenses and waited patiently. The Holy Knights soon found that there were obstacles blocking the road. They had no choice but to stop. They dismounted and proceeded on foot with their shields ready. The battle started all of a sudden as a volley of arrows rained down without warning. At that moment, in the Pamir Plain, Tiger needed to make an extremely important decision. Should we forge on ahead or should we retreat? Tiger placed a gag order on the information that Thunder City had been attacked. The only people who knew were all the highest-ranked generals. After that, the representatives of the coalition armies of all the 10 kingdoms of Roland continent had a fierce argument inside the large tent of the Supreme Commander. There were two factions arguing. The first faction was of the opinion that the whole army should set out to recapture Thunder City. That was because it is their only escape route and also their supply route. The other faction felt that they should ignore Thunder City. They felt that they should immediately focus their entire military strength and confront the main army of the Radiant Empire. Once their enemy was defeated, Thunder City would no longer be important, as they could then obtain as much supplies as they need from the Empire's territory. As long as the main army of the Radiant Empire was defeated, then they would also be able to take advantage and break through the defenses on Pamir Plain. From there, they could capture one or two big cities in the north and the problem of supplies would be solved. The military officer who adhered to that faction was very bold. His reasoning was that since they had sent a cavalry to attack Thunder City, then it must be their strongest cavalry, the Lightning God's Whip. They should take advantage of the fact that the Lightning God's Whip was not around to defeat the main army of the Empire. Tiger felt very conflicted. In his heart, he actually preferred the latter solution. Go back, immediately? Would the enemy's main army just allow hundreds of thousands of our troop to fall back so easily? They would definitely not let go. They would tail us. The current military supplies would last for only 10 more days. Of course, if an order to limit the distribution of supplies is given, then it would last for more than 20 days. Within a 20 days time frame, tens of thousands of his army had to recapture Thunder City. The journey back would also take up a few days, as not all of the soldiers were cavalry. There were infantries and also the slow supply carriages. After that, they would need to break past the solid city wall guarded by the Lightning God's Whip. Could all this be accomplished in 20 days? But Tiger was surprised that the Holy Knights insisted on returning to Thunder City. Paladin Fielding, in particular, was especially insistent and unyielding. Tiger could, perhaps, ignore the noisy representatives of the small kingdoms. However, the Holy Knights represent the temple. That was something that Tiger needed to consider carefully. As a result, he had no choice but to first dispatch the Holy Knights to quickly advance to Thunder City. However, Tiger knew that even if he does not give the order, the Holy Knights would have gone there on their own. 50,000 Holy Knights had already set out for 2 days, yet Tiger still refused to withdraw. In front of them was the entire force of the enemy's main army in the north. If they could break through that line of defense, then the big piece of land in the north behind the defense line, Kaka City, the capital of the northern province, there would no longer be any defense in the north. As long as they occupied the opponent's northern province, then the problem of supplies in the army would be resolved. When that time comes, they would think of ways to recapture Thunder City. After all, they would still get reinforcements from Roland continent, and it would not be difficult then to capture Thunder City with a pincer attack. Tiger persevered for 2 days. In those 2 days, he ordered his soldiers to attack the Empire's strong line of defense. One after another, the infantry regiments charged in. However, the soldiers of the Empire hid behind their defenses and refused to come out. Tiger realized that the Empire was trying to delay him. The Empire intended to wait until they gave up and were forced to withdraw. Then, his opponent would have won. The defenses at Pamir Plain were attacked by wave after wave of Roland soldiers. Tiger hardened his heart and dispatched the elite soldiers of Sauron Kingdom. He no longer tried to conserve his military resources. The situation no longer warranted that. The Sauron Kingdom was known as the most powerful kingdom of the Roland continent. His army was naturally much stronger compared to the armies of the other kingdoms. Groups after groups of soldiers sacrificed their lives at the Empire's defense line. The trenches in the defense line were filled with corpses. Meanwhile, in the Duke's tent behind the defensive line, Rand sat there gloomily, pulling off his hair. He was extremely bored for the past 3 days, staying in the tent. The loyal Rand followed the orders of His Excellency the Duke and did not even step out of the tent. When the military officers outside asked to see the chief commander, Rand replied, "No." When somebody outside reported that the Roland army attacked, Rand pinched his throat and gave the order, "Defend." When someone outside reported that the enemy's attack was extremely aggressive, Rand shouted before they could finish speaking, "Go and ask His Excellency, Milo." The fierce attacks lasted for 2 days. Both armies had fought until they had no time to clean up the battlefield. Countless corpses fell in the wilderness. Layers upon layers of corpses even blocked the Roland army from attacking. Tiger was extremely agitated and had not slept for 2 days. If his men had not stopped him, he would have personally led the attacks. However, 2 days later, the Radiant Empire's defenses were still strong. Although it was breached at noon, the gap was eventually plugged with flesh and blood by the Radiant Empire soldiers. Tiger gritted his teeth and looked at the distance. He was not looking at the scattered corpses in the wilderness. Instead, he was looking at the defenses of the Radiant Empire. Almost there. Almost there. The enemy would also not be able to last much longer. Tiger was very confident. Although the opponent's defenses were tight, the defenses on the plains could not be stronger than the defenses in the solid city wall. He believed that after so many days of fighting, his enemy would also have heavy losses. It only looks strong. Tiger gritted his teeth. Just give me 3 days. If I have 3 days, I would be able to break through their defenses. 3 days. Tiger murmured before he suddenly laughed. His face showed a crazy smile filled with desperation and nervousness. Right. 3 days. However, would those guys believe me and give me 3 days? After 3 days, the remaining supplies would only last for less than 5 more days. In the past 2 days of fierce attacks, although a lot of his soldiers had perished, Tiger believed that his opponent had also suffered heavy losses. However, the consumption of supplies was extremely fast during the battles. The cowards would not allow him to have 3 more days. Even the sorcerers of the temple had also insisted on retreating. Ha ha ha. Tiger could not help but laugh. His subordinates behind him were surprised to see the actions of their supreme commander. Tiger then roared loudly, "Retreat? Retreat? Are you saying that we must retreat after losing so many people? The people from the temple are now so insistent on retreating. Why did they start the war in the first place?" At first, he had placed his hopes in Ryuenthal from the northwest. However, Tiger had long been disappointed. What wolf of the grassland? He is just a fool. What do you mean armored cavalry of the grassland? They are all just a group of trash. They could not even make any progress against the defense of the Northwest Legion, whose strength was considered second-rate. On the 3rd day, Rand was sitting in the Duke's tent when someone called out to him. "The Roland army seems to be retreating. What should we do?" Rand jumped up. Had he not remembered the Duke's orders, just in time, he would have already called out. He desperately suppressed the excitement in his heart and replied in a hoarse voice, "Go and ask His Excellency, Milo." During the time when Tiger was being pressured to withdraw, the Holy Knights, who were less than 10 miles from Thunder City, had finally broken through the strong defense line. The 5,000 Lightning God's Whip men were totally wiped out. They were confronted by a group of dismounted Holy Knights, armed with shields and swords. With their shabby fortifications, they stubbornly held on for 6 hours. After shooting all their arrows, the soldiers took out their scimitars to engage in melee combat. The 5,000 soldiers fought against tens of thousands of enemy soldiers from evening until dawn. The hopelessly outnumbered Lightning God's Whip remarkably completed their mission. They had delayed tens of thousands of enemy soldiers at that line of defense. When the last Lightning God's Whip finally collapsed, there was no living Empire's soldier left on that defensive line. In the beginning, the Holy Knights abided by the Knight's spirit and no longer harmed the injured soldiers. However, they soon discovered that that was a fatal mistake. Even if the Lightning God's Whip soldiers were seriously injured and were lying on the ground, as long as they could still move, they would hold on to the legs of their enemies. Their companions would then take advantage of that moment to cut down the enemies. Enemies like those were extremely dangerous as long as they still had not breathed their last breath. The Holy Knights were forced to give up their knight's spirit. When dealing with any lightning god's whip, whether they were alive or seriously injured, the safest way was to cut off their heads. That was to confirm that the lightning god's whip had really died and they could rest assured. The face of the man leading the knights was covered in blood. He had just personally killed a particularly tenacious officer amongst the lightning god's whip. It seemed that person was what the heathens called a grade 4 or a grade 5 swordsman. Under normal circumstances, if we were to fight, I can still defeat him, but I will need to take a while. However, when we fought just now, that guy was already seriously injured and I only needed 6 strikes to successfully stab his chest. However, the senior knight did not escape unscathed. When his sword stabbed one of the enemy soldiers, he thought that that was the end of that enemy. But that soldier suddenly hugged him like a madman. The two men struggled and fell to the ground. During the struggle, the knight's helmet also came off. At that moment, that soldier from the lightning god's whip opened his mouth and bit the knight in the face. Although that soldier finally died after exhausting his energy, the senior knight was extremely shocked and terrified. Madman! That guy is insane. The bite just now was so painful that my tears almost flowed. He had already bit off a piece of flesh from my handsome face. Luckily, he had already lost his sense of reasoning and did not bite my neck, or the blood vessels. The knight tore out a piece of cloth from his clothes to cover his bleeding face. He then shouted with a hoarse voice, "Advance! Advance! Advance immediately!" Was he frightened? Perhaps, he was more shocked or astonished. Even when faced with tens of thousands of Roland soldiers, the lightning god's whip still managed to delay the Roland soldiers for so long with just such simple fortifications. Besides that, the lightning god's whip had also caused the Roland people to suffer heavy losses. The losses suffered by both sides are almost equal. Although the combat effectiveness of the lightning god's whip was slightly better than that of the Holy Knights, the Holy Knights had more people and had the advantage. That senior knight threw the cloth that was soaked with blood onto the ground. He then looked at the ground full of corpses and said, "Leave 10 men behind to bury these bodies." He paused for a while and then continued, "It does not matter if it is our men or theirs. Bury all of them. Yes, they are our enemies. They are strong enemies. However, at the same time, they are warriors worthy of respect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 192, Prelude to Climax. Chapter 192, Prelude to Climax. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It was winter when the decisive battle of the Second Crusade finally began. That battle was later referred to as the Sandwich Biscuits One. After tense preparations by the Roland Continent Coalition Army, a large-scale retreat from the Premier Plain began. Tiger had already lost confidence in the war. However, as the Supreme Commander, or at least, he still was, in name, Tiger carefully arranged for the evacuation of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Since it was a retreat, it was inevitable to leave a few soldiers behind to guard the rear. As the various groups had different ideas, there was a heated debate to decide who should stay behind to guard the rear. Tiger did not participate in the discussion. He just sat there and sneered as he watched the others quarrel. Finally, they decided to leave behind the infantry regiment of the Goethe Kingdom. The one known as the second-rate infantry throughout the war was entrusted with the important task of courting death. After leaving behind 30,000 of the Goethe Kingdom's infantry, Tiger withdrew with the royal knights of the Sauron Kingdom and the sorcerers. They were the first to retreat from the battlefield. Tiger no longer wanted to bother with the other groups of soldiers. As for the infantry of Goethe Kingdom, Tiger did not believe that they could accomplish the task of breaking off the enemy pursuit. The Goethe Kingdom's soldiers were not so brave and would probably surrender. Let us wait and die. All of us are just waiting to die. Tiger's eyes were cold as he looked at the main camp behind him. They sent us to our deaths in this war. Milo was an outstanding general. Prejudices aside, he actually was quite capable. Without the lightning god's whip under his command, Milo began his pursuit of the Roland army. Milo did not dispatch all the troops at once. In the beginning, he carefully sent out a few troops to harass the enemy to slow down their retreat. He tried his best to delay them. It would not be wise to fight directly with the enemy now. Consume it all. Waste your time, your energy, and your food supplies. The infantry of the Goethe Kingdom, who was responsible for holding the rear, collectively surrendered after 2 days. 30,000 people became prisoners. That was all as expected by Tiger. Whatever the case, the 30,000 prisoners would be able to delay the army of the Radiant Empire from chasing them. However, Tiger, or perhaps everybody from the Roland continent, was shocked by what happened next. all 30,000 prisoners were ordered to be slaughtered by Milo within the night.
Although many officers did not support Milo's decision and many, in fact, even complained to His Excellency the Duke, but His Excellency the Duke still did not show up. The Duke remained in the tent and told them, "Go and ask General Milo." Within the night, all 30,000 Roland prisoners were executed. Milo surrounded the prisoners in the barracks of the Roland army. He then sent out a troop of heavy cavalry and began to attack. The sound of fighting lasted throughout the night as the soil was dyed red. Milo did not have any intention of cleaning up the battlefield. He ordered his soldiers to burn the barracks of the Roland army along with the corpses. Although many military officers of the empire objected to Milo's actions, they could not disobey his command. If we take along those 30,000 prisoners, we would need to allocate at least 20,000 soldiers to watch over them. We do not have that many people, and it is impossible to leave behind 20,000 soldiers on the plain and waste them on those prisoners. Milo's last sentence was also straightforward: no mercy for invaders. Because of Milo's harassment, the Roland army retreated very slowly. They left behind their treasured wagons and only took along their supplies. Milo was clever and did not send his army to fight against the Roland army. He dispatched a few light cavalries to go back and forth to harass the Roland army so that they could not retreat peacefully. Meanwhile, his main army steadily approached from behind. He maximized the use of that delaying tactic in the current situation. It was a full 5 days when the exhausted Roland army finally arrived at the south side of Thunder City. They had already put in their utmost effort. Tiger was not surprised to find the Holy Knights at their wits' end below the city wall. As expected, the Holy Knights were unable to recapture Thunder City. Tiger had a ridiculous thought when he looked at the banner of the Tulip family above the city wall. He felt like he was just a bystander and the predicament in front of him had nothing to do with him. It was now necessary for a last-ditch effort. The Roland army became desperate in the face of the predicament. The coalition armies gathered their final courage, regardless of which kingdom they were from, and charged towards the banner of the Tulip family, which was fluttering above the wall of Thunder City. They were greeted with arrows and stones. The joke was that those arrows and also the food used by the lightning god's whip in Thunder City were all initially the hoarded supplies of the Roland army. So, a strange battle began. The Roland army was caught between Thunder City and Milo's army. In front, the Roland army began a fierce battle at Thunder City while they were being attacked from behind by Milo's army. Frankly speaking, if it was just the tens of thousands of the lightning god's whip fighting against the hundreds of thousands of the Roland army and also their team of skillful sorcerers, the city would be destroyed sooner or later. However, Milo, behind the Roland army, was giving them a headache. Tiger was confident of ending the battle at the Thunder City if the Roland army had a month's worth of time. Milo's army had already left its line of defense at the plain. In an open area, their superior army should be able to defeat Milo's army. However, that would still take time. Although Thunder City's defense was solid, the tens of thousands lightning god's whip were obviously outnumbered by the hundreds of thousands of Roland army. Tiger was confident of winning back Thunder City if he had sufficient time. Unfortunately, the problem was still time. The food supplies left in the army would only last for 2 more days. 2 days. Tiger could not help but laugh dryly. What is next? First, we go hungry. When we can no longer tolerate the hunger, we will start killing the horses. After losing the horses, the Holy Knights possibly could not even defeat the enemy's heavy armor infantries. After that, what would we do? Will we start eating people? Ha ha ha. This is ridiculous. The sandwich biscuit battle lasted 4 days before the Roland army announced that they had given up. Both sides sent messengers to and fro for a day. After that, the Radiant Empire's regiment commander, the Duke of the Tulip family, announced the acceptance of the surrender conditions and ensured that the prisoners of war would not be slaughtered as Milo's actions had already caused a deep fear in the Roland army. It was during that winter that the Second Crusade, that had lasted 2 months, finally ended. At the city wall south of Thunder City, 500,000 of the Roland Continent Coalition army surrendered to the Radiant Empire. The Northern Legion of Radiant Empire had accepted the surrender of the Roland army. In that war, the Roland Coalition army had invaded with 800,000 soldiers. Almost 300,000 perished while the remaining became prisoners of war. Likewise, the Empire also paid a heavy price. 10 million gold coins had been spent on the war. Besides that, less than 300,000 soldiers remained of the 400,000 soldiers that went to the north. Among the casualties, the Flame Warriors had lost 30,000 soldiers while the Northern Legion lost 100,000 soldiers. The elite Lightning God's Whip had 50,000 soldiers before the war, but after the war, they only had less than 30,000 soldiers remaining. Most of the Lightning God's Whip were killed in the final Sandwich Biscuit battle, during the Roland army's last siege of the city. The Empire had the time advantage and eventually won the battle. At Thunder City, all the hundreds of thousands of the Roland army soldiers, including the Holy Knights, had put down their weapons. After that, they were put under custody of the 50,000-strong heavy infantry from the Northern Legion and 20,000-strong Lightning God's Whip. They were gathered at their original barracks. All the daily foods and supplies were sent directly from Thunder City. Following His Majesty's summons, Sieg was left behind as the supreme commanding officer in the front lines. Under the escort of 10,000 of the Lightning God's Whip, the Duke of the Tulip family together with His Excellency Milo of the Northern Legion returned to the imperial capital. The only unusual thing was that even during the ceremony of accepting the surrender of the Roland army, the supreme commander of the empire, the Duke of the Tulip family did not appear. The ones present at the ceremony were Sieg and Milo. Milo received the sword from Tiger, the commander of the coalition army of Roland Continent, while Sieg signed on the book stating the terms of surrender. 10,000 Lightning God's Whip cavalrymen nervously escorted a tightly sealed carriage towards the imperial capital. The soldiers worriedly looked at the tightly sealed carriage and thought to themselves, "Is the rumor really true? Is our great commander, His Excellency the Duke, really sick?" Following the Emperor's instructions, the original welcoming ceremony was not carried out and a false date of the Duke's triumphant return was published by the newspaper. Tens of thousands of civilians of the Empire and the fans of the Duke of the Tulip family waited in vain. They were so disappointed and angry that they fought against the security soldiers. Meanwhile, the Duke of the Tulip family and his carriage team had already sneaked into the imperial capital the night before. There was a grand feast in the imperial palace, but the Duke of the Tulip family did not participate in the feast. According to the Empire's official statement, His Excellency the Duke was injured and needed to rest. In that grand celebration banquet, Milo was the only one among the high-ranked generals from the Northern Warzone who attended. He was in the limelight. His good noble upbringing helped him to cope with the adulation piled by the nobles in the Empire. By being both noble and modest, he had the perfect image of a brave, young and loyal general of the Empire. Marquis Caroline finally felt relieved when saw the smile on the Emperor's face and also the crowd surrounding his nephew. The public image of the Lionheart family finally had turned for the better. Taking advantage of the interval during the banquet, Marquis Caroline took his nephew to the side and carefully asked him about the Duke's injury. The smile that Milo kept up throughout the night disappeared as he sighed and replied, "I don't know." "You don't know?" Marquis Caroline was surprised. "It's true," Milo whispered. "In fact, Seth has not appeared for a very long time. He rarely appeared in front of anyone during the battle at Pamir Plain. I was in command the entire time until the decisive battle at Thunder City." At this moment, Milo frowned and continued, "I also have some doubts. That day, when he returned from the battlefield, he looked as if he did not have any injury. However, he then hid in the tent and refused to see anyone. Is the paladin of the Roland army really so powerful?" Marquis Caroline pondered for a moment and asked, "So, is it possible to interrogate that paladin?" Milo shook his head and replied, "The opponent's team of sorcerers and the paladin had already escaped. At that time, the situation was very chaotic. When their army surrendered, the sorcerers, the paladin, and the senior knights, those who could fly, all flew away." Milo sneered, "Thunder City is not big. Although sorcerers are not able to fly long distances, it is still possible for them to fly to the beach from Thunder City. However, I am not sure if they could fly across the Straits of Thunder." Caroline, the old fox, became silent for a while. After that, his eyes shined with a cunning look as he whispered, "Was Seth seriously injured? Perhaps he would die?" Milo shook his head and firmly said, "He will not die." He had a strange expression as he continued, "I believe nobody in this world can kill him." Marquis Caroline looked at his nephew's expression before he sighed and whispered, "No matter what, we have won the war. His Majesty will reward you generously. If Seth is dead, then you would be the remaining and greatest hero of this war. Sieg does not have the support of a noble family and would not achieve much. Milo, have you ever thought about it? If Seth is dead, you would be the #1 person in the Empire." Milo's body suddenly trembled and his eyes flashed as if he thought of something. After that, his eyes turned gloomy. He looked at his uncle with a complicated expression. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "My beloved uncle, I know you have high expectations of me. However, what you do not know is that after this war, I have a strange feeling about Seth. No, I should say about the Tulip family." Milo gave a long sigh before he continued in a low voice, "Perhaps in my entire life, I would not be able to surpass that guy, Seth. As for that family, they made me feel hopeless. They have a real power of appeal." Milo's eyes then was a mixture of emotions. It was filled with respect, jealousy, disappointment, desperation, but mostly admiration.
You will never be able to imagine that kind of scene. As long as the banner of the Tulip family was fluttering, millions of soldiers would worship it like they worship God. For the banner of the Tulip family, those soldiers were willing to die without a trace of hesitation or fear. That kind of sincerity towards the Tulip family, that craziness and absolute loyalty, was something we could never achieve. Marquis Caroline did not say anything. He looked at his nephew's expression and sighed. The newspapers in the imperial capital were filled with the joys of victory. Every day, there was a large crowd outside the Duke's mansion, and the security soldiers did their best to guard the Duke's mansion. Under Andy's arrangement, news of the Duke's injury was slowly released. As a result, there was an increase in the number of religious people in the imperial capital. Numerous civilians went to the church to pray. They prayed to the great God to bless the empire's guardian for health and longevity. Outside the mansion of the Duke of the Tulip family, there were also countless infatuated women silently praying while holding a blossoming tulip flower in their hands. However, those people made sure they stood several tens of meters away from the mansion of the Duke of the Tulip family, as they were afraid of disturbing His Excellency the Duke, who was nursing his injuries, from resting. Every day, a team of royal guards would visit the mansion of the Duke of the Tulip family. It was said that His Highness the Emperor had personally dispatched the palace doctors to treat the Duke's injuries. The various newspapers, in the imperial capital, had also dispatched countless people to watch the Duke's mansion every day and night. Every day, the various newspapers would publish information about the Duke of the Tulip family. News report: according to one of the servants from the mansion of the Duke of the Tulip family, His Excellency the Duke was already able to get out of bed yesterday. News report: based on leftover of a beef steak at the rubbish dump outside the Duke's mansion, and that steak was the Duke's favorite food, we think that His Excellency the Duke was recovering and had started eating. News report: according to the younger brother of the wife of the nephew of the wife of the neighbor of the medical officer responsible for treating His Excellency the Duke, he had already fully recovered. Every day, the newspapers were filled with all kinds of news and speculations about the recovery of His Excellency the Duke. Various newspapers then began to blame other newspapers for reporting false news for the sake of their sales. With all the disputes, the public in the imperial capital became confused. Nobody believed in the news anymore, regardless whether it was true or false. One fine day, a newspaper boldly reported that His Excellency the Duke was gravely injured. An angry crowd then rushed to the newspaper headquarters and beat everybody up. After that, all the newspapers abstained from reporting. 3 days later, the Central Command of the Empire released the list of heroes of the war to be conferred awards by His Majesty the Emperor. It was a lengthy and cumbersome commendation order. The only thing that drew the attention of most people was that, at least, the Duke of the Tulip family was mentioned in the list of commendation order. Duke of the Tulip family, Seth Rudolph, appointed as Marshal Commander of Central Command of the Empire. Former Deputy Commander of Central Cavalry, General Sieg, is promoted to Regimental Commander of the Central Cavalry. He will also be conferred the title of Earl. Former Regimental Commander of the Northwest Legion, General Milo, is promoted to Deputy Military Minister. He will also be conferred as an Earl. Former Commander is given the title of Former Deputy Commander. After all the awards were announced, the grand ceremony was held in the Radiant Hall of the Imperial Palace. However, the Duke of the Tulip family was still unable to attend the ceremony. It was worth mentioning that among the lengthy awards, there was a humble name. Former Deputy Captain of the Duke's Bodyguards in the Lightning God's Whip, Rhodey, because of outstanding performance at the battle in capturing the Thunder City, is transferred to the Imperial Guards. He is conferred with the noble title of Viscount and the position of Palace Warrior. 1. Yes. Jusin Bingon. Sandwich biscuits. It did not say Chin Ho Gongji, for pincer attack. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 193, Ambiguous. Chapter 193, Ambiguous. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The grand award ceremony was held in the Radiant Hall in the Imperial Palace. That was because the Empire had not won a large-scale war in a very long time. Moreover, that was a crusade. It was the first time in 200 years since the Empire had a victory as big as wiping out 800,000 Roland invader. The award ceremony was on an extremely grand scale. The largest in 200 years. The last time such a grand award ceremony was conducted was during the reign of Abbas the Great. The Radiant Hall had never been so busy in the past 200 years. There was no such scene in previous years, even on National Day. The Radiant Hall that could accommodate thousands had already been filled with people. Everybody of prestige in the imperial capital had already gathered there. Being an award ceremony, it was different from an ordinary banquet. All the men wore their uniforms instead of their ceremonial attire. That night obviously belonged to people from the military. Those who wore military uniforms were looked at with respect. Their uniforms and the swords at their waist showed off their proud identities. I am a soldier. All those who participated in the crusade and had been commended by His Majesty were present. There were a few exceptions, including Sieg, who had been left behind in the north to deal with post-war issues, and also the greatest hero, the Duke of the Tulip family, who was unable to attend due to his health. Everybody else was present, and that included Rhodey. Rhodey walked into the main hall wearing the uniform of an officer of the Central Cavalry Regiment. He was surrounded by both familiar and unfamiliar faces. It gave him a strange feeling. He had already met most of those people, but right now, most of them could no longer recognize him. His Majesty the Emperor has not arrived yet. What is that old skeleton doing? Rhodey then curiously thought to himself. Could he be peeping from behind the side door? The officers of the Central Cavalry came together. Kraft led the group into the hall, with Rhodey in the middle of the formation. They immediately attracted the attention of most of the people in the hall with the sounds of their leather boots, their resolute expressions, as well as the killing intent that could only be acquired in the battlefield. Most of the young aristocrat ladies could not help but secretly glance at them. Most of them focused on Rhodey. Among the dozen officers, Rhodey was the youngest. He had a tall and rugged body. The smart uniform of the Central Cavalry was stretched by his sturdy body. He walked with a majestic gait. His angular face and long blue hair made many of the young ladies' face blush. Fortunately, that was not the first time Rhodey had experienced such a situation. He was very calm, or, at the very least, he looked very calm on the surface. As His Majesty the Emperor had not arrived yet, everybody in the hall was conversing softly with one another within their own circle. The moment Rhodey and the dozen high-ranked officers of the Lightning God's Whip arrived, they were immediately surrounded by the other nobles. Everyone knew that after that night, most of the soldiers attending would become a military star. There was even a chance that one of them might become a powerful person in the army. They knew that the Lightning God's Whip was under the personal command of the Duke of the Tulip family. If they could to win over those people, then they would have already made connections with the Duke of the Tulip family. Milo and several his men from the Northern Legion stood on the left side of the main hall. They were also surrounded by a lot of people. At first, the Lionheart family was facing a crisis. However, after that war, the Lionheart family evidently had regained the trust of His Majesty the Emperor. Many hoped to take this opportunity to rebuild their relationship with the Lionheart family. Milo took his men to greet the Central Cavalry soldiers when he saw them enter. After fighting together in the war at the north, they had already formed a somewhat close relationship with one another. Those officers under Milo had high respect for the Lightning God's Whip. They had personally witnessed how invincible the Lightning God's Whip was in battle. Out of habit, the officers from the Lightning God's Whip immediately saluted Milo. After all, in the north, Milo's position was only second to His Excellency the Duke and His Excellency Sieg. When the dozen of Lightning God's Whip saluted Milo, the surrounding people were surprised and envious. Milo felt proud and his icy-cold expression gradually became warmer. Naturally, Kraft talked to Milo, as he was the highest-ranked officer among the Lightning God's Whip present. "Commander Kraft, how is His Excellency the Duke? Have you visited His Excellency the Duke?" Milo asked softly. In fact, he was also very concerned about the Duke's injury. However, the relationship between both families was not good, and it was not convenient for him to go and see the Duke. Even if he visited the Duke, he would not be able to meet the Duke. Kraft's expression was gloomy as he replied, "Your Excellency Milo, we did go to the Duke's mansion, but the one who greeted us was Miss Nicole. His Excellency the Duke is currently cultivating and would not meet guests." Rhodey stood at the outer periphery of their circle and listened quietly to their conversation. His eyes could not help but look around. There were too many people that could recognize him, and he must act carefully. From time to time, a noble from the imperial capital would arrive. The imperial guards would then announce the arrival of a certain baron, viscount, or other noble loudly. However, the following announcement instantly silenced the hall. The arrival of Miss Nicole from the Duke's family. As the announcement was transmitted into the hall, everybody instinctively stopped their conversation to focus on the door. Miss Nicole then walked in slowly. Her beautiful golden hair gently draped over her shoulders. Her soft snow-white shoulderless evening gown seemed to set her off as a pure lily. She wore a silver waistband which seemed to accentuate her slender waist. Her dignified and beautiful but unsmiling face seemed to give a cold and elegant look. When everybody saw Miss Nicole enter the hall, they had the same thought. Since Miss Nicole has arrived as a representative, then the Duke of the Tulip family would not appear tonight. Nicole slowly walked in and her eyes were looking at Milo's group. She then smiled gently and nodded her head slightly. The Northern Legion soldiers and the Lightning God's Whip officers immediately stood straight. Milo looked in admiration before he also elegantly smiled back. Only Rhodey knew that Nicole's smile was meant for him. When they saw Nicole walk in, the Lightning God's Whip immediately left Milo's side and went to the side of Miss Nicole. Nicole's cold expression disappeared as she gently spoke a few words with Commander Kraft. Kraft was so excited that he was almost trembling. The fearless man in the mighty army had become so nervous that he did not know what he should do. The people in the hall were in various states of minds. While they were still secretly looking at Nicole, the arrival of another person was loudly announced. Everybody quickly stopped talking and then stood upright. His Majesty the Emperor has arrived. Abbas 11th slowly walked in, under the escort of several Imperial guards. Rhodey immediately saw Sky, who was standing beside the Emperor. That fatty secretly winked at him. The following procedures were in accordance with the tradition of the Empire. In the spirit of respect for heroes who had contributed to the Empire, His Majesty the Emperor personally read out the names of those heroes. They then stepped forward to be bestowed the awards by His Majesty the Emperor. About 20 people, who were to be conferred, knelt in the front of the hall. After His Majesty the Emperor finished calling out their names on the list, he walked up to the kneeling heroes and, one by one, placed a red gemsword on their shoulders. He then casually gave a few encouraging words before helping them wear their medals. Rhodey was the last person. When the Emperor walked up to him, Rhodey suddenly felt an ominous feeling. Looks like there are some plans that Andy have not told me. Young man, you did very well. The Emperor's voice was not loud, but everybody could clearly hear his words in the quiet hall. Besides that, the Emperor had an affectionate expression and his eyes were filled with pride and love. Rhodey then heard the bastard affectionately said, "I am proud of you. I am proud of you. I am proud of you." What do these words mean? The tone used is what a proud father uses when talking to his successful son. The hall suddenly seemed to hum like a beehive. Everybody in the hall started whispering to one another. Who is this young man? Where did he come from? They had originally thought that Rhodey was an officer from the Lightning God's Whip, but at that moment, they were even more interested and curious about his identity. Rhodey was already a little muddled. For a moment, he could not understand what was implied in Andy's last few words. However, at that time, the Emperor had gently pinned the medal on Rhodey's chest. He then loudly said, "Let us enjoy the night. For the heroes of the Empire." As the hall cheered, the Emperor personally pulled Rhodey up and led him slowly to the back of the hall. A group of performers for the Imperial Court entered the hall along with those carrying an abundance of food, exquisite tableware, and fine wine. However, at that moment, nobody bothered to pay attention to these. They were still making guesses about the identity of that young officer whom His Majesty the Emperor had led away. Some of them were so curious that they inquired around them. However, even the Lightning God's Whip and the Northern Legion were not clear about Rhodey's identity. The only thing they knew was that the young man was the captain of the bodyguards of the Duke of the Tulip family. Just a captain of bodyguards? Why does His Majesty the Emperor favor a simple captain so much? Even Nicole, from time to time, looked anxiously at that door at the back of the hall. She was unsure of what they were doing. A few wealthy young nobles approached her, from time to time, to strike a conversation with her. Nicole was the star of the night. She was a beautiful woman and the eldest daughter of the #1 family in the Empire. She was also the older sister of the Imperial Marshal, the Duke of the Tulip family, and those nobles wanted to be in her good books. Although a lot of young talented men approached her, Nicole was obviously not interested in them at all. In the beginning, she reluctantly entertained them with a few words. However, after some time, Nicole started to furrow her eyebrows and it was evident that she was feeling impatient. She became fed up and started to look at them annoyingly. Kraft and the Lightning God's Whip began to act. They firmly stood around Miss Nicole to obstruct all those that tried to approach her. The nobles looked at the ferocious officers who were also the heroes of the Empire. Naturally, the nobles were afraid to offend them. When the Lightning God's Whip noticed that Nicole's eyes, from time to time, were looking at the door that His Majesty the Emperor had entered, they could not help but remember the incident when the Emperor proposed to Miss Nicole. Although the difference in age between His Majesty the Emperor and Miss Nicole was extremely big, it would still be a good thing if Miss Nicole were to marry the Emperor. Two Wolf Fawn officers that were present knew a little about His Excellency the Duke's reaction then. It seemed like the Duke was disgusted with His Majesty the Emperor's marriage proposal. Finally, after a while, the back door reopened. Several servants walked out. They were followed by His Majesty the Emperor, who seemed to be in a good mood, even smiling a little. Following behind the Emperor was Rodi. At that moment, Rodi had already changed his clothes. His original smart uniform of the Lightning God's whip had been replaced with the standard attire for nobles. His long blue hair gently scattered behind his back, but he looked like he was at a loss. When Andy took him to the back, Rodi thought that Andy wanted to say something to him. However, the old skeleton had only dragged him to the back to change clothes. Just a change of clothes. What is this old skeleton up to? The banquet had begun. Everybody looked curiously at the young man behind the Emperor. Who is he? Why is the Emperor so intimate with him? In accordance with convention, the next event would be the first dance of the banquet. Based on the courtesy of the nobles, the Emperor would invite the Empress for the first dance. At that moment, the musical performers had prepared themselves and started to play a light and gentle music. When the Emperor casually clapped his hands, the crowd in the hall stopped talking and stood back to create a space in the middle of the hall. Everyone, the Emperor said, tonight is a happy night. Let us sing our praises for the heroes of the Empire. Only Rodi felt something was wrong when he heard the Emperor's voice. He was too familiar with the old skeleton's tone. Every time the skeleton used that kind of tone, he was up to some kind of mischievous plan. Due to the Empress's poor health, she is unable to attend tonight's banquet. So, I will give this opportunity of the first dance tonight to one of the heroes of the Empire. Let this hero of the Empire replace me for tonight's first dance. The Emperor slowly looked at the audience after he finished speaking. All those that he looked at could not help but straighten their chests. This is a great opportunity. To replace His Majesty the Emperor as the first one to dance in the banquet is a supreme honor. The old skeleton smiled happily and said, so, I suggest, we let the youngest hero of the Empire invite the most beautiful woman in the imperial capital for the first dance, tonight. He then smiled cunningly and said, Rodi, Miss Nicole, I suppose you will not reject my proposal. The audience went into an uproar. Marquis Caroline, who was in the crowd, was surprised. He looked at Rodi, who was standing beside the Emperor, and then he looked back at the Emperor's expression. He suddenly had a horrifying thought. Could this young man be His Majesty's illegitimate child? Rodi looked at Andy in surprise. Although he did not speak, his eyes had clearly stated what he wanted to say. What are you trying to do? Andy smiled faintly. He deliberately gave an affectionate expression and calmly said, young people do not need to be so shy. Child, I am proud of you tonight. Those words shocked everybody. Marquis Caroline took a deep breath as his brain churned at high speed. Previously, His Majesty the Emperor did not appoint a crown prince. Even after the Empress was pregnant, His Majesty did not indicate the slightest intention of appointing a crown prince. This man is young enough to be His Majesty the Emperor's son. Ah, what was his name? Rodi. I have not heard of this name before, but he could actually enter the Lightning God's whip at such a young age and is also the Duke's trusted subordinate. HMMP. A young hero of the Empire and also the words, I am proud of you. Marquis Caroline sighed and thought to himself. I am really stupid. Really stupid, this young man must be His Majesty the Emperor's illegitimate child. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 194, Too Smart for Your Own Good. Chapter 194, Too Smart for Your Own Good. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Despite feeling skeptical, Rodi still walked to the front of Nicole. Applying the noble etiquette that he had learned, Rodi stretched out his hand and extended a standard invitation. A magnificent symphony then started. He gently embraced Nicole's slender waist as the two of them happily and gracefully danced along with the light music. In accordance with the usual practice, the first dance was meant for His Majesty the Emperor to enjoy on his own. Naturally, the others could only just stand and watch from the side. However, that kind of honor was not something an ordinary person can enjoy. After dancing for a short while with Nicole, Rodi started to feel uncomfortable. Countless eyes glared at Rodi. Those glares were filled with envy, surprise, doubt, disdain, jealousy, and anger. Of course, most of them were still guessing Rodi's identity. All kinds of complex glares were directed at Rodi, making him a bit nervous. He felt extremely uncomfortable and his hands that were holding Nicole also turned stiff. Relax. Nicole was aware of Rodi's nervousness. She quickly and softly whispered into his ears, do not worry about their gaze. After she finished speaking, Nicole snuggled into Rodi's embrace. She was completely relaxed and allowed Rodi to spin her around in the dance.
As she had followed a noble's education since childhood, she had much more experience on such occasions. Although that was a grand occasion and it was the first time she danced in front of such a large crowd, she was much less nervous than Rodi. Rodi could feel Nicole's soft body in his arms and he could smell her familiar delicate fragrance. He could not help but relax. His original stiff movements also became smoother. The man was tall and stood straight as an arrow. The woman was beautiful and peerlessly enchanting. Everybody in the hall focused on them, especially since Rodi had a mysterious identity. Andy maintained his majestic expression as he sat on the throne. However, he was actually laughing out loud in his heart. "Old skeleton, what are you so proud of?" When he heard Sky's voice, Andy knew that Sky was using a special method to talk to him. "Damn fatty, are you using a mind-reading spell?" Andy secretly frowned. "Do you think you are so great for having a powerful domain force? How dare you use the mind-reading spell on an old man like me? Are you not afraid that I would use magic to counter you?" Sky laughed arrogantly but did not say anything. Andy also showed a cunning expression. "When did an old man like me ever learn how to dance? It is too difficult for me. Might as well just let this kid dance." Sky sighed and replied, "You are too mischievous. After your show tonight, people would be guessing what is the relationship between His Majesty the Emperor and this boy, but..." Andy laughed helplessly. "Me? I did not say anything. I only told him I am proud of him and that's all." At that moment, the audience applauded as the first dance ended. The dancing couple made a courteous gesture as expected with the noble etiquette and then walked off the dance floor. The rest of the night was more relaxed. As it was a celebration banquet, there were not many rules. However, Rodi had already been surrounded by all kinds of people. It was a fact that one must be smart enough to get elevated to a high noble position in the first place. But they were still unable to find out the relationship between that young man and His Majesty the Emperor. His Majesty the Emperor's intimate attitude towards him was obvious. Moreover, His Majesty took him alone to the back, just now. Although they did not know what His Majesty the Emperor had said to him, Rodi had even changed his clothes when he came out. Isn't this enough evidence? The Imperial Palace was not Rodi's changing room. Although that boy was currently just a viscount and just a small officer, so what? As long as he had received His Majesty the Emperor's favor, there would be no doubting his future status and wealth. Rodi was wondering why suddenly so many people were interested in him. Based on norms, Milo should have the leading role tonight. Since the Duke of the Tulip family was not present, then Milo, who came from an influential family and at the same time he was also a great hero of the war, should have been the most outstanding person tonight. Rodi felt irritated when he looked around and saw that almost everybody wanted to start a conversation with him. What he wanted to do the most at that point in time was to be by Nicole's side. The dance the two enjoyed earlier filled Rodi's youthful heart with a tender feeling. Everybody would definitely have a bit of romance in the heart. On top of that, they seldom had the chance to be together in normal days and that was the first time they had danced together so intimately in front of others. What made Rodi unhappy was, as soon as the dance ended, Nicole was once again surrounded by pesky suitors. Rodi knew some of them. Most of them were young heirs of certain families. He looked at how they eyed Nicole. If it was not because the surrounding lightning god's whip guarded Nicole, they would have already swallowed her up. Right now, the Tulip family was thriving. As long as they could build a relationship with the Tulip family, then their status and future would be assured. Honestly, Rodi missed being the Duke of the Tulip family. At that point in time, he would always be followed by several members of the Wolf Fong. They would be able to protect him and chase away the disgusting suitors. This guy in front of me has a malicious smile. He probably just thinks of me as a treasure. On his left is another guy that looked as if he had already seen through me. I hope he does not have that kind of preference. This guy is even more outrageous. Why is he staring at my face? Finally, somebody saved him. Viscount Rodi. An old voice spoke out. Rodi looked and his feelings of joy immediately sank. The person that had called out to him was Marquis Garoline. Garoline laughed as craftily as a fox. He squinted his eyes and glared sharply. Those in front of him immediately gave way. The old Marquis then walked up to Rodi and smiled, "Viscount, you have contributed greatly to the Empire at such a tender age. You will definitely have a bright future." After that, he affectionately patted Rodi's shoulder. Rodi did not dare to give him the cold shoulder. Although he disliked that guy, he still maintained a gentle smile and saluted in the manner of a noble. After that, he smiled at Milo who was standing beside Marquis Garoline. His Excellency Milo has been bestowed as an earl. He is even more admirable.
As the three of them chatted, Milo gave a meaningful glance to his men, and the officers from the Northern Legion immediately occupied a few spots surrounding them. They discreetly edged out the other nobles, who were originally surrounding the three of them. They made it clear that they wanted to dominate contact with that mysterious star. As the Lionheart family was in the limelight now, naturally nobody would want to find fault with the old Marquis. Marquis Caroline spoke in circles in an attempt to find out more about Rhodey and his background. Rhodey had already prepared the answers to these questions. In fact, before he started using his own original appearance, he had already discussed with Andy about the various possible problems that might arise. Marquis Caroline took quite a while before he realized that Rhodey was not willing to reveal his identity. Rhodey responded with some perfunctory replies. The longer the conversation got, the more amazed Marquis Caroline was of that young man in front of him. That young man's speech and manner had an unruffled calmness. Although his tone was quite gentle, his occasional gaze surprised the old Marquis. That was the habitual gaze of someone with a high position, someone with control of everything. As the two continued to talk, Rhodey had the attitude of a subordinate who was respectful to a superior. However, he had a faint imposing manner that seemed to be on par with the crafty old man that had been in power for many years. When the Marquis and the Viscount stood beside each other, one of them was the military minister of the Empire while the other was just a middle-ranked officer. However, the feeling of Marquis Caroline was, this guy seems to carry a dignified manner. Caroline knew that was not something that could be faked so easily. It was something that you acquire by cultivating for a long time, and practice until it became a habit. In the end, who is this young man? That was a question that Caroline would always ask. He felt more and more sure of his guess. He must be someone close to His Majesty the Emperor. This guy was young. His speech and deportment seemed to indicate that he could not care less about others. The way he talked and his spirit was not something that can be learned. As far as he can remember, only an imperial kinsman had this kind of disposition. The current emperor, Prince Barent, and also even Bayan, before he died, occasionally revealed this kind of disposition. However, they were not as natural or as refined as this young man. Marquis Caroline became more and more surprised. He was unaware that he was more and more careful and gentle as he conversed with Rhodey. In the end, it was no longer like a superior warmly encouraging a subordinate. Instead, it was like two important people of the same rank casually chatting. Towards the end of their conversation, Marquis Caroline unintentionally mentioned that in 2 days' time, Pope Corsica VI of the Empire would be in the imperial capital to interview the triumphant heroes. The heroes would also be awarded a medal from the church. When Rhodey heard Marquis Caroline's words, his face revealed a disapproving expression. Marquis Caroline and a few others immediately noticed that Rhodey's expression had changed. He then smiled and asked, "Viscount, is it because of the interview of His Majesty the Pope?" Before Marquis Caroline could finish, Rhodey glanced at him and calmly said, "I am a disciple of Master Autumn." Although his voice was calm, it was filled with respect. Master Autumn's disciple? Marquis Caroline's expression became disturbed. He then thought of the significance of Rhodey's words. That day, Master Autumn had died in the hands of the Pope. The Emperor did not pursue the matter. Whether who was right and who was wrong, nobody spoke of that incident ever again. It did not matter if Master Autumn was a different race. After all, he was our court warrior, in fact, a chief warrior. However, the Pope had described Master Autumn as a different race, one of the Kara clan. In such a case, it was not necessary for the Empire to turn hostile with the Church just because of Master Autumn, a court warrior. Although the relationship between the two was no longer as close as before, the war had reunited the Church and the Empire together. However, Marquis Caroline was thinking of something even deeper. Master Autumn's disciple? Master Autumn was a court warrior. If he was Master Autumn's disciple, then where did Master Autumn teach him swordsmanship? It could only be in the palace. What kind of talent was eligible and qualified to be Master Autumn's disciple? Marquis Caroline knew that a court warrior was an imperial family's warrior. Not just anybody would be qualified to receive his teachings. Besides that, to become his apprentice, they must also have the approval of the imperial family. Marquis Caroline then allowed his fantasy to run wild. A prince who had not come of age could only be taught swordsmanship by the court warriors. He is from the imperial family. He is definitely from the imperial family. Marquis Caroline's eye muscles trembled. His face was still smiling, but his heart was unable to stay calm. Perhaps, he was too clever for his own good. The more Marquis Caroline thought, the more complicated and abstruse it became. Finally, he could not help but discreetly look at the Emperor. His Majesty the Emperor had not chosen a crown prince. This young man had an extraordinary disposition and was also Master Autumn's disciple. Did that mean he had always been living in the palace?
There must be a profound significance when His Majesty the Emperor pushed this person forward during the war after having completely removed Prince Baron's influence. Marquis Caroline changed his view on the situation. Rhodey had gradually lost his patience. He looked at the few annoying pests gathering around Nicole. *T. The gaze from one of them was becoming more and more wretched. Rhodey softly asked to be pardoned from the old Marquis, and he then stepped away. As Marquis Caroline was engrossed in his own thoughts, Milo, who was beside him, frowned.
"Uncle, why does this Rhodey interest you so much?" Marquis Caroline shook his head and looked at his nephew.
He then replied, "Milo, you are the hope of our family's future. However, you are still a poor judge of character. You must pay more attention in the future."
"Oh?"
The old Marquis nodded and slowly said, "Milo, I can tell you, we have found a treasure." He then looked at Rhodey's back and continued with a soft but excited voice.
"That boy is the treasure. I know you have an arrogant temper, but you must pay attention to him in the army and forge a good relationship with him. Remember that.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 195, Bitter Than Sweet 1. Chapter 195, Bitter Than Sweet 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
The military office in the imperial capital was very busy in the past few days, dealing with the post-war matters. Proper arrangements were made for hundreds of thousands of prisoners of war. Arrangements also were made for the civilians that lived in the north. While the Duke's strategy of luring the enemy was effective, the issue of restoring was no longer Rhodey's problem.
News, both good and bad, kept coming into the imperial capital. Good news came from the northwest.
The Northwest Legion under the command of General Elliot, the Empire's new star, had repelled the tenacious invasion of Ryuenthal of the Great Moon Kingdom.
Ryuenthal was unable to accept defeat after General Elliot's earlier victory at Trier Fortress. He once again led his army to attack Wat Fortress. The Northwest Legion, led by General Elliot and the cavalries of the grasslands, fought at Wat Fortress, and both sides suffered losses. In the end, Ryuenthal had to retreat with his tail between his legs. However, Elliot played a trick on his opponent while they were retreating. He dispatched about 10,000 light cavalries to ambush the supply units of Great Moon Kingdom. Although they called it an ambush, it was closer to harassment. After all, a cavalry of about 10,000 would not be any threat to the Great Moon Kingdom, who had tens of thousands of cavaliers. Besides that, the Northwest Legion's cavalry was inferior compared to the grasslands' heavy cavalry.
However, Commander Gisland of the 10,000 cavalrymen was an excellent commander who remarkably completed General Elliot's task. When Ryuenthal's reinforcement army came to help, the Empire's ambush cavalry had already retreated.
They only left behind the ambushed supply unit.
More than half of the supplies had already been burned.
At the end of the North Crusade, the Second War in the Northwest region also ended.
After losing their Roland allies on the battlefield, the Great Moon Kingdom wisely requested to make peace with the Empire. However, this time, the peace talk conditions would depend on how much the skeleton wished to extort from the Great Moon Kingdom. Besides the news of the victory in the Northwest, there was another major news. The Duke of the Tulip family had taken leave from His Majesty the Emperor and returned to his manor in the Westwood province to rest. Everybody guessed that the Duke's injury was even more serious than they had imagined. That news had caused some people in the imperial capital to feel restless. Fortunately, news of the victory in the Northwest had eased off that atmosphere. Finally, after 3 days, the Duke of the Tulip family and his beautiful older sister left the mansion of the Duke of the Tulip family in the imperial capital. Of course, the mansion was now known as the mansion of Marshal Duke of the Tulip family. Under the escort of a group of Wolf-Fang soldiers and imperial guards, they left the imperial capital and journeyed to the Westwood province. The Wolf-Fang was known to be under the command of the Duke of the Tulip family. Their actions of escorting the Duke was naturally not met with any criticism. However, the presence of the team of imperial guards was unexpected. His Majesty the Emperor seemed to really favor the Tulip family. He even ordered the imperial guards specialized in protecting the imperial family to safeguard the Duke of the Tulip family. Marquis Caroline also had a more detailed information regarding that. The captain of these 2,000 imperial guards was the newly appointed court warrior, Viscount Rhodey. Looks like His Majesty is using a different approach to win over the Tulip family.
Caroline's expression was somewhat complicated. Milo frowned and asked, "Uncle, should I dispatch some people to carefully investigate this Rhodey?" Marquis Caroline shook his head and said, "Investigate? Don't forget, he is His Majesty the Emperor's man, and maybe he is. Investigate him? Can you guarantee that your action would not be noticed by others?" If His Majesty the Emperor found out that we are investigating Rodi, what would His Majesty think? This is the kind of things that cannot be investigated as it involves privacy of royalty. Even if you know, you have to pretend not to know. If you do not know, it is best not to ask any question.
Rodi was wearing the armor of the Imperial Guards and was riding in the middle of the Imperial Guards. Rodi was not familiar with the other Imperial Guards around him. In just a few days, he already became their superior. Obviously, those people were very respectful of Rodi and even revered him. In fact, since the award ceremony, rumors of that young hero of the Empire had spread extremely quickly. Although those kinds of news could not be openly written about in the newspapers, it had still quickly spread throughout every corner of the imperial capital. At that moment, many officers and soldiers of the Imperial Guards suspected that their young superior was in some way related to His Majesty the Emperor. After all, the personages of the upper ranks of noble society and the imperial family usually have many mistresses. It would not be unusual to have one or two illegitimate children. However, His Majesty the Emperor's skill at concealing that was really admirable. The east was covered with miles of clouds while the west had turned red with the setting sun. The clouds in the sky looked like a greenish-gray sheer canopy. Rodi took a deep breath and with a relaxed feeling looked at the wonderful sight of the horizon. After that, he sighed. He felt extremely relaxed after leaving the imperial capital. Since the start of the war until then, he hardly had time to rest. Now, he had some free time, no nobles nearby eagerly watching him, no war and no political squabbles. He was just accompanying his beloved to Westwood. Since the Duke of the Tulip family was there to recuperate, he could just treat it as a holiday. As he was thinking about himself, a horse immediately rushed up from behind. One of the Duke's guards went to Rodi's side and said, "Lord Rodi, His Excellency the Duke invites you to see him in his carriage." Rodi nodded and smiled. While being looked at with envious eyes, Rodi turned his horse around and rode back to the carriage at the back. A huge carriage was in the middle of the cavalry formation. The carriage was specially modified and was 2 to 3 times bigger than an ordinary carriage. Its windows were sealed because His Excellency the Duke could not be exposed to the wind until his injury had healed. The driver of the carriage and the wolf-fangs who were guarding the carriage were all the personal bodyguards of the Duke of the Tulip family. These warriors were those that had been transformed into vampires. The wolf-fangs and the Imperial Guards looked at Rodi enviously. It looked like the Duke really valued this young man. Everyone has not seen the Duke for a very long time, but the Duke will only call him into the carriage to discuss some matters for a very long time every day. However, that was not surprising as the young Viscount was originally the deputy captain of the Duke's bodyguards. Naturally, he was the Duke's trusted subordinate. Rodi took a deep breath and gently tapped on the door of the carriage. Immediately the door slowly opened a little. A pair of white and fair hands gently held the door open and a beautiful face came into view. Nicole gently looked at Rodi, smiled and softly said, "Come in, Lord Rodi." Once the door was closed, Nicole snuggled into Rodi's arms. Rodi held Nicole and gently sniffed her aromatic hair. He held her face and whispered, "Why did you call me in again? This is not too safe. Others may suspect something. Didn't we agree to wait until we reach West Hill where we would have more opportunities to meet then?" Nicole shook her head and revealed a reluctant expression. "You wouldn't understand. Being alone in this carriage is extremely suffocating. Although it is said that I am inside this carriage to take care of His Excellency the Duke. Sigh. I cannot even open the windows of this carriage." Nicole then raised her head and looked tenderly at Rodi. "I want you to sit with me." Rodi's heart turned soft. When he looked at her beautiful face in front of him, he could not help but bend forward to kiss her and whispered, "All right, I will accompany you." He smiled and softly said, "The scenery outside is really good. We have already entered the Westwood province. The Tulip family's fief is really a wonderful place. We passed by a large river just now. The scenery at the river was very beautiful." Nicole smiled and gently leaned on Rodi's chest. They held each other as they sat in the carriage. Nicole closed her eyes as she lazily rested the back of her hand on Rodi's waist. She softly whispered, "That large river? That must be the Red River too. It is the largest river in Westwood. I often played there when I was younger. I could still remember the time Father often took us there." Although her eyes were closed, she had a sweet smile. "When I was younger, I liked to run barefooted in that river. The water was clear and cool." Rodi gently stroked her hair and smiled as he said, "Well, it must be very beautiful." Nicole opened her eyes and asked, "How do you know it must be very beautiful? You have never seen it before." Rodi turned his eyes and laughed, "I meant that your feet must be beautiful. I have never seen the river but I have seen your feet before."
Nicole's face turned red. She bit her lips and cursed, "You have learned bad things." The previous Rhodey would not say this kind of things. Ha ha. Rhodey laughed, "Is it really bad to say that? Last time, when you kicked me, I had already seen your feet." Rhodey then looked at Nicole's shy face. Smelling the delicate fragrance of a woman, he could not help but hold Nicole in one hand and stretched out the other towards her feet. He then laughed and said, "Here, this is the foot you kicked me with." Nicole was about to refute when she suddenly realized her foot was caught by Rhodey. She could not help but whimper. She did not struggle, but her face turned even redder. She looked at Rhodey and said, "At first, you were just a thief that broke into my family home. If I did not kick you, then what?" Before Nicole could finish her sentence, her mouth was already blocked. Rhodey was already pressed against her body and could not help but kiss her soft lips. Not knowing for how long, Nicole finally gasped for breath and said, You are really too bold. There are so many people outside, aren't you afraid?" "What is there to be afraid of? The wall of the carriage is so thick, they would not be able to hear anything. Besides that, you invited me in here. Are we just going to sit here and chat?" Rhodey whispered and smiled. He then became serious and said, "Nicole, I know you are bored. However, very soon, we will reach West Hill and then we can be together. At that time, I will use Rhodey's identity to publicly pursue you. After that, we could openly be together." Nicole spat and gritted her teeth. Declare openly, really so important? Her face was flushed. Her eyes were watery, with a small degree of fake anger but mostly shyness. This kind of look was so attractive that Rhodey could not help but gently kiss her again. He then whispered, "Then, I am going out now." "Don't." Nicole frowned and tightly grabbed Rhodey's clothes. She sighed. "You did not know. When you were in the north, I could not sleep every night. I worried about your safety in the north every day and night. Even when you were in the imperial capital, you were in the imperial palace and were not always by my side. Every day, I stayed in my room claiming that I was accompanying my brother, the Duke. In fact, I was bored to death." Rhodey gave a wry smile. "We had no choice. Didn't I travel by carriage to visit you every day? It was ridiculous, as some people thought that I was a medical officer dispatched by the Emperor." Nicole shook her head and said, "Anyway, when we reach West Hill, I want you to accompany every day and every night." When she said every night, her face flushed and her voice was soft like the buzzing of a mosquito. Rhodey's heart trembled as he looked at Nicole's red face. His breathing gradually became faster and he held Nicole's hands tighter. He kissed her hard and then whispered, "What? What did you say?" Nicole shook her head. Although she was shy, her expression was firm. "I don't care. I just want to be your woman. When you went to war, I was worried about you." Rhodey took a deep breath and said, "You are my woman. Nobody can take you away from me." The two of them embraced each other for a while. Rhodey knew that if he did not leave then, he would not be able to control his feelings. He then cleared his throat and gave a wry smile. "All right, I have to go out now. Wait patiently. We will reach West Hill soon." Nicole nodded and sat up from his arms. She then took out a silver bottle and gave it to him. She whispered, "This is today's medicine. This is the last bottle. After drinking it, your voice will change completely. In future, you will no longer need to worry about those who are familiar with you, as your voice will not be the same as the voice of the Duke of the Tulip family anymore." Rhodey took the bottle and drank its contents. He then gave a wry smile and said, "This medicine is really bitter. It is more bitter than the medicine you made me drink at that time." Nicole glanced at him and said, "That medicine was to make you sound like Seth. It was meant to make you sick. Now I cannot bear to let you experience that kind of hardship, so I put in a lot of effort to concoct this medicine." Rhodey licked his lips and frowned. "It is really bitter. It is not good to be so bitter. Need a little bit sweetness." He ignored Nicole's exclamation as he pecked her on her lips and then laughed. "Now this is better. Bitter first then sweet later." Just like that, every day passed similarly, bitter first then sweet later, as they traveled to the capital of the Westwood province, West Hill City. Translator notes. 1. A Chinese proverb which could mean to first suffer hardships so that you could enjoy its benefits later. Literally, it would be bitter first, sweet later, much like Rhodey's situation. 2. Literally, it is the Tuo River. There is a real river with the same name. It is also known as Ulan Moran, Red River in Mongolian, or Tearful River in some sources cited from Wikipedia. I chose Red River because it sounds simple.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 196, Conflict. Chapter 196, Conflict. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. West Hill City was the capital of Westwood Province, the Tulip family's fief. It was also an important and bustling commercial city of the empire. It could also be considered the Tulip family's main headquarters. The entire city had been waiting for the Duke's arrival with excitement. They were all given an unprecedented warm welcome at the city where the people regarded the Duke of the Tulip family as a god and worshipped him. The only problem was that the Duke did not appear. On the first day itself, Rhodey used the Duke's appearance to meet with the local representatives. His acting was good enough. At the very least, he gave the impression that the Duke's health was not good. This was also because Nicole had given him a special medicine that made his body sweat continuously. When they see the Duke's pale expression, his weak voice and excessive sweating, they started to become worried for the pillar of the empire. After the reception, Rhodey went to the back and drank a lot of water. This is because Nicole's medicine had no antidote. Although he would recover in time, until then, he would sweat a lot and require a lot of water. The only thing he could do was to drink more water. After he finished acting, Rhodey removed his mask and put on the clothes of the Imperial Guards. He then quietly left the courtyard of the Duke's mansion. The Wolf Fangs and the Imperial Guards that were responsible for escorting the Duke were arranged to live in the barracks not far away from the Duke's mansion. The barracks had a long history. Every time the Duke visited his fief, he would take a few soldiers for security. Now that the Duke had become a supreme commander, it would be even more essential. Rhodey had just returned to the barracks. He simply assigned his subordinates to patrol or guard the Duke's mansion. He then prepared to take a few people to go and see Nicole. From that day onwards, Rhodey would try and stay close to Nicole using his own identity. However, the moment he went to the doors of the barracks, he saw a few Imperial Guards run in looking badly battered. One of them was yelling as if he was gathering more men. Rhodey frowned. He stepped forward and asked, "What happened here?" The soldiers saw their superior officer and froze while the one that was shouting turned pale. "What happened here?" Rhodey stood in front of them and shouted again. "Why are you making so much noise in the barracks? What battalion are you from?" The soldier started to sweat and loudly said, "I am from the 2nd Regiment's 3rd Battalion. Just now, we were patrolling the streets. After that, we ended up entering a tavern and fought against other people. And..." Rhodey gloomily looked at their injuries and coldly said, "After that, you were beaten up. Am I right?" Rhodey's face was firm. The Imperial Guards were specifically delegated to protect the Imperial family. They were usually arrogant. Some of them even developed some bad habits. Although Rhodey was only with the Imperial Guards for a short time, he had already felt the difference. These soldiers had been the personal guards of the Imperial family and must have considered themselves stronger than the average soldier. Although Rhodey was dissatisfied, this occurrence was quite normal. The Imperial Guard's position was higher than most of the other army, even the Lightning God's whip. It was not surprising that they would be arrogant. As long as they were strictly supervised and do not violate military discipline, it would not be too out of the ordinary. They had already stirred up trouble the first day they arrived at West Hill. Rhodey was displeased and wanted to take this opportunity to discipline these arrogant fellows. However, the strange part was that there were people brave enough to beat up the Imperial Guards. "Patrol? You went and patrol at the pub?" Rhodey sneered. The soldiers immediately felt awkward and stood straight. One of the braver ones whispered hesitantly, "We were off duty, and were normally." Rhodey nodded his head and said, "What patrol were you talking about? Just say you were out on a stroll. What happened to your face?" That soldier felt even more awkward and hesitated. He then said softly, "We were drinking at a pub and got into a conflict, and then..." "Who was it?" The soldiers looked at each other as if they were too afraid to speak. Rhodey laughed coldly and then said, "What are you looking at? You were beaten but dared not say who did it." It was a woman. A beautiful woman." "Woman?" Rhodey's face sank. "You stirred up trouble in the pub?" The soldiers' expression changed the moment they understood what their commanding officer was thinking of. They immediately shook their heads and shouted, "No! No! Your Excellency! The few of us only went for a drink. We would never dare to assail women or do anything that violates military regulations." "Humph." Rhodey did not express his opinion and coldly replied, "Is that so?" The other soldiers also quickly tried to explain.
Among those few soldiers, the bolder one then said in a loud voice, "At first, we were just looking at her. We did not do anything else but." Rhodey raised his eyebrows and lightly said, "Stop muttering. Speak quickly in a straightforward manner." The soldier trembled as his mind became clear. He then told the whole story without stuttering. "We were actually off duty that day. We left the barracks to wander around like we usually did in the past since we had finally reached West Hill and had time to rest. Besides that, West Hill was a big city, so we wanted to enjoy themselves." At that point of the explanation, Rhodey glared at the soldier and he started to speak faster. "We looked for a pub to drink beer. Some people were at a table. 2 of them were beautiful women and we could not help but stole glances at them. However, one of the women had a bad temper and scolded them." The soldier's face turned red as he continued his story. "They were Imperial guards. Although they were arrogant, they would not assail any woman. The guards had looked at others impertinently, but they just sat there and drank their wine without causing any trouble." Rhodey calmed down a little and frowned as he asked, "In that case, how did you all end up like this?" The soldier explained that the woman that was scolding them suddenly stood up and approached them. The soldiers initially thought she was a prostitute looking to have some fun, but then the woman asked if they were Imperial guards. As the soldiers were proud of their position, they loudly confirmed it. Some of the soldiers even straightened their chests, hoping to look even more valiant and impress the woman. The woman was very happy. She then asked the soldiers about whether the Imperial guards were escorting the Duke and also about other matters concerning the Duke of the Tulip family. "Oh?" Rhodey frowned. "She was asking about the Duke?" One of the soldiers nodded and replied, "That's right. His Excellency is famous and popular. It is not surprising for a woman that admires him to ask questions." However, the question she asked became weirder. She kept asking about the Duke's condition, where he lives, and the condition of the manor. As we are responsible for guarding the Duke, we would naturally be suspicious of her from the questions she asked. She could have been a spy from the Grasslands or the Roland army. So we wanted to clarify things. What happened after that? The soldier's face was red as he whispered. "We were ready to arrest and interrogate the woman, but she..." "What happened?" "Before we raised our hands, she looked back at her companions and seemed to say, they are unwilling to speak. Should we capture and interrogate them? They had used such outrageous words. How could we continue to sit still?" Rhodey nodded and gave a puzzled look. "And then you started to fight?" "Yes. We started to fight, but..." The soldiers then looked at each other with an ashamed and angry expression. It was obvious who got beaten, their faces were bruised and they bawled as they came in the door just now. "How many of them fought against your group?" Rhodey asked. These soldiers were quite strong, although they were usually a little arrogant. Just one. Just that one beautiful woman fought against us." The soldier stammered. Rhodey was stumped and frowned. "Just one person? One woman caused you all to end up like this? Is she a magician?" "No." The soldier hung his head. "She is not a magician. She is probably a warrior, but she was not wearing a warrior's uniform. She also did not hold any weapons. She fought barehanded." Rhodey nodded. Although he still had doubts in his heart, he loudly said, "All right." A group of soldiers was defeated by a single woman barehanded. "Take me there." "Oh, right. How many people were there? What do they look like?" "They had a total of 3 people. 2 women and a man. The 2 women were very young and beautiful, and the one that fought with us was very skillful. The few of us were defeated in mere moments." The man at the back looked about 30 years old. We did not see his face clearly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 197, Pink Panties. Chapter 197, Pink Panties. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The pub was not far from the barracks. It was only 2 streets away. In fact, that pub was frequented by the soldiers. Rhodey saw the sign from afar. His face sank from the first glance itself. It was not a good place to be. There were 2 large men that were obviously not good people standing at the entrance. Their clothes were bright and new, but half of their hairy and tattooed chests were exposed. Their faces looked fierce, the only thing missing was a sign saying, "I am a bad guy." Most likely these people were workers doubling as fighters. Noises were audible through the solid door, mixed with the laughter and scolding of a woman and also the laughter and shouting of men. The 2 fighters saw Rhodey approach from afar.
They then noticed the two soldiers behind Rodi. One of the thugs gave a meaningful glance to the other and the second thug then went in. Rodi had only brought 2 soldiers with him. With his current skills, he no longer needed to bring an entire group. With too many people around, it would be inconvenient for him to act. The soldier with the swollen eye whispered, "This is the place. Those people standing at the entrance are people from the pub. They are obviously protecting that woman. After the few of us got beaten up, they threw us out. Besides that, the one on the left also kicked me." Rodi did not speak. When he walked to the front of the pub, the thug blocked him and said, "Sir, we are closed for the day and is not accepting any more guests. Please go to a different pub." Rodi ignored the thug and continued to walk inside. He coldly replied, "I am looking for someone." The thug stretched out his hands to block the way, but suddenly, the thug then groaned loudly as he flew away and crashed through the door of the pub, breaking it into pieces. He landed inside the pub. The 2 soldiers behind Rodi was surprised, but then they heard Rodi coldly say, "Look carefully. No one has ever dared to fight against my troops. The 2 of you must be more spirited. Be more like a man." He kicked aside the broken wooden door and then strode right inside. The light in the pub was dim. There were a few people sitting at the tables that were scattered around the pub. Most of the guests were older men. Almost all the men were each cuddling a gorgeous woman with revealing attire. The man at the door that crashed in earlier had smashed a table into bits. He could not stand up and was lying there, looking at Rodi. Everyone's attention was directed at the door. Rodi walked in with large strides and looked at the surroundings. He could not help but frown. He then saw that at the central clear space of the pub a woman was still dancing, wearing even more revealing clothes that exposed her thighs and half her chest. Naturally, she stopped dancing and looked at Rodi. Rodi turned around and asked, "You came to this place?" The soldier replied, "Yes. We just came here to have fun." Rodi shook his head, but he did not say anything. Rodi did not like these kinds of things, but it was not a big problem. The soldiers were mostly men in the prime of their lives. They would feel bored staying in the barracks all day. So, it would be normal for them to go to these kinds of places to relax and burn off excess energy. After sighing deeply, Rodi ignored the sharp looks of the onlookers and loudly asked, "Who beat up my soldiers just now? Stand up." Ah! At this moment, all the women in the men's arms, as well as the dancer, reacted. The women jumped and screamed. They held onto their clothes that were in disarray as they ran to the back. When the women ran off, the men could not do anything. The fun atmosphere was destroyed. They had only touched the thighs of the woman and were about to explore further. They then got extremely angry. 2 men jumped up and cursed as they rushed at Rodi. Rodi did not spare them a single glance as he kicked them away. They flew and smashed onto a wooden platform. Some bottles of wine were also broken and the pub immediately reeked with a strong smell of alcohol. After that, there was a whistle and 7 to 8 people that looked like fighters charged in from the back. They all carried a sword each and the entire pub suddenly carried a murderous atmosphere. They were led by a middle-aged man who shouted, "Which barracks are you from? How dare you come here and cause trouble? Don't you know what place this is?" Rodi coldly looked at him and said, "You dare to fight against Imperial guards? You even dare to carry weapons. The law of the Empire states that those who are not warriors or soldiers are not allowed to carry weapons. You truly have a lot of nerve." The middle-aged man no longer spoke and gave a meaningful glance to the others. 7 to 8 thugs then rushed over while the surrounding guests jumped up, screamed and hid in a corner. Some who were too slow to run had crawled under the tables. There was screaming as the thugs were all easily defeated by Rodi. They fell one after another from just a few simple waves of his hand. They groaned miserably and could no longer stand back up. He then looked at the ashen-faced middle-aged man and coldly asked, "Are you the boss here? Where is the person who beat up my men earlier?" The middle-aged man was shocked. He looked at the young man in front of him and then at his own subordinates sprawled all over the ground. He trembled and could not say a single word. Rodi was impatient. He lifted the man up after grabbing him by the collar and shouted, "I asked you. Where is the one who fought against my men?" The middle-aged man had eyes full of fear as he looked involuntarily at the narrow stairs near the walls of the pub. Rodi humphed and released the man. He then strode towards the stairs. The moment he reached the bottom of the stairs, he heard a soft and pleasant voice coming from above. "Who is tearing up my place downstairs?" Footsteps came from the stairs as a seductive figure walked down. Standing on top of the stairs, a girl was looking at Rodi. More accurately, she was a woman. Her age could not be discerned from her appearance.
She had a coquettish face and alluring eyes. Her eyes were peach-colored and she had rosy lips. Her beautiful wavy hair hung down her head loosely with a lock draping over her eyes. She blinked lazily at Rhodey as if she had not fully woken up. A gown carelessly hung on her, loosely tied with a silk ribbon at her waist, with her well-endowed breasts half exposed. Looking at the two exposed snow-white hemispheres, some would worry that the gown was too loose, it might just slip off at any time. As she looked down, Rhodey did not dare to look anymore. The robe was certainly large enough, but it was too short. Her white and slender legs were exposed, but not a trace of fat could be seen. Her thighs looked sturdy and captivating. The robe barely covered her thighs at all. Just by looking up a bit more, Rhodey could see her pink-colored underwear. Rhodey was a young man. He quickly lowered his head as his murderous face turned a little red. As the woman walked down the stairs, her thighs swayed on the stairs. She slowly walked towards Rhodey. But as she slowly walked down her stairs, her robes opened up a little bit more. It seemed to slide and roll off her smooth and round. She walked past Rhodey and glanced at Rhodey. She yawned lazily and said, "Are you the one causing trouble here?" Her voice was extremely gentle. It was a simple question. But it had the tone of an indulgent lover. It could melt anyone's heart. As if she was not demanding an answer from Rhodey, her hand stretched to the back of her head and grabbed her scattered hair. Then she took out a thin ribbon from somewhere and banded her hair, but there were no pockets anywhere on her. Her action of tying her hair attracted a lot of attention from the men. This action would make her naturally push her chest out such that the two towering full hemispheres in her chest would create a captivating deep cleavage in the middle. As if aware of the men's gaze, she pursed her lips and looked in disdain as she said, "Men." She then casually gathered her robes about her. Her actions caused the men to sigh with regret. "Hey! You! Young man!" The woman glanced flirtatiously at Rhodey and laughed lightly. "Why are you causing trouble at my place?" As she spoke, she looked for a chair to sit. She then crossed her legs, her white thighs looking very seductive in the dim light. Rhodey still did not dare to look up. From his position he could see the pink underwear in between her legs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 198, Heart of Stone. Chapter 198, Heart of Stone. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What are flirtatious eyes? She was sitting on a chair. Her eyes were like invisible threads that tie up the heart. They were definitely a kind of formless killers. Rhodey was nervous and tried his utmost to calm down. He was very powerful and murderous, but then, he was still a virgin. Although he was deeply in love with Nicole, he had never seen a woman's body at such close proximity. The woman stared at Rhodey for a few seconds before she asked, "You broke my door and hurt my men. Why? Please tell me why." Rhodey took a deep breath and tried to make himself look serious. However, he still did not dare to look at her. It did not seem appropriate, from where he was standing. "1 hour ago, my men were injured at your place. The people who hurt my men should be one of yours." "Oh." The woman nodded. Her captivating cheeks made her smile look very charming. She then said in her soft and gentle voice, "So officer, you took your men back to this place?" Rhodey was impatient and he also felt suffocated. He had brought his soldiers back there angrily but did not expect to meet a woman like her, with that flirtatious appearance. He found it hard to beat or scold her. Punching her would be like punching cotton. "Yes." Rhodey raised his head and narrowed his eyes. "A woman did it." His tone turned cold as he continued, "My men are Imperial Guards. Even if they had caused trouble, this should be handled by the security guards. Your people must be really bold to dare raise their hands against the Imperial Guards." The woman did not feel anxious and casually asked, "So, how do you want this to be handled?" "You have already hurt a dozen of my men the moment you arrived." Rhodey grunted and coldly said, "Your men attacked me first. They deserve it. Bring out the people that injured my men. I do not like people playing games with me." The woman laughed. "You said that the person who injured your men was a woman. I have a lot of women here. If you wish to look for someone, do it yourself." After that, the woman clapped her hands and said, "Girls, come on out, all of you." The women that ran away from the fight earlier heard the call and came in from the back in 2s and 3s, their faces smiling. The fear on their faces had already been swept away. These girls then stood around Rhodey. The proprietress then said softly, "All right now. Look for the girl yourself. Identify that girl who beat up your men. Do it yourself." Rhodey frowned.
The women that appeared wore heavy makeup and clothes that were more revealing compared to the proprietress. Their shoulders and legs were exposed. Rhodey wondered if the things some of the women wore could even be called clothes. The bandages the soldiers used on the battlefield had more material than their clothes. Rhodey's face sank as he gave the two soldiers a meaningful glance. The two soldiers could not help but glance at certain parts of the women's bodies. Rhodey's face turned pale and he coldly shouted, "Are these the ones?" The soldiers trembled and immediately looked away. They then said, "No. She is not here. That woman was more beautiful than all of them." I.O. The proprietress laughed out. "My girls here are not beautiful? Your words really hurt." Rhodey became even more impatient and said, "I do not have time to go around in circles with you. Are you the boss here? If so, follow me back. I have ways to make you speak." The woman's expression changed a little, but she still laughed and said, "You want to arrest me? Sure. Why don't you try?" She stood up and looked coldly at Rhodey's two soldiers. The two soldiers' faces turned red and they looked down. They had a hesitant and fascinated expression. They did not dare to step forward. Rhodey coldly said, "What are you doing? Didn't you hear my orders? Arrest her." The two soldiers were startled and finally stretched out their hands. The woman smiled and also obediently held out her hands. She looked as if she was waiting for the soldiers to grab her. However, her hands suddenly emitted sparks. The two soldiers screamed the moment they touched her hands and fell to the ground. The other women covered their mouths and snickered. It was as if this scene was common. They stood at the side of that woman as though they trusted her. There would be no trouble with her around. Rhodey frowned as he looked at the two soldiers on the ground. He did not feel angry and laughed instead. He said, "Good. Looks like you are a magician. Just now there were people here asking about the Duke. Looks like things are really not so simple." After that, he walked up to her. The woman raised her eyebrows and chest as she looked at Rhodey. She sweetly said, "What's wrong? You want to raise your hand against me as well? Come on then." She welcomed Rhodey and walked forward to him, purposely pushed her chest up high, her hands outstretched, and her legs apart, and stood there in front of Rhodey forming the word "Big One." Rhodey did not like to beat up women. He hesitated for a moment before he pulled her arm. The moment he pulled her, the woman fell into Rhodey's arms as if she was extremely soft and had no bones. She raised her head and said, "You are very strong." Rhodey felt his scalp tingle and could not help but step back. The woman laughed and pointed at Rhodey's nose as she said, "This young man is quite strong. Looks like he is still a virgin." Rhodey groaned and stretched out his hands towards her chest. When his hand moved, the woman was stunned for a moment. She only screamed the moment Rhodey's hand touched her chest. She quickly attempted to run away and hide. "Humph. Looks like you are just putting on an act." Rhodey's hand moved and grabbed her shoulder to prevent her from struggling. Her shoulder felt slippery and soft. Without changing his expression, he grabbed her ankle and lifted her up. The charming beauty screamed when she was lifted by her leg like a chicken. Her robes were also lifted. Her other leg kicked around and her round buttocks and pink underwear were also exposed. The group of prostitutes at the side were screaming non-stop. They wanted to pull Rhodey, but then they saw Rhodey's stern expression. Rhodey then drew his sword and fiercely thrust his sword into a table. The men and women around them turned pale and retreated. Rhodey coldly asked while he was still carrying the woman in his hands, "Are you going to speak now?" The woman he was carrying no longer appeared calm and seductive as she struggled and shouted, "You bastard! Let me go! Otherwise..." Rhodey then coldly interrupted her and said, "Good. Struggle more. Perhaps your robes would fall off." These words were more effective than anything else and the woman stopped struggling. She shrank into a ball and even shivered a little. Rhodey's expression did not change and he coldly said, "I am not someone who shows pity to women. I have killed both men and women. Don't make me angry. Now, I will ask you questions and you will answer them. Understand?" The woman was silent for a moment before she answered with a red face, "I understand." That red face was not put on to charm anyone but was due to the blood flowing down to her head. "Very good." Rhodey nodded. "What is your name? Is this your pub?" My name is Needy's. This is my pub." Rhodey nodded and asked a different question, "Where are the people who fought my men?" Needy stayed silent for a moment before she loudly replied, "I do not know them. They are most likely my guests and have left." Rhodey shook his head and shouted, "Lies.
He placed Needy's face down on the table. He pulled out the sword from the table and also lifted up her robes, revealing her backside. Needy's was really afraid now and was about to cry. Although she had acted flirtatiously, it was meant to work together with her spell so that she could deal with troublemakers. She did not expect the young man to be stiff like a piece of wood and not be mesmerized by her spell. The young man was not affected by her spell and instead easily overpowered her. Another thing that almost made Needy's faint was that the young man was taking advantage of her. He took out his sword and had lifted the hem of her robes. She was even more scared by the thought that the man had some freakish masochistic preferences. Rhodey's large hand tightly gripped Needy's two small hands at her back. Without showing any mercy, he swung the flat side of the dragon fang sword at her backside. A loud and crisp sound immediately echoed through the pub as a red mark appeared on Needy's backside. Rhodey calmly hit her backside about a dozen times. Needy's could not help but cry out. Half of it was from the pain and the other half was from the shame. Do you still refuse to talk? Rhodey's voice was as cold as ice. He spoke as if the person in front of him was an enemy on the battlefield instead of a crying woman. I won't talk. I won't talk. Needy's cried out. Fine. Rhodey did not care and continued to hit her another dozen times. Needy's almost fainted from the pain and her backside had become swollen. Rhodey was very heavy-handed. He punished the woman according to the corporal punishment of the army. Finally, Needy started to scream, and when she could not struggle anymore she moaned. The soft sobs and cries somehow moved Rhodey. His hand involuntarily stopped hitting her. I will ask you again. Where are the people that fought my men? And sneakily asked about the Duke's condition. This is a conspiracy. It is a crime for sheltering them. When my men fought with them earlier, your people also joined in. So you better not tell me that you don't know these people. I will always have a way to make you speak. Rhodey's tone of voice became gloomier as if he was not talking to a crying woman. Needy's gritted her teeth. Tears were still flowing down her face as she said, the things you do to me today, I will pay it back to you 100-fold. There is nobody who dared to bully me, Needy's, in West Hill. Boy. Even if you are an Imperial Guard, don't think. Ah. Rhodey hit her again and then lifted her up like a sack and coldly said, if you do not speak, I have other ways to slowly punish you. There are no prisoners that would not open their mouths in front of me. Needy's was carried on his shoulder while her two thighs were held tightly. Another thing that almost made her faint was that one hand was touching her backside. She started to struggle again like a fish out of water. Stop struggling. Rhodey's following words made Needy's almost vomit blood. Are you afraid that I would take advantage of you? You are about as old as my aunt. I am not interested in old women. When Rhodey wanted to walk out, the middle-aged man tried to stop him and was kicked aside by Rhodey. The two soldiers also struggled to get up and follow Rhodey. The moment they left the pub, he softly ordered the two soldiers to run back to the barracks. He then calmly carried Needy's and walked leisurely in the opposite direction of the barracks. Needy's was almost dizzy from her anger. Her clothes were also too short. If she covered the top, she would not be able to cover the bottom. Rhodey carried her through the streets and they were surrounded by countless people who were pointing and laughing. The lewd laughter of the tramps was particularly unbearable. Needy's almost spat out blood and her teeth also almost cracked from gritting too hard. Rhodey walked faster and faster and finally turned a corner, entering a quiet and secluded road. This road looked quiet and there was nobody about. Needy started to panic and her heart was beating really quickly. What is this boy trying to do by bringing me to a secluded place? This is not the way to the barracks. Could it be? Her heart was beating like a drum roll. Rhodey's earlier words that he had no interest in her had really infuriated her. Calling a woman aunt would also make them crazy. Women are like that. It does not matter whether the woman was beautiful or not. They cannot afford to let others publicly demean them. Although Needy's was older than Rhodey, she was only slightly older. She still did not want to be called an aunt. Even then Needy's was also afraid that Rhodey would do something to her. Rhodey noticed Needy's trembling and coldly said, relax. I am not interested in you. I have carried you through a few streets. I presume your friends would soon catch up with us. The moment he said that he heard the voice of a boorish man. Release her. The moment Rhodey turned, he heard a piercing sound in the air and something with a strong energy flying towards his face. Rhodey's eyes flashed as he grabbed the object. He felt something jerked powerfully in his hand as he caught a wolf fang arrow. The arrow was black and had a triangular arrowhead. Rhodey looked at the arrow and thought of something. He looked at the direction the arrow came from and saw a robust man on a rooftop a few dozen paces away.
The man had a full beard and wore a grey robe. In his hands was a strange long bow. The man looked at Rhodey in surprise as he never expected Rhodey to catch the arrow. He nocked another arrow, pulled the bow until a full moon shape was formed and aimed it at Rhodey. However, before he could release the arrow, Rhodey loudly exclaimed, "Dark!" Dark was surprised to hear his name. He had never seen Rhodey's real face and could not recognize Rhodey. In his surprise, he let go of the bowstring, and the arrow shot out. Rhodey's eyes lit up. This arrow was slower and he could even see the arrow's flight in the air. Dark was horrified when he saw the second arrow get caught. His eyes almost popped out. He roared, pulled out a sword from his waist and jumped from the roof. He had already seen the might of his opponent and knew that he was no match for him. However, Needy's was his friend. Now that his friend was captured, he would try to rescue his friend. After he roared, he slashed downwards. Rhodey took the arrow he was shot with earlier to ward off the attack. There was a breaking sound as the arrow was chopped off, but Rhodey took the advantage to step further back. He stood there calmly and smiled sincerely at Dark. "Dark! It's me!" Rhodey smiled. He ignored Dark's second slash. As Dark's sword came down, Dark heard Rhodey's next few words. The moment he heard these words, he stopped immediately. Rhodey said softly, "Tulip family's 10-year promise." Translator's note. 1. The Ross described the limbs before saying her posture looked like the Chinese character, big. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 199, Adoration. Chapter 199, Adoration. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. When Dark was in a daze, Rhodey jumped over. Although he was carrying a person on his shoulder, his body moved lightly. The place he was originally standing on cracked with a crisp sound. Rhodey stood on top of the wall on the side of the small road. Rhodey then raised his hand and hit Needy's neck. She fainted without even groaning. Rhodey then smiled and said, "Diane. You still like to attack sneakily from the back?" "Eh?" Diane then appeared out of thin air several paces away. She looked at Rhodey, who was standing beside a wall, and had a mixed expression of grudge and pleasant surprise. Diane was in a daze as the person she was looking for had suddenly appeared in front of her. This caused her to feel a bit absent-minded. She saw Rhodey jump down from the wall, smiled to her and stood right in front of her. She was shocked. She slapped her face several times. Then she realized she was not dreaming. "You bastard!" In her anger, she was like a female leopard as she grabbed Rhodey's clothes and gnashed her teeth. You just left us and Micah there? Do you know how hard we have been searching for you?" Rhodey laughed awkwardly, but he did not break free from her grasp. Dark showed a puzzled expression as he looked at Rhodey with a frown. He asked, "Diane. Who is he?" Diane gnashed her teeth and replied, "Him? He is a scoundrel." Rhodey shook his head and whispered, "This is not the place to speak. Ah. Where is Micah? Are you all staying in West Hill City now?" Diane was about to reply when she saw that Rhodey was still carrying Needy's. Needy's proud body was still exposed in broad daylight. Besides that, Rhodey was holding Needy's thigh. She could not help but feel unhappy and coldly said, "You. Why are you still carrying her? Have you not had enough of her?" Rhodey turned red and gently put Needy's down. He had just only made Needy's faint, so he did not think of putting her down. He looked at Diane and Dark. Diane was gloomily looking back at him, unwilling to take over. Dark shook his head. He felt that Diane was being strange inside. He then stretched out his hands to carry Needy's. Rhodey finally handed over the problem. He then softly asked, "What about Micah? Is she with you?" Diane gnashed her teeth and said, I will take you there. She is nearby." Dark frowned and glanced at Diane. Diane nodded towards him and whispered, "There aren't any problems. It is just someone feeling restless every day thinking of this bastard." After that, Diane hid her own red face and said, "Dark. Take Needy's back first. I will take him there." Diane, Micah, and Dark had been living in the imperial capital. Micah had made up her mind to follow Rhodey. She was just waiting for Rhodey to return from the battlefield. However, she had received news that the Duke was injured in the war. He no longer appeared in public after his triumphant return to the imperial capital. Micah sorrowfully thought of Rhodey every day and worried for the safety of her lover every day. However, she could not do anything. She naturally could not enter the Duke's mansion.
If even the powerful nobles were kept out of the door, a small woman like her would definitely not have a chance. Diane feared nothing and was about to break into the mansion, but she was stopped by Dark. He was firm and advised her not to mess things up. Even if Diane had sneaked in, she would not be able to meet Rhodey as he was staying in the imperial palace. Rhodey's appearance at the ceremony had shaken the noble circles in the imperial capital. However, this matter had involved the emperor and his privacy, and therefore only the nobles knew. The public did not receive any of this information. Therefore, Micah and her friends would not have news of Rhodey. As for the newspapers, they would not dare to mention about the emperor's illegitimate child. When they heard that the Duke was going to rest and recuperate in his province, the three of them decided to look for the Duke in West Hill. As they could not inquire the date the Duke was leaving, they immediately set out and had already reached West Hill a few days ago. Needy's was one of Dark's friend. When they heard the news that the Duke had arrived in the city, they went to Needy's pub to inquire. As the pub was close to the barracks, it was where the military officers usually go to have fun. As a result, it was also the most suitable location. However, Diane ended up fighting with an Imperial guard, which resulted in that previous incident. As Rhodey and Diane continued to walk, Diane was telling him about the three of them. Finally, she asked, "Why did you not come and see us after returning from the battlefield? Did you not know that Micah had been waiting for you every day?" Rhodey shook his head guiltily and replied, "The situation in the capital is complicated. As I wanted to get rid of my identity as the Duke, I could not appear in public. I was thinking of waiting for a while before looking for you all." Diane glanced at Rhodey silently. She did not hide the resentment in her eyes. Both of them felt awkward and the atmosphere turned silent. After a while, Rhodey asked, "Who is that Needy's? She is somewhat weird." Diane looked at Rhodey coldly and said, "Humph. You see a beautiful woman and..." Rhodey frowned and replied, "Nonsense. It is just that Needy's behavior was somewhat weird. She had used a spell on me earlier. Is she a magician? But then, it's not quite." Diane thought for a moment and said, "Needy's is Dark's old friend. When we arrived at West Hill, Dark took us to meet her. It was thanks to her that we managed to settle down. You..." Her expression suddenly changed and said, "You better not have any bad thoughts." Rhodey smiled and did not say anything. Diane and the others had stayed near the pub. Needy's had helped them to settle down there. After the fight at the pub, Dark felt worried. They sent Micah back, then returned to the pub only to find that the pub was smashed and Needy's was arrested. He then began his chase. Rhodey followed Diane through the small roads, taking numerous turns. When they arrived in front of a compound, Diane said, "This is the place. You have not met for a long time. I will not go in." After that, Diane went away. Rhodey shook his head, feeling at a loss. He felt that Diane was acting strange, but he could not think too much about it. He took a deep breath and pushed open the front door. He laughed bitterly when he pushed the door; it was locked from the inside. Rhodey laughed and jumped over the wall. The compound was more spacious than he imagined. There was a small 2-story building inside. Rhodey went in and climbed up the stairs to a room. He gently pushed open the door to the room and stepped in softly. The room had a very simple layout. There was a large bed and the windows were open. There was a breeze as the curtains slowly fluttered. Micah was lying down and quietly resting in the bed. Rhodey quietly went to the bed and looked at Micah. Micah's eyebrows were furrowed while she slept. It would seem that her dreams were worrying. Her face looked drained. A black robe was wrapped around her slender and curled-up body. The lower hem of her clothes exposed her legs. Her long black hair blocked half of her face and the rest of it was scattered on top of the pillow. Rhodey quietly knelt in front of the window and quietly watched the beauty sleep. He then slowly stretched out his hand to stroke her face. Rhodey felt a soft spot in his heart stir. He could not resist as he bent down and gently kissed Micah's face. The sleeping Micah slowly started to wake up. Her eyes slowly opened to look vacantly in her sleepiness. She glanced at Rhodey and softly muttered, "How hateful. I dream of you again." After that, she mumbled indistinctly and closed her eyes again. A few seconds later, Micah reopened her eyes, finally waking up. She was still lying down, but she stared at Rhodey. She could not believe her eyes. "Ah!" She shouted and jumped from the bed. When she saw Rhodey smiling at her, she became fully awake. She cried out as she tightly clung to Rhodey. Rhodey felt Micah's soft body trembled and the clothes at his shoulder got wet with tears. He slowly pushed Micah away while holding her face. Tears could be seen in her eyes. Her tender gaze made Rhodey feel crazy. I finally see you. I finally see you. Micah repeatedly said these words. Her eyes were filled with joy and sadness. Rhodey could no longer endure it. The feelings of love in her eyes were something that even idiots could see. He then kissed Micah on the lips. It was the first time the two of them kissed affectionately. Micah trembled as if she had an electric shock. She hugged Rhodey's neck and then they fell onto the bed. Rhodey embraced Micah tightly. The soft and sweet body was full of temptation. Her lips were cold and soft and were fragrant as the petals of a flower. Rhodey felt his body was on fire. His innate yearnings were getting more intense. Pressing down on Micah's body, he ravaged her gentle lips. Rhodey's hands slid down from Micah's shoulder into her jacket. Under her black robe, Micah's skin was delicate, smooth and supple. When Rhodey touched her skin, Micah could not help but cry out. As her mouth was blocked by Rhodey, the sound was made with her nose. Her moan seemed to have lighted up a fire. It made Rhodey even crazier. Rhodey held Micah's slender waist and moved his hand to the back of the waist. It was probably due to years of dancing practice, but her soft waist was strong and did not have a single trace of fat. Rhodey could not help but held her around her waist. He let her soft body lean on himself. He gradually moved his hand up and cupped her breast, causing her to moan. Micah's body was at first cool, but it gradually turned hot as if she had a fever. She twisted her body and wrapped her smooth legs around Rhodey. Their lips finally separated when they were out of breath as they looked at the fire in each other's eyes. Micah took a deep breath and whispered, Am I dreaming? Rhodey shook his head and replied, I am sorry, Micah. I took a long time to come and see you. Micah laughed calmly and said, You don't need to say more. I have already made up my mind that I would wait for you no matter how long it takes. They once again clung tightly together. Rhodey could smell Micah's fragrance. He could not help but kiss Micah's face and neck repeatedly. Micah was breathless and moaned. She tightly wrapped her arms around Rhodey's neck. Rhodey's hand suddenly left Micah's chest. It moved below the chest and to the waist. As the hand continued to move lower slowly, Micah suddenly trembled violently and whispered, No. Don't. Rhodey's blood boiled and did not hear Micah. She then struggled harder and begged, Don't be like this. Really? Don't. When Rhodey felt her struggling, his arms froze and he got up. He then looked into Micah's eyes and said, Sorry. Micah bit her own lip and reached out to Rhodey's neck. She then pulled him down and snuggled in his chest. Her face was red and her voice was soft. Don't misunderstand. I am willing to give in to you, but not right now. No. 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 Rhodey's eyes showed a hint of guilt as he whispered, It was my fault. I have offended you. Micah felt anxious. Her eyes welled with tears as she said, No. It is not what you think. I think of you every day. However, today is not a good day. Please wait for 2 more days. Micah smiled shyly when she saw Rhodey's confused expression. She then whispered into his ears, I don't feel too good today. That is why they let me come back here to rest first. I will be fine in about 2 days. Her voice then turned softer as she said, In 2 days, you can do whatever you like. Rhodey frowned. His arms held on tightly to Micah's arms as he asked, You don't feel good? Are you sick? Micah immediately blushed. She looked at Rhodey lovingly and said, You fool. She then whispered something to Rhodey. Rhodey's face turned red and quickly sat up and hugged Micah. The two of them were locked in an embrace as they sat at the bedside. Micah explained about her trip to West Hill from the imperial capital. She explained in a very simple manner. However, Rhodey looked at her sallow face with some pity. Micah had grown up in the brothel. She had never experienced the hardships of a long journey. When Rhodey saw that her face had become thinner, he leaned over and kissed her on her forehead. Micah snuggled up to the person she had yearned for day and night. She felt extremely happy and was no longer dejected. She then asked about Rhodey's experience. Rhodey felt helpless and described the events of the war in the north simply. He understood and sympathized with Micah. He did not dare to speak of the dangers in the north. At critical points of his story, he would just mention it quickly. However, Micah was exceptionally intelligent. She knew that although Rhodey's explanation was simple, the situation itself must have been extremely thrilling. She could not help but exclaim again and again. When Rhodey talked until the part where Diane beat up the soldiers in the West Hill, Micah could not help but whisper, She is always so impatient. Dark and I could not stop her.
As soon as Micah finished her sentence, Diane's voice came through from the door. Humph. I helped you find the person you think of day and night, but then you talk bad about me behind my back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 200, Confession. Chapter 200, Confession. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Author's note, Micah and Diane have not seen Rhodey's real face? I can only laugh, there are people with such a question. Please read chapter 149. When they saw Diane standing at the door, Rhodey and Micah quickly broke off their embrace. However, the red-faced Micah still bravely leaned on Rhodey. Diane showed a strange expression as she walked in and laughed. What's wrong? Did I come at a bad time? These words were embarrassing for the two, but luckily Diane did not pursue the matter. She blushed as she looked at Rhodey and Micah. When she saw Micah's red face, the passion in her eyes, and her messy hair, she could easily guess what the two of them had been doing. Diane cleared her throat and then said, I actually did not want to disturb you. However, Dark has already seen Rhodey. I and Micah knew Rhodey's identity, but I do not know how to explain this to Dark. So, I came back here. The two of you, please stop scolding me in your hearts. Rhodey frowned and thought to himself. He then replied, Dark should be told about this matter. In the future, there are many things that I will need his help with. This matter involves many people, but I do not have many helpers by my side. I trust Dark, but I still need to find a suitable time to tell him. Diane nodded and then loudly said, All right. I have asked what I wanted to ask. The two of you. Please carry on. I am going. Diane had a red face as she turned to leave. At that moment, Micah suddenly stood up. She walked to Diane's side and pulled her hand. She laughed and said, Stop running. Such naughty words, carry on what? Rhodey looked awkward. He then stood up and said, I need to return to the barracks. I cannot stay here too long. The two of you should just stay here in West Hill. This place also looks secluded. Diane stared at Rhodey and loudly asked, Are you going to let Micah just stay here? You are not taking her back with you? Rhodey was silent for a while. He looked at Micah guiltily before saying, I can't right now. I cannot reveal my identity right now, and women are forbidden in the barracks. Diane then asked, If women are forbidden in the barracks, what about the Duke's other home? Rhodey sighed as he slowly pulled Micah's hands. He whispered, I do not know how to say this to you. Right now, my identity is a little peculiar. According to our plans, we would slowly reveal my relationship with Nicole. So, for the next few days, I cannot accompany you. This involved too many people. The burden would be too heavy. Micah smiled calmly and gently said, I understand. You do not need to say any more. I will wait for you here. Micah's words made Rhodey feel even more guilty. He then said, I have no choice. My current identity involves too many people. If the plan fails, the consequences would be serious. Micah. Can you understand that? Micah shook her head and softly said, It does not matter. I will believe whatever you say. Rhodey looked at Micah and softly said, I have truly caused you a lot of heartaches. Diane coughed lightly when he saw the two lovers stare at each other and gave a wry smile. The two of you really think I am transparent? All right. I am going now. Even if you do not scold me, I will still feel out of place. Rhodey shook his head. He then laughed and said, I have to go back now. Be careful in West Hill. If you have any problems, look for me at the barracks. He then looked at Micah and said, Wait here for me. I will come back for you. Diane watched Rhodey leave. She then turned to Micah and hatefully said, Are you really just letting him go like this? You have followed him for thousands of miles. You finally found him today, but then you are just letting him leave like this? Micah smiled and replied, What else could I do? Do you want him to take me back immediately? Do you want him to marry me immediately? Micah then shook her head and continued, He is also quite busy. How could I disturb him? I already knew about his feelings for Nicole since the time I realized I liked him. His relationship with Nicole. I already stopped caring since the first day I started following him. If he said that he would come and look for me, he would definitely do it. As for you. Mike gave Diane a strange smile. She pulled Diane's hand and whispered in her ear. Do you think I do not know what you are thinking of? Rhodey did not return to the barracks. He went straight to the Duke's mansion.
That night, the local officials greeted the Duke's group with a banquet. The Duke had announced that he would not be able to attend and Nicole would represent the Duke during the banquet.
Rhodey would also appear publicly. Although Rhodey did not like this kind of activities among the nobles, he had to be patient in order to gradually reveal his relationship with Nicole. When he entered Nicole's room, he saw Nicole lost in thought as she looked at the ceremonial clothes on the bed. When she saw Rhodey walk in, she came forward.
She smiled and said, "Why are you so late?" "I am choosing the clothes for you to wear." Rhodey gave a wry smile. He was thinking about how to explain to Nicole about Micah. Nicole pulled Rhodey to the bed and whispered, "Tonight, we will appear publicly. Ah. You will definitely gain a lot of attention. Basically, do not make any mistakes. Do not let people see your connection with the Duke."
Rhodey laughed bitterly and said, "This is somewhat strange.
Even when I am myself, I am worried about people recognizing me as someone else, ai. Nicole laughed and said, "I know you do not like it but you just have to be patient even if it is just for me. After tonight, you can pursue me as Rhodey. After that, we can be together and then." Rhodey nodded and gently hugged Nicole. "Let us go step by step. Today, I."
Rhodey then made a strange face as he thought to himself.
After that, he became determined and said, "Nicole, I have something to say to you." Nicole finally noticed that Rhodey's expression was different from the usual. She sat down slowly and asked, "What's wrong?" Rhodey took a deep breath.
Looking at Nicole's concerned face, he felt guilty.
He then thought about Micah's deep love and he gritted his teeth. He took a deep breath and said, "Do you remember the time I had just started masquerading as your brother, the day you sent me back to the Imperial Academy?" Nicole laughed and said, "Of course. I remember that you were very reluctant and I had to force you to go. Do you remember?
At that time, I was still your master."
Rhodey also laughed.
He remembered that he was a simple warrior who was severely punished by Nicole and felt nostalgic. He pulled Nicole up and had her sit in his arms.
He then sighed and continued, "That day in the academy, I met with Bayan and then."
Rhodey then told the story of how he met Bayan, how Bayan brought him to a brothel and how he met Micah.
Nicole's face changed slowly as she whispered, "Was it the day you fought against the guard that belonged to Prince Sultan, the Great Moon Kingdom's envoy?" Rhodey nodded. Although he felt embarrassed, he still told everything about himself with Micah. Nicole's face gradually turned pale and her body trembled.
She bit her lips quietly as she listened to Rhodey's story.
When Rhodey finished, Nicole trembled and asked, "Then, why are you telling me this?" Rhodey saw that Nicole was gently trembling and quickly held her. He then whispered, "Nicole, I know I am originally just a commoner warrior.
You were the one who brought me onto this magnificent stage and also my first love.
No matter what, my feelings for you would not change. But I also cannot abandon Micah. Right now Rhodey gave a bitter laugh and said, "I feel like a scoundrel." Nicole was silent for a moment.
She sighed and slowly whispered, "You are not a scoundrel."
She then looked at Rhodey with a complicated gaze and whispered, "Can you let me think about this for a while?" Rhodey became scared and tightly hugged Nicole. "What are you thinking of? Do you want to leave me? That is impossible."
Nicole looked as if she had tears in her eyes as she shook her head.
She laughed with a bit of agony as she said, "Leave you? How am I supposed to leave you? Do I even have a choice? Can you just let me think for a while?" "Rhodey. Right now, I do not know anything and don't ask me anything. Just let me think for a while." Rhodey gritted his teeth and said, "No. I won't leave. I will stay here and watch you." Nicole laughed and replied, "Watch me? Are you afraid that I would run away? Are you afraid that I would disappear?" Rhodey nodded and whispered, "Yes. The way you look right now. I am afraid that you would just disappear." Nicole shook her head and softly said, "I will not run away. Just don't force me to say anything right now. Just let me think about it for a moment."
Her face was sad, and she sighed sadly and said, "In fact, I should have known.
Your identity now is different.
Naturally, there would be a lot of women by your side."
Nicole then stretched out her hands to touch Rhodey's face.
She then covered Rhodey's mouth with her hand to stop him from explaining.
She then pulled out a silver chain from Rhodey's chest. On the chain was a black iron ring.
Nicole held the ring in her hand.
She then smiled and said, "I always see this hanging on your chest. I believe there should also be an interesting story about it too." Rhodey sighed. That ring was originally a gift from Muse, the Black Veil Saint.
He was at a loss and could not help but hold Nicole's hand.
He then whispered, "You knew it earlier?"
Nicole nodded, but then she immediately shook her head and smiled. It crossed my mind.
"Did you know? Women are usually very sensitive. I have long realized that this was always hanging around your neck. I also know that you are becoming more powerful and becoming more respected. The women at your side would definitely not just be me alone.
I grew up in the circle of nobles and have already seen this kind of thing many times."
Rhodey was disconcerted. He quickly and loudly replied, "No. This is not what you think." Nicole laughed bitterly and looked at Rhodey with tender eyes. She softly said, "I understand. You do not have to say anything. I really understand. I know you. I also know that you are different from that person. But..."
Her eyes turned red as she continued, "In the end, I am a woman.
I am not able to dismiss it."
Rhodey then held Nicole's hand with one hand and hugged her with the other. He then told her about how he got the ring. Once again, Nicole remained silent as she listened to Rhodey. However, this time Nicole showed a worried expression. She did not blame Rhodey, but she still whispered, "This is problematic. After all, Muse is from the Roland continent. Do you intend to look for her in the Roland continent?" Rhodey shook his head and whispered, "I do not know. However, I know that I will go and find her. My relationship with her, with you and with Micah are all different."
She did not say anything to me. Neither did I say anything to her. However, I will definitely go to the Roland continent once. No matter what, I will definitely go and see her once.
Nicole sighed softly and murmured, "You.
I really do not know what to say to you. Rhodey. There are times when your heart is hard. However, sometimes it is too soft." They no longer said anything. Rhodey continued to hold Nicole in fear that she might fly away.
On the other hand, Nicole slowly closed her eyes. Her face was calm as if she was already asleep, but sparkling tears flowed from the corner of her eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.